Good morning. Sorry about that. Trying to get some things together, making sure that YouTube was working. My hair, look at my hair. Look what this is doing back here. I don't know what's going on. It's craziness. Got a whole crazy world going on back there. Anyway, whatever. If I take my headset off, it's even worse. Even worse. Rolled out of bed, hopped on stream. Basically, yeah. I mean, look at this. You want to see it? You want to see it? Woo! It's crazy. Now it's doing all sorts of weird stuff. Oh, well. We'll be all right. We'll make it through the day. Anyway. But yeah, I was trying to figure out how to get YouTube. Somebody was saying yesterday, on Friday, that my YouTube wasn't working. So I wanted to make sure that YouTube was working today, and it seems to be working. So if you are over on YouTube, let me know. It says it's working. There it goes. Yeah, it shows it's working for me. So yeah, if you're over on YouTube, let me know if it's working. If it's not working, we'll figure it out, but it shows working on my side. Anyway, how are you guys doing? You don't have head issues? Glory to being bald? Nice. I do have hair issues. Lots and lots of them. You know, sometimes I look at it like that, like people that are bald complain that they don't have hair, right? Because it's like, they can't do different styles or whatever it is, whatever reason they complain about it. But then I'm like, that makes life easy. You just wake up in the morning. You don't have to worry about anything. You just go. Right now, I look like one of those dudes from what was it, about 2010 or so, when they started doing the man buns in the back. I never did that. That wasn't me. I'm not saying there's anything. If you did do that, that's your thing. But yeah, right now that's what I look like. Just pull my hair back, do a little man bun. Oh my goodness. Just got to shave my head 3 times a week. Takes 5 minutes. There you go. Yeah, see, super easy. I get out of the shower and I got to dry my hair. I don't use a blow dryer, but I make sure I get all the water out. I got to put some product of some sort in it to make sure it doesn't just go, whatever. Anyway, hope everybody's doing okay. All these AOC players about to flood in and try and make my round. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about today. AOC absolutely imploding. I mean, this is Monsters and Memories Fireside Chat, but let's talk about Ashes of Creation. Let's just see what comes up. Wait, why are we doing this AI mode? I don't want AI. Oh my gosh, what is happening here? Let's go to Google. This is Google. Ashes of Creation. Enter. And let's see what comes up, because holy moly. I hate to say it. Right? I hate to say it. I saw it coming. I even said as much multiple times. This game is not going to make it. And it's not because the developers don't want to have a good game. It's not because, they're not talented. It's not because it's because of poor management. Poor management has killed games so many times, especially MMOs. I don't even know what to say anymore. People they're constantly asking me, well, what do you think about Pantheon? What's happening with Pantheon? Is it going to be, is it going to come back? Is it going to be a good game? Blah, 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 blah. All these things about Pantheon. And I'm like, I like Pantheon. I think Pantheon's game looks okay. I think that the developers want it to be amazing. I think that, certain people in the company love their game and they're super happy to be working on a game. Then it comes down to the management. The managing of the money, the managing of the direction of the game, what they should add, what they should take away, the scope creep that keeps happening, all of that kind of stuff. And it's just very, very poorly managed. So, attack everyone and think you're great. Wait, what happened? Redbeard Flynn has released some good videos yesterday about it. Steven seemed to have gone to the Elon Musk school of being a CEO. Attack everyone, yep. Even AI has Monsters of Memory listed as the #1 MMORPG this year. Yeah, I mean, it is. It is the #1 MMO this year, for sure. For the past couple of years. I mean, it may not be the most hyped. It might be the most hyped now, honestly. But that's the problem. That's the thing with MMOs is that too many are coming out, and there's just people want to jump on this bandwagon of printing money. People saw World of Warcraft. Well, let's go back even farther than that. You know, they saw Ultima Online and how it built up, and they saw EverQuest and how it built up, and then Ultima Online ultimately just, or not Ultima Online, World of Warcraft ultimately just blew the scene away, right? Like millions upon millions of dollars. It turned Blizzard into, Blizzard was already a really good company at the time. And then World of Warcraft comes out and it's just like, boom, biggest game in the world. Literally, like, blew up. Kind of the way in which Fortnite blew up Epic Games. You know, how certain games can really just make a huge difference. I don't think there's a place for an MMO where the focus is primarily hardcore PvP, largely because the hardcore PvP players aren't who you're making up the majority of your community. I agree with that, Magicot. I've been saying that for years. MMOs that focus on PvP are generally going to be doomed, right? They're going to be doomed. There have been a few. Dark Ages of Camelot focused on PvP and was a really good PvP experience. But how did that fare? Let's really look at it. How did that fare? Like, it didn't continue for years and years and years and years. Ultima Online, still going. Are we getting commercials?
Grammarly has tons of free features such as...
We are getting commercials through Robert Ingstrad's thing here. That's all right. Let's skip the commercial there. Ultima Online did great, still going. Literally is still going. EverQuest, still going. World of Warcraft, still going. Like the games that don't focus on PvP, the MMOs that don't focus on it, those are the ones that are successful for long term. The short term, people keep asking, I want PvP, I want PvP. Yeah, because you're going to get the short term players. You're going to get the players that have zero retention. They play the game, and as long as they are winning, they'll play. As soon as somebody comes in that's better than them, they immediately be like, I'm going to go out while I'm on top. I'm the best. I'm going to leave. There's nobody that can beat me. I'm going to go to a different game. And it's a lie. It's straight up a lie. They got beat, and then they decided that's when they're going to leave. It's just the way it is. DAOC is still alive, but it's Shell itself. Yeah, free to play now. If you don't sub, you don't get a lot. Exactly. Like it probably did the best, and it was because it was like open world realm versus realm PvP. It wasn't this gank fest that these other games are trying to create. I mean, I'm not saying there's not a place for a PvP game in the world. Like, Ultima Online was a PvP game. It was not PvP focused, but it had PvP in it. But not a lot of people were running around doing PvP. I don't know how they are now. I haven't played it in forever. But now, I don't know. Anyway, this is in the PC gaming thing that they're talking about this. This is crazy. Like, this, it's just crazy to me, man. It's crazy. What's up, Setfer? How you doing? I think the only way to make PvP appreciated by the general community is if it is well-maintained mode that can be entered when someone is ready. Yeah, and I think that's how World of Warcraft did it, right? There were servers in World of Warcraft that are PvP servers. Are they still active? World of Warcraft PvP server list. Let's see. Do they even have a server list? So this is traditionally the highest populated server for both Alliance and Horde. That was another thing that I feel like World of Warcraft did, is They split up the player base, Alliance and Horde. That's probably good for a PvP game. Like, if it's good for a PvP server, but it's bad ultimately for your game. Unless you get thousands, millions of players, splitting up the player base is a bad idea. I will never think that that's a good idea. The play is probably to build a functional PvP system that is an MMO, but open world PvP just only fun for like 5 people and any given server. Yeah, I agree. Twitter's going wild over it. Are they? I think you opt in to war mode now. Yeah. WoW, you can just opt into PvP in the main town for 10% more as a bonus. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can opt in, you can opt out. There is a reward for doing it, but it's not like game breaking. So, you know, that's the thing that I see in all these PvP games. I'm not like, the thing is, I can repeat this over and over and over. Somebody will inevitably be like, you're bad at PvP. You're so bad at it. That's why you don't like it. And it's like this. It's not because I'm bad at it. But ultimately, it's, what was I gonna say? It's just bad for MMOs. You know, people just they quit. Doing all the things with all the stuff. Nice. I love it. Most servers are heavy on one side or the other. PvP is even worse. Yeah, you're talking about on the Alliance versus Horde. Yeah, that's the problem with Alliance versus Horde, or whatever, good versus bad, or A versus B, doesn't matter. When they split up the player base, the servers tend to end up very, very lopsided. And that's something that somebody was telling me about Project Gorgon. And something I didn't like about what they were doing with that is they actually split the player base. Does Project Gorgon split factions? Let's do it that way. Based on the current state of Project Gorgon, there are no traditional player split factions. I heard about that, though. I heard that they did. I don't know how it works. Did anybody know? I haven't looked into it. PvP servers are crazy lopsided. Yeah, they are. Night Slayer is 12k Alliance, 10k Horde. Not too bad. That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. That's fairly balanced. Most hilarious PvP I had in Vanilla WoW was a duel versus a guildie. It was a holy paladin. He was a holy priest. An hour later, neither of us had killed the other. Nice. Lots of people wanted a PvP, but not deal with the consequences. Only a few are somewhat balanced. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, I feel like PvPers in general, right? They want to play PvP. They want to be able to PvP when they want to, but they don't think about the opposite side of that. They don't think about, well, I'm also going to have to PvP when I don't want to. And that's the part. Like, when you first log in and you start playing your game, you're level 1, you hit level 2, and somebody that's level 6, let's just use Monsters and Memories as an example. Somebody that's level 6, just because they can, kills you in the newbie yard. You're level 2, they're level 6. That's 4 level difference. Boom, I can take you out. You just lost everything you gained over the past 20 minutes trying to level up to 1. Oh, you came back out to get your corpse? I get to kill you again. Why? Because I can. Then a level 10 comes in and kills that level 6 repeatedly over and then they're like, "Oh, this is awful. Why you camp spawning me, bro?" And then they quit. I mean, this is PvP. That's how it works in Monsters and Memories. If you like it, cool. If you don't like it, I understand. I totally understand. I thought they were creating a fresh Gorgon server for 1.0 plus splitting the player base. That's what I thought. That's what I heard. Gorgon seems right up my alley. I tried it for an hour, but I'm already engaged in TBC Classic, so it was bad timing for me. Yeah, Gorgon is a great game. Project Gorgon is fantastic. I played it many years ago with some buddies of mine. Ultimately, they played it way more than I do, or than I did. Ultimately, they found a hack and a little cheat. They didn't really abuse it, but they effectively, for GM's consideration, they abused it and got banned. So that's what happened with Project Gorgon. Will Monster Memory be your main game? Yes. I play Monsters and Memories a ton. It's coming out June 1st. I plan to be here June 1st. And yeah, we're playing it a lot. So it's only 5 full months away. Well, I mean, technically 4 months away now because we are at February. That's June, but it's 5 full months. So all of February, March, April, May, and then, well, no, I guess it's 4 months. All of February, all of March, all of April, and all of May. Yeah, it's only 4 months away. And then June 1st. Like, holy moly, guys, we're coming up fast. It is coming up hot. March and April will be fully playable? No. They will not. March starts the beta, the closed beta, which if you have access to the closed alpha, you will have access to the closed beta, unless you're a big naughty bad person. What is going on here with this feedback button? That's so weird. There it goes, it refreshed. Then they will be adding in more people for the beta sometime after March 1st. So they're going to launch the beta servers, see how it goes, and then add people in bulk form, from my understanding, to that. And then sometime in April or May, they may allow us to stream it. So I'm hoping to be able to stream it by like May, when they do all of May. That's my goal. I would hope, but we'll see, right? And then they may open it up at some point and just let everyone make a character. I don't know. That's something you'd have to ask the devs. But I don't see why they wouldn't just do like a mass stress test the last couple of weeks, or maybe even the last month of the open beta, and just be like, everybody load in. Let's see what happens. Break the servers, kind of thing, just to make sure that everything's going to be stable. Who knows? I think we will get a stress test sometime this month, though. I expect a stress test in the next, 4 weeks. But, again, I don't know. I'm not sure. Can you imagine if you were playing Pokemon and some other players just pops up, you're trying next gym leader and just crushes you? Yeah. Yeah, it's just so awful, dude. I just... PvP, man, it's the worst. PvP in a game like Monsters and Memories, it does not click. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Shooting for the moon here. How is this thread going? This is the one that wanted the what did he want? Oh my gosh, I forget what he wanted, but he wanted something. Parsers, that's what it was. He wanted a parser. How's that working out for these guys? Sorry to hear you losing brain cells and discussing parsers falls into the same group as racial discrimination in your mind. That's where we've gone to. Wow, this is why I don't like, and I'm not saying that this person's saying anything necessarily wrong, but I mean, look at him, his name, like, I don't know. Anyway, this is why I don't like to post on the forums. I don't like it because it just ends up being some sort of insult. I don't even know what's going on here anymore. We're talking about a parser, and then now this last post down here is talking about racial discrimination. Like, what? You ruined the entire argument. It's been burning. Yeah, crash and burn, apparently. I don't want a parser, not worth it for the bad size that will appear. Yeah, and that's a fair argument, Setfer. Like, that stays on topic. It's going to cause toxicity. I don't think it's going to cause toxicity because there's a parser. I think there's going to cause toxicity because of the player types that it introduces to the game, right? Like, that's the thing. That's the thing. People are not understanding that side of it. Why I want PvP servers to be separate from PvE servers in Monsters and Memories, and I do not want them to be merged together in some way, shape, or form. I want the PvPers to suffer on their own server and be around their other toxic friends. I'm not saying that all PvP players are toxic. I'm saying that a lot of toxic players are PvPers, right? So if we can keep them separate, if we can keep the toxic players away from my server, whatever server I end up on, I'm happy. I don't want the toxic players anywhere near me. They're awful. That dev stream of fighting giants made me jealous. Exactly where I want to be. The dev stream of them fighting giants. Who is fighting giants? There might be giants. The giants are pretty cool. I think these threads need to have a time limit. Maybe, yeah. Agree that MMO style, like how I like them, aren't really good for PvP, and balancing PvP and PvE is probably Herculean. Yes, it is. Yeah. The guy who pushed the rock up the hill task. Yep, I got you. Play COD or something if you want to PvP. Yeah, I mean, I think like I was saying in the beginning, there's a place for PvP in every genre, but you have to build the game around it. You have to build a game around the PvP aspect. You can't say, I want to make a PvE game and slap PvP into it. If you do that, it will fail. Every single time it will fail. Because you've built a game with a certain player base in mind, the PvE player base, and then you slap on PvP into it, and sure, you're going to have a few people that are going to want to play it. I mean, let's just look at the statistics, right? Just look at these statistics. This is a very small group, but it's still large enough. This is a large enough sample size to really tell you. Right now, you want 2,500 people want to be on a PvE no boxing server. 2,500. That means 10% of the player base wants a boxing server, and slightly less, only slightly less, wants a PvP server. Like, that's crazy. Come on. How do you not see that this game is not meant for those types of players? I'm not saying anything wrong with the devs. Like, the devs want to get this information. They want to sell to as many people as they can. So they're going to make a boxing server and they're going to sell it to them. They're going to make a PvP server and they're going to sell it to them. These two servers are going to be so dead. They're going to be so freaking dead. Nobody's going to be on them. And they're going to be so boring. You know, like the PvP server is going to be filled with a handful of toxic players that are running around killing everybody just because they can. You're going to have a few people that are pushing ahead of everybody else, way too out. They're out of your league level-wise, so you can't PvP them. They're going to take control of the server, and then, you know, they're just going to invite those high-level players that are the same thought process as them and destroy it. Whoever gets to that high level first is going to control the server completely on a PvP server. If they're good guys, you're going to have a White Knight server, and if you're bad guys, they're going to have a very toxic, awful experience. There was a dev group who played for a couple hours. Oh, really? When? In Monsters of Memories? They played? I didn't know they were playing. When we're approaching 4K commenters on Enchanters Too Strong. If you read through that, oh gosh, dude, Enchanters are too strong. They are too strong. Charm is too strong. Enchanters are not too strong. Charm is too strong. It's way too strong. And nobody's going to be able to tell me it's not. I don't care what you say. The risk versus reward, yeah, right. That is complete garbage. They're very, very little risk right now for the amount of rewards you get for for using charm pets. Very little risk, but a huge reward. I like the idea of PvP zone on PvE, and that's fine. You know, having a PvP zone or an area where you can do it, that's fine. I don't even want that in my game, but if they did put it in there, I wouldn't be mad about it. But the thing is, it still brings in what it will do is it will bring in the toxic players onto those servers, and when they get mad at you or you get mad at them or whatever happens and that feud starts, they're going to be, bring it to the PvP zone, 1v1 me, bro. And then you're going to have these people that are just bringing that crap into your game. And it's just going to be rampant. It's just going to, those are the people that are going to be vocal, and they're going to be constantly doing it. 1v1 me, bro. They're already going to be doing it because they can duel, right? Dueling is already in the game, so they're going to be doing it. Hey, duel me for the camp. Well, I'm not a PvPer. I'm not set to PvP. That's just not my thing. So you want me to duel you for a PvE camp? No. No, I'm not going to do it. Same for the parser thread. Yeah, parsers not needed in Monster Memories. Not that kind of game. I agree. I don't mind having a parser. I want to have a parser for my own personal look to see, you know, like I want a parser for the tanking aspect of it. Am I taking more damage per hit on average with this setup or this setup? Is AC working? Do I want to go more stamina? Do I want to You know, like how much AC do I need? At 400 AC, is that good enough? Do I need 450? Do I need 350? You know, do I want this stat? Do I want that stat? That's why I want a parser. I don't want it so I can call people out and be like, hey, you suck. But that it'll bring those types of people out is the problem, right? It'll bring those types of people out. And that I don't want to deal with them. Forgot about the dev test. There was a dev group who played a couple hours. Yeah, cool. I'll have to check that out. They were streaming Camping Giants. Nice. Talk to players are gonna plague every server. Probably haven't ever seen a server without. Oh no, they're gonna be there, but we can take away a little bit of what makes them breed, right? What makes them spread. They said they had 7,800 apps for the next beta. The votes don't match the player base. 7,800 applications. Yeah, there's 57,000 people that have an account created on this website. 57,000. So of those 57,000, 7,800 have applied for beta, but only 3,000 have filled out this survey. Kind of strange, huh? There's so many people that want to get into beta, but they don't really care to really help the devs. They just want to get into beta. They just want to play the game. I mean, if you're not willing to help actually test stuff, you don't need to be in the beta. There's no reason for it. Just wait till the game comes out in live. There's plenty of open tests that you can play and see if you like the game. But the beta, the closed alpha, the closed beta are really for testing purposes. They're to get data for the team. Now, you playing on those servers does get them some data, sure. But yeah, it's a whole thing. PvPers and boxers on the same server, let them hash it out. That'd be funny, yeah. I only play PvP server because of the immersion. To be fair, in these PvE games, the PvP servers, no one ever really PvPs. You get a bad rep. Yeah, no one PvPs because they're not PvP servers. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. You can get a bad reputation on a PvP or PvE server for just being a jerk. So yeah, I'll enjoy having an alt PvP server, but I primarily want a PvE no box. Yeah, exactly. Like, go play PvP if you want to. Sure, I don't care. It won't be balanced, but some will have fun. Yeah, and I think there will be some that will have fun. Approximately 10% of the player base, according to this survey, will have fun over on the PvP servers for a little while. I suspect what this is going to do is these people are all going to join these servers, and within a month, you're going to drop those by about 25% minimum. This is going to drop. Whatever we start with day one will drop by about 25% about a month in. They're going to pay for their first month. They'll play it. They're going to go super hard into it. They're going to burn themselves out. They're going to quit. They're going to go to other games, whatever it is, right? Whatever factors in. Life comes up. Doesn't matter. 25% of those players are going to be gone in a month. That's why the devs are being smart about it, and they are planning for server merges. Because if you have, let's say, 3 or 4 servers on the same database, right? As a, what do they call them? I forget what they were calling them. Same cluster. If you do that, the lowest ones are going to die out fast, and the fast, like, the main server, like the ones that have the biggest population, may only lose a handful of players. It's the ones at the bottom when they have, like, let's say 500 people that actually play on the server, and then they lose like half their player base because that's, you know, like a good chunk of them. Those are the servers that are going to completely die out, and they're going to end up being merged in with another one. That's what's going to end up happening. I mean, I'm calling it because I've seen it for many, many, many years. I've seen it over and over and over and over again. And I know a lot of people can say the same thing. Oh yeah, I've seen it too. How many of you have actually continually played MMOs, different MMOs, over the past, let's say, 30 years, right? And I've been playing them since 1995. So 31 years now I've been playing MMOs. And I played most of them, like a lot of them. It's just constantly. And I've seen it happen time and time and time and time again. There's people that have only played like EverQuest or only played World of Warcraft for like the last 20 years. And I get it, you know, you guys have some information out there, but you haven't gone to all of these other MMOs and seen them, the rise, their fall. How quickly did Ashes of Creation fall? 52 days. 52 days from the day that it started until it completely imploded on itself. 52 days. Like, it did not take long for that game to completely just disappear. Spoken like a true blue player. Yeah, I'm a blue player, I guess. I think there are some who really enjoy the smaller alpha environments. Those might be the types that enjoy the boxing server. They might. Boxing voting isn't the right number. I'm sure people voted once, but they might have a full group of 6. I think that happened too, Setfer. I think there's going to be a mixture of those. Some people voted once. Some people voted 6 times for all 6 of their characters, right? I don't know. But I would say the majority probably just voted once, maybe twice for their boxed character. But I also feel like on this, a lot of people are voting these 2 servers, the no boxing servers, hoping to get away with boxing. I honestly think that. I really, really do. There's some toxic people in the Enchanter forum who jump on anyone who suggests otherwise. Oh, of the PV of the yeah. I could make a post in the Enchanter forum. I could come down here, make a post about anything charm against charm, and I will get absolutely destroyed somehow. Somebody will come in here and be like, "You don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot." Well, the only reason you want charm is because you're playing an enchanter and you know that it's busted. Or you don't know that it's busted, you just don't realize how busted it is. And instead of looking at the other classes and trying to see if the enchanter is actually better or worse than another class, you're not checking. You're not playing anything else. You're playing just the enchanter and saying, the enchanter feels right to me. Okay. We'll go play a different class for a little bit. Try something different. Try out different things and say, then come back and say, okay, which one is better? Which one is stronger solo-wise? Which one is stronger group-wise? Which one does this? Which one does that? Which one is needed in a party? Which one, all that. All of these different factors. Then come back and tell me that the Enchanter is not one of the best classes in the game. The Enchanter is already wanted in every group, wanted in every raid, and it can solo very, very, very well. So they are going to be one of the most sought-after classes in this entire game. Everybody's going to want one around. Same way that it was in EverQuest. Same exact way. And you can't say that for a rogue. You can't say that for a cleric. People are going to want to know a cleric because they're going to want the resurrect. They don't necessarily care if the cleric's in their group or not. A lot of people wouldn't want a cleric in their group because, hey, your cleric isn't really helping us kill faster. Shaman gives me haste, helps me kill faster. Druid gives me damage shield, helps me kill faster. Cleric gives me nothing that helps me kill faster. They do indirectly because they have more efficient heals, therefore you can continue to pull. But if you're playing as a shaman or a druid and you're continuing to pull and you don't have to stop and take breaks for meditation, then you're killing just as fast as with a cleric. So it's just fine. Yeah. I agree. Zero PvP, this type of game gets ruined by it. Spend time making game itself. Yes, I agree. EQ had the arena out of the way. It took forever to get to. Yeah, that's true. Yep, like something like that. Things off to the side. I'm fine with PvP wise. The big issue is the balancing. PvP takes dev effort. So either we take dev hours to main the game. Yeah, that's another issue. That's something that I had an issue with in Pantheon, specifically in Pantheon. When PvP was announced in early access, after they said, no, we're not doing PvP, I don't like PvP, we don't want to put it in our game, blah, 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 blah. All these statements made by Pantheon devs. And then they're like, yeah, we're adding PvP. And then they're like, oh, but we're adding PvP. However, we're not going to put any development cost into it. There's not going to be any type of, effort into it. It's just a flip the switch. Okay, flipping the switch takes time from somebody. Granted, it only takes a couple seconds to log in, flip the switch, whatever. It takes time. Paying for the server costs money, right? That's development cost. Somebody GMing that because if you get a petition over there, somebody's got to go over there and deal with it. It just every single time they say that, it's a big bold-faced lie, and it makes me mad. Like it's irritating, right? Don't lie to your customers. Be like, hey, we're gonna put minimal effort into the PvP. Sure, okay, I can roll with that. But to say it literally takes nothing away, you're trying to say that, hey, my player base is too dumb to understand that it doesn't really, like, we can't do that. That's not true. It's not a true statement. And that's what I don't like. So, yeah. So many people just want to play a free game. That's true. They do want to play a free game. I do all the things. Let me in. Exactly. I do all the things, too. I was in a PvP server, Monsters Memories, and Pantheon. Yeah. I mean, and again, I have nothing against PvP. It's just not for this game. Let's not kid ourselves. Knowledge is huge in games like, oh yeah, you're talking about that? People getting in because of knowledge, right? That's 100%. I agree with you, DJ, so much. There's so many people that want to be in the closed alpha, closed beta just for the knowledge, just so they know how to get ahead. Once the early access goes live. You are not wrong. There's a bunch of them, bunch. I'm not saying that that's not part of the reason that I'm glad that I'm on the server. Like I want the knowledge so that I can do more. I also want it so I can make content for YouTube and so I can share that with you all. That's partly why I'm doing it. So yeah. Since Kunark EQ, nice. Bam Bam, nice. Did they even make it to launch? Who? Did who make it to launch? I'm not sure. Be very interested if anyone is able to claw money back from the company, depending on whether EA. Oh yeah. My friend was saying the same thing about Ashes of Creation. Are they? Can I have my money back? Can I have my $50 back? Right? I tried to tell people don't buy it, but yeah, people don't want to listen to me. I kind of know what I'm talking about a little bit. I've been around the block. I've played a lot of games. Ashes of Creation was doomed from the start, guys. It was doomed. Ashes of Creation was Steam $42, and I quit 2 weeks ago. Was worst PvP game ever played. Really? Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, put a refund in if you guys can. Put a refund in. I'm sure there's going to be a class action lawsuit against them now. I guarantee you there will be. I don't know if it'll be successful, but there will be one. Deceptive advertising on front of page. Yeah, right? Like, I feel like all of these games that are on Steam under this guise of early access, so many, especially the MMOs, it's just, guys, the only reason they're putting it in early access on Steam is because of Steam's rules. Steam will not allow you to put a beta or alpha test game on Steam. It has to have an early access tag, and to these people, early access means alpha testing. That is some BS. Some big BS. I hate that. You're not there to test the game anymore. You are selling your game to an audience. This is my personal take on it. People can take it how they want. But you're there, you're buying a game. You are not paying to be a tester. You are paying to play the game. Maybe it's not finished, but you're paying to play a video game and enjoy the experience. If you're there because these devs are there, like, you can alpha test our game and pay us to do that? No. Big BS. That's just a way for them to make money. And too many games continue to do it, and we continue to pay for it, and we continue to give them money, and it's enabling them. Stop. Just stop doing it. I think an innate debuff should occur when Charm lands. I agree. I think that Charm needs a huge change. I think that if you charm a mob, that mob, after Charm breaks, should not give you XP for at least 60 seconds. Straight up, 60 seconds, period. No XP. And that would solve the Bard problem. to some extent, right? That would help that out. I mean, make it even longer. Make it 5 minutes. I don't care. A part of the reason enchanters are so popular is clarity, mana regen. Someone else needs to get it, and it'd help. Yeah. Well, that's true. That's true. Clarity and mana regen. Right now, you have bards and you have enchanters that have the best in the game of that, right? But the mana regen from the, I think maybe, and this is gonna sound weird, maybe they should give it to like the Inquisitor or something, and let them, at least to a lesser extent, kind of like druids. Druids had a lesser extent clarity type of spell in EverQuest that they could give to people. I don't know. Is Pantheon completely dead right now? Yeah. Pantheon is in a very, 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 very bad place, at least until spring, and I think that the hype from the spring update is going to be huge. I think it's going to bring back a lot of players, and they're going to try it for a week or two and realize that nothing has changed. Literally nothing has changed other than they've taken away the Chevron mobs. They've revamped a couple of classes, not necessarily in a good way. They didn't add any really new content. They're not gonna. Nothing new is gonna come out of Pantheon for the spring update. It's literally just gonna be, okay, we messed up on our early access release, so we're gonna do another early access release, slightly changing the way that combat works. And I think people are still going to get up around level 25 or so, be like, there's nothing to do. They're hoping again that they're going to have 100,000 people that jump in on that bandwagon in Pantheon and think maybe I can push higher. And now that they have a couple of dungeons that are higher level, like Black Rose Keep is now upwards of like level 30 something. They have a couple dungeons that go a little bit higher than 25. But the problem is that there was stuff higher than 25 previously, just nobody really wanted to push to get to it, and it wasn't worth fighting for, and it wasn't worth getting there. So that's the issue. Hilariously, cleric heals aren't even more efficient than shaman heals. They are. Specifically, the cleric heals that's more efficient are the impart line. So you have 3 different lines of spells. The impart is the cleric line, the touch line is the druid line, and then the spores line is the shaman line. All of the other heals, greater heal, exceptional heal, lesser heal, all of those are the same through anybody. They're the same exact efficiency, whether they're on a ranger or on a cleric or on a whoever can cast those spells. They're all the exact same mana efficiency. But the impart line is slightly more efficient than the touch line and the spore line. The touch and spore line are equally efficient, but the impart line is slightly more efficient. Not by much, not a lot. Shaman heals are technically worse than druid heals, same efficiency. How a shaman heal is worse is that it takes longer to get the full heal. So it's over 24 seconds versus 12 seconds versus 6 seconds with the cleric. So yeah. Heard DAOC was great, never played. I've been checking for years about Camelot and Jade. So yeah, DAOC was a great game when it first came out. I played it for a little bit, but ultimately it did focus on PvP. So I stopped playing it because of that ultimate focus on PvP. But that said, if you liked the PvP side of it, it was a good game. It was a very good game. But it focused on PvP, right? PvP player advocate for Pantheon, yeah. Yeah, the PvP and Pantheon, garbage. Can someone explain why Enchanter's OP compared to other classes? I played one in EQ, but not Monsters of Memories. They definitely felt OP in EQ, but the cost of the potential for the easy death, heightened stress, and awareness. So you're trying to say, Grakowski, you're trying to say that the easy death and heightened stress and awareness is the risk, right? That's where your risk is. That's a very, very low risk for the amount of added benefit you get for charming. And that's it. That's literally the difference in the class. What makes the Enchanter OP is that they can charm, and then when they do charm, they can buff their pet to oblivion with haste. They can also debuff their enemy with a slow if they wanted to do it this way. This is the slow bad way to do it, but it's a way to do it. So you give your pet haste, you give the enemy slow, you have stuns, you back way off so that when the charm breaks, you just stun the mobs, mez the mobs, recharm the mobs, whatever it is that you need to do. It's not really difficult to do as long as you maintain your mana pool. And maintaining your mana as an enchanter is not hard to do because you do have the best mana regen in the game. So yeah. I'm straight up lying about how it went for Pantheon. How what went for Pantheon? I'm not straight up lying about anything. They released early access for Pantheon with PvE servers and said that they were not putting in PvP servers until 1.0 was their plan. And then they decided to put PvP servers in. I'm not straight up lying about anything. You know, it may be a different opinion than you, but I'm not lying about anything. Luckily, the game changes so drastically, so frequently. Yeah. You're talking about Pantheon? Yeah, they change it all the time. I wasn't in pre-alpha, and yeah, that's totally it. Pre-alpha had how many different iterations of the game? You had the 247 debacle. You had the completely different graphics from pre-alpha, 5 years ago? Then they completely changed that. They did the 247 debacle, which was stupid extraction mode, completely revamping the game. Like, come on, dude. You're talking about a bunch of stuff from pre-alpha, right? Pre-alpha stuff that constantly was changing. No one knew what the game was going to be. And trying to say that that is what they were trying to do for the early access. No, they completely changed the game for the umpteenth time over 10 years of throwing money at it, millions of dollars at it. And then they released the game into early access, stating, here's what our game is going to be, and then slowly changing that again for another multiple times. That's what they did. It's a whole bait and switch, kind of fiasco that they did. It was ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous. I don't know where I'm lying about any of that. So it's pretty similar to EQ. Yes, the Enchanter class in Monsters and Memories is it's basically the exact same as EQ. The only difference between Monsters and Memories and EQ is a lot of the classes are almost copy and paste. A lot of them, not necessarily all of them. Hang on, music. But the combat is a little bit different. The combat in Monsters and Memories is slightly faster than EQ. So some of the formulas are going to be different. So it's not going to be an exact copy. And that's why people are like, oh, I want to have this skill from EverQuest or however it worked in EverQuest. That doesn't translate into EQ. Not the exact same, right? You can have a similar skill and that will translate, but they're going to have to tweak the skill to make it work properly. An Enchanter with Charm in EverQuest was strong, and in some ways stronger than it is in Monsters and Memories, because they could charm named enemies, and then they could take those named monsters and they could actually fight raid bosses. And they could destroy some raid bosses in EverQuest with it, eventually, right? You also had Dire Charm eventually in EverQuest, and you had all these other things. But Monsters and Memories, because of the way the formula works and the way that the combat works, and it's much faster and all that kind of stuff, charming a mob in Monsters and Memories, just straight up charming it, is very, very strong. So, yeah, that's basically how that works. So glad didn't spend money for AOC. Yeah, that's... Ashes of Creation was just it was a dumpster fire. I've noticed that a lot of people in the alpha are not actually looking for bugs. They just want to play. I've already helped fix multiple issues in Night Harbor, and I've only had access for a week. Yeah, there's a bunch, Captain Caldwell. There's a bunch of people that just want to play. They're not really doing anything. My goal for my play test in Monsters and Memories, I'm trying to help get classes balanced. These are big things to me. Now, to you, they may not be, but I want to get classes balanced. I want itemization to be in a good place. I want the XP curve to feel good. I want you to be able to gain levels early on fairly quickly, but I want that curve to ramp up very quickly, and I want it to take a long time to actually get to level 60. I want the grouping to be the most prevalent way to gain XP, and you want to group as much as possible. So I'm trying to make feedback and test out things of that nature. And I actually played almost 100% in a group of 6 players to test that out specifically so that they could get data. That was my goal, and I feel like I did that. Pantheon's been in a lot of different states over the last decade. Yeah, that's a short version of what I was saying. The only people who win class actions are lawyers. Yes, I mean the lawyers do win a bunch, but you can get your money back through a class action. Is what I was getting with that hedge. Like, join the class action. You may not get much money, but ultimately, you may get your money back for the game and then move on. And you don't have to do anything. You just have to sign up for it and be done. Statement is so loaded with lies. It's incredible. He is the board. He said the board of directors, and apparently there's only 2 people on the board, and it was him and one other person. It's crazy. I would play Star Wars, The Old Republic PvP again. Hutball was legit. You are correct. I enjoyed Hutball, right? That wasn't really PvP. It was, but it wasn't. That was just like really like, what would I say? It was really aggressive soccer or football or whatever. Like, it was really it was fun. I enjoyed it. Early access should equal feature complete. I agree with some of that. Yeah, like to go into an MMO in early access, you shouldn't be saying, okay, well, these classes aren't complete. Well, if those classes aren't complete, don't put them in the game. Something that I really love. So I'm coming up on Solasta. Where's my Solasta? Pantheon, Stars Reach, Solasta, right here. I'm coming up on Solasta. There's a dev update right here with the subclasses, right? So this is how you do early access. Just gonna throw this out there for any of these devs that are wondering how to do early access. They are putting out there an early access game in March, so next month. And these are the classes that are released for March, not these cute huskies. What? I don't know, except not these huskies. But they're putting in the fighter with these different subclasses. They're putting in the wizard with these different subclasses. They're not putting in incomplete classes. That, to me, right there is what you don't do in early access. They're going to have a lot more classes and some subclasses in the game, but they're not putting them in for the early access because they're not finished, right? And this isn't even an MMO. This is just a regular RPG. But my point is that these MMOs continue to put in early access, and they release these classes that aren't finished. They're not finished. So then people are like, okay, now I'm comparing the DPS to this class to the DPS to this other class. I mean, even Monsters and Memories is doing this, but Monsters and Memories is clearly in alpha state right now, going into beta. They're not making you pay for it. Not the same animal. But when you start paying for a game, that balance should be there. If the class is in the game, it should be a playable, usable class. And that's something that irritates me about some of these MMOs that are doing it. From Steam's early access page, EA does not mean alpha testing, and they might have violated Steam's rules. Same as games from EA that pivot completely. You can get refunds due to the bait and switch. Yeah, DJ, exactly. That's the thing that these developers are doing, is they're saying, well, we're releasing it on Steam, but we have to put the early access tag on it, but we're telling you that it's alpha or it's beta or that it's in a testing phase. And it's like, well, the whole point of putting it on Steam in early access is that it's not in alpha or beta. Specifically, Steam won't allow you to do that. So yeah, that's the problem. Then the close. 2 servers are kind of active. No one on the PvP. Big update coming in spring. You're talking about, yeah, in Pantheon? Yep. Yeah, the Stormona server is fairly active. No one PvPs in that game at all. I don't know what the other server is for Pantheon. That actually is active, but yeah. You had fun in Ashes. Ashes was pretty decent, to be honest. I feel like Ashes of Creation had a beautiful world. It had beautiful combat. The visuals in it were great. The combat looked fun from the outside. I will be honest, though, I never played Ashes of Creation. Why didn't I play Ashes of Creation? Well, because it just looked like it was a poop show from the beginning to me. Everything about that game screamed, this is not going to function. Like, you couldn't level up anywhere other than grinding out NPCs. And I love Monsters and Memories, so I don't mind grinding out NPCs. But when you have an open world PvP game where grinding out monsters is the main way to get XP, well, then people are just going to gank you while you're getting XP. Like, why wouldn't you think that was going to happen? Then they have like these going out and getting resources. Well, people are gonna. I played Arcage, and in Arcage, you could go and get like these donkeys, and you could do like trade runs and stuff. And I'm like, you do a trade run through a PvP area, you're dead. You're just dead. Like, there's no way you're gonna make that trade run without getting attacked. Not gonna happen. Pantheon's doing another redo. They need to do content and not redos. Yeah. They've been needing to do content for a while. The problem with Pantheon is management. It's not the devs. It's management. At least Pantheon was more of an actual game than AOC was. Pantheon just doesn't know what to do. AOC was borderless scam. Yeah, it was very borderline scam. I would agree. But again, didn't play it. I can't tell you about the gameplay of the game. I've heard a lot of things from people. I wasn't going to waste $50 on it. I don't have $50 to just waste. You could raise the stakes on the enchanter. If the charm breaks aggro, you can't pull off the enchanter. Yeah, Gorf, that's something that Setfer was bringing up. I don't remember where he brought it up at. But Setfer was bringing up if it breaks, make it where it's like really, really hard to taunt the mob. It increases its magic resist like to 100 or whatever. Like it's just really, really tough. Did we ever cover the AOC T already? We talked about it briefly. Yeah, we talked about it briefly. Charm pets are so nerfed that it's not feasible to solo with keeping a pet. Charm pets in Monsters and Memories, you feel are nerfed? You have to reverse? Well, yeah, the reverse kiting, reverse whatever charming is the best way to gain XP. Yes, reversing it is, absolutely. There's also a 60 druid who generally thinks that druid is a pet class. Yeah, and they need to buff their pets. Yes, there is. There is. Anyway, we're getting into too many details right now about the alpha server though. Like, let's not do that. I mean, I love talking about things on the alpha server, but in the alpha channels, let's not put those out publicly, because the devs have specifically asked the community of the alpha server to not do that. So yeah, let's not do that. The downside of charming is an enchanter. We can never take a break in a group, and I don't consider that a real downside. Downside of charming is an enchanter. You can never take a break in a group. Yes, yeah. That is a big downside. They have to maintain that charm pet, which is hard to do. I'm not going to say it's easy to maintain a single charm pet for a long time, because if you're charming, you still need to buff your party, keep them with haste and clarity or enlightenment, whatever they want to call it. You still need to keep those up. Otherwise, you're not really helping the party. Yes, having the charm pet is good DPS, but enhancing your entire party's haste and mana regen is probably better than one pet. If you have a full party of 6 players, that's probably, just your buffs alone are keeping you in that party. Your charm pet is just like icing on the cake. But if you can maintain that charm pet, then it's amazing. How does Druid Charm feel? Can they charm animals? Yeah. Druid Charm is great. It's just as strong as the Enchanter Charm or the Necro Charm or whatever. It's just it's exclusive to animals, and there's a lot of animals in the game. I would say you could level 1 to 60 charming as a druid. There's enough animals in the game probably to do that. It starts to get sparse in certain areas, but yeah, you could potentially do that. Thank you so much for the sub, Merrick. I appreciate it. Or Merked. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, bud. I didn't see that come through until just now, so I'm sorry about that. It would not surprise me. It was both of them asking about both those things. Yeah. Yeah, Fielder has a druid and an enchanter as well as other classes, I think. Pantheon completely lost me as soon as they talked about going to an extraction game. Yeah, that was hilarious, wasn't it? Like, extraction? You're going to make an extraction MMORPG? What? That whole 247 thing was crazy. Absolutely bananas. They had already developed PvP coding for it, is my point. Yeah, I never said otherwise. I never lied about that, Flourishing. I never said that they didn't develop PvP. What I said is they said it was going to be flipping a switch to turn on PvP on those servers. It's more than that. It is flipping on a switch, which takes time. It is being a dev on those servers, which takes time. It is then going back and changing certain skills, which they did after they released the PvP because they didn't function right in PvP. It's the dev time going in after the fact that they said they wouldn't do. So I never lied about it. You gotta, you know, I don't know what to say. I remember when they switched graphics, I asked if it was April Fool's joke, and they liked my tweet, right? They switched graphics and everybody's like, this looks like garbage. I mean, they switched graphics. Some of it looked okay. I would say that some of it looked, it was okay. It was cool. But then, yeah, when they started using just like Unity assets, I'm just going to buy these assets, throw them into Pantheon. Like, wait a minute. PvP just had a few people boxing in Pantheon. I hate boxers in MMOs, especially in PvP. I'd ban them over bots if I could. Yeah, I agree. I thought Ashe was pretty fun. Still had nothing on Eminem. PvE grind was very old school, fun feeling. I think Ashe's, like, I mean, I'll say it. Like, I think that Ashe's had a good idea, right? I just like I think Pantheon has a good idea. Just like I think Monsters and Memories has a good idea. There's a lot of games that have great ideas and great developers that work on them. The problem is every single time it's the management. It's the management saying, well, how can we pull out more money from the people that we're trying to get into the game? How could we do that? Oh, we could slap PvP on it. Even though we're not building a PvP game, if we slap PvP on it, we'll get more sales. Yeah, up front, you'll get more sales. The problem is you're not going to get the player retention. Player retention is going to pay more. Greed is slapping PvP on a non-PvP game is greed. But saying, hey, it's a PvE game, we're sticking to our guns, and we're going to do this, you may not gain as much upfront money, but you're going to get a lot more money on the tail end. It's just the way it's going to work. It always seemed like as Pantheon finished a system, they scrapped it to rebuild it. Yeah, they've done that a bunch. Itemization is important. Itemization is very important. And for Monsters and Memories, I expect to see some big changes this month on the alpha server specifically. And then hopefully we'll get an open so we can all see it and play it on the open test. I expect some big changes this month because they added in Rich Waters. If you don't know who that is, he was a big developer over on EverQuest, EverQuest 2. He's been in some other games as well. He actually worked. He was technically Sean, a loving robot. He was technically Sean's boss in EverQuest when Sean first got on the team. If I'm not mistaken on that, he was his mentor, is what he called him, basically his boss. And yeah, so like I expect big things to be coming over the next month or two. I think hitting level 2 should be 5 to 10 white cons only. In Monsters and Memories, you think? I don't think it takes long to hit level 2 in Monsters and Memories. It's pretty fast, I feel like. I got into alpha late, so my goal is to help find as many bugs as possible. Plenty of different ways to do. Oh, dude, there's tons of bugs. Captain Coldwell. There's tons of bugs. Definitely just feedback everything. No point in making level 1 to 3 take as long as they do. Yeah. I think levels 1 through like 20 should be fairly quick. Like it should just be like almost a straight line, you know. Like if I were to make a graph, it would be slightly bigger, you know, it would be mostly horizontal than vertical. But then after 20, that vertical line should start to ramp up. By 30, more vertical. By 40, more vertical. And then by 50 to 60, it should be almost like a straight vertical line. It is going to be tough. Like that's how I want Monsters and Memories XP leveling process to be. I think right now you're looking at, depending on how you play, 300 to 500 hours to level from 1 to 60. If you're solo on like a charm class, 300 hours, maybe less, honestly, maybe less. it will not take you as long as you think. If you're in a group of 6, it's going to push that a little bit higher. If you're in a group of 4, it's going to make it like 600 hours. Don't try to do it in a group of 4. It's the worst. You want to be solo, duo, trio, or in a party of 5 or 6 is really what you want to be. Like, I would say that solo with charming is the best. Party of 6 and a duo or a trio is second best. Party of 5 is third best. Party of 4 is the worst. So yeah, Solasta is feature complete. Just not a lot of content, which is okay. Yeah, yep, I agree. When I make a game, I'll make my own game status. Gamma test or newborn build. There you go. The mobs in World had no depth of immersion. The cargo muling. Yeah, you're talking about Ashes of Creation. 250 devs over the course of 10 years, and all they created was that's management, Vi. That's management, right? Same thing with Pantheon. And I'm not trying to rag on Pantheon. What I'm saying is their management was just terrible because they had a lot of really, really talented people working on Pantheon for 5 or 6 years before Brad McQuaid passed. And then after that, it kind of went into the dumpster. And then they're trying to like revive something that is basically already dead. All the good developers had left, and they're trying to scrape the bottom of the barrel, trying to bring people back in and all that. It wasn't good. And management, because management's like, well, we want to pay you the least amount possible, but we want to work you the hardest possible. Wow. So what's going on, Knuckles? How you doing? It was my Druid post, which is quite long, granted. Yeah, it was in your Druid post about the charming. Yeah. When Pantheon got that 2-figure investment last fall, had me baffled. Who would do that? I had one question for that, Bam Bam. One question when I saw that. And my question directly to Joppa was, like, on his stream, and I'm pretty sure he saw it. I can't be 100% sure. But my question was, how is this influx of money, millions of dollars, right? 2-figure $1 million investment. How is this influx of money different than the influx of money for early access? Very simple question. For an investor, for somebody who is looking at it from a monetary standpoint as an investor into a game, because technically you are buying into that game, you are investing into that game. Where are we going to see a difference? How are we going to see a difference? Like, you guys had millions of dollars given to you, approximately $3 million after Steam took out their cut and everything from the early access sales. They had approximately $3 million. And what do they do with that over a year? Nothing. Now, this is more than $3 million, but still, like, they didn't do anything with it. And it was bothersome. Good morning. What's going on, Chaz? How you doing? Just dev, I think manager, right? Yeah, management was terrible. I'm glad they're taking dev time to put PvP for the people that want it, and I'm not even a PvP player. No, I think that having PvP in some of these games is worth it. It brings people to the table. It does sell a few extra copies for sure, but when people need to go into it knowing that some of these games, Monsters and Memories, we'll keep it on topic, is not a PvP game and is not going to be made around PvP. Will they make some adjustments to PvP? Sure. They actually already have some things in the game. Diminishing returns. Functions, it's a functional thing in the game just for the PvP. They don't use it on the PvE side. I think they should use it on the PvE side. Diminishing returns is a big factor in games like this, but they haven't yet, to my knowledge. So, in hours played, how long do you think 1 to 20 should be? For hours played, 1 to 20, less than 20 hours. Hour level on average, but the first level should be 20 minutes. Second level, maybe even less than that for the first level. It shouldn't take long. I would say between 20 to 30 hours to level 1 to 20. It shouldn't take long. I think you will see people getting there in Monsters and Memories by day 2 or 3 tops. Because I think people are going to play 24 hours a day. The first 24 hours to 48 hours of Monsters and Memories is going to be a lot of people. People are going to be doing 24-hour streams until they pass out. People are probably going to try to do 48-hour streams, fall asleep on their keyboard. It's going to happen. You're going to see a lot of people that are going to try to play this game for as long as possible until they literally pass out. And I think that you're going to see people upwards of the high teens to early 20s within the first 2 or 3 days. I also hope there's a big itemization change. I want War Lances. War Lance would be fun. What if Pantheon Downfall will free up some good MMO devs? Well, that's the problem. At this point, Pantheon doesn't really have good MMO devs. And I'm not trying to rag on people that work for Pantheon. What I'm trying to say there is a lot of those people that are making Pantheon right now are new, fresh game developers. They came in on the low level trying to learn how to develop, and they're still learning how to develop as they're trying to make this game. Monsters and Memories has some of that too. There's some brand new, fresh, never made a game before people in Monsters and Memories. But the person at the top, Sean, has made games before. EverQuest being one of them. Like, he's been in the industry for 25 years or something like that. He's been in the game industry for a very long time, and he is the one at the top running it. Whereas the people that are running Pantheon and trying to implement things and add things, they're too high up without the experience, in my opinion. You know, there's a reason that people say we want 3 to 5 years experience when they hire you. Not only do they want you to have a college degree, but they also want 3 to 5 years experience or more sometimes. And it's because that experience in the real world, honestly speaking, is more important than your education is. Now, you could have had straight A's and graduated from Harvard, and yeah, you're probably worth a little bit more than somebody that had B's and C's and graduated from, local community college. You're a very different breed of person. But I would say somebody that graduated from a local community college with 5 years experience in game development is probably better than that straight A Harvard student at game development when they first go in. Now, that Harvard student probably will achieve greater things later in life as they get more game experience, but that development, that experience is a lot. It means a lot. And that goes for anything, any avenue in business, period, anywhere. The one that has the real world experience is going to be probably better at it most of the time. It's not 100%, but probably. 20 to 30 hours with no trade skill and all that. Yeah, with no trade skill, none of that kind of stuff. You can't do anything else if you want to just maximize your XP. 20 to 30 hours to get to level 20. Yeah. Off subject, but your catch-up videos of the dev streams are excellent. Keep it up. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to keep doing those. I know a lot of people can't sit through 3, 4, 5, 20-hour long streams. Nick likes to do some that are 11 hours long sometimes. Sean usually keeps his between 2.5, 3 hours. But I know people can't sit through those. I almost said a really bad word there. I try to keep things PG. But can't sit through those streams, and I get it. Plus, some people just want to have the information, right? They just want to have, well, what's the Monster and Memories information? I've had people tell me that they don't want to listen to Sean's ramblings and Nick's stories about real life. They don't want to listen to that, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I personally like to hear some of those stories. I think they're fun, and that's why I listen to the streams a lot of times, especially Sean. Like, this is no diss against Nick, but I really like Sean's stories. The way that he just talks about life in general, like, I can relate. I understand where he's coming from. And I enjoy the chatter that we get out of Sean's stream. But there's a lot of people that don't want to sit through Sean's stream because there's a lot of information there that they just don't care about. A lot of those people don't care about jiu-jitsu and sports ball and army and all of those kind of things. They don't care what Sean's background is in game development. They don't care that he's from EverQuest. They just want to know what does that matter for Monsters and Memories, and that's what I try to do for them. Monster Memories is my favorite MMO since Aeon because of the PvP aspect. I ganked someone in town, and someone tricked my pet to attack them and killed me while I was AFK. 2 good memories. I would hate to see your bad memories. If those are good memories. No, I get it. Like, PvP, if you're going into it for a certain reason, yeah, it can be a lot of fun, man. It can be a lot of fun. Like, you're always on your toes, It's to me, watching or playing PvP is like watching a horror movie. Some people like Disney movies, happy-go-lucky, PG-13 at best, but once they get into the horror movies and there's just like blood and gore everywhere, it's a completely different audience, right? Completely different. It gets their heart pumping, and some people like it because they get scared. They're like afraid of watching a horror movie, and other people get it because they like the suspense, but they don't necessarily get scared of it. They like the suspense. They want to see what happens, why the killer did what they did, how they're going to stop them, that kind of thing. There's different reasons for going into any type of entertainment. Doesn't matter what it is. Some people like to play sports ball. Some people like to shoot guns for sport. Some people like to run. Like, what are you thinking? You like to run? Who likes to do that? That is crazy to me. But I get it. I like to ride bikes. I hate running, but I don't mind riding a bike, like an actual bicycle. I love doing that. So, they're different for everybody. Yeah. In professional settings, I agree, but blue-collar jobs, not so much. You don't think so in blue-collar jobs? I think blue-collar jobs, it is almost more important that you have real life, real-world experience. For example, hey, Raiders, thank you so much. Goblin Works coming in with the raid. How you doing? Welcome, Raiders. I think it's more important in blue-collar jobs to some extent, right? Like, I know, I'm trying to think of something off the top of my head, blue collar wise, that would make a big difference. But when you're a construction worker, I might know that, I took the job, whatever. I'm an architect because that's the here we go. It's the difference between an architect and the actual people building your house, right? That's the difference. That's a white collar job versus a blue collar job. The architect knows where beams need to be to support the structure. The blue collar job knows we can't put that beam there, right? That doesn't function because there's another beam, or there's another thing. There's an electrical outlet. There's this, there's that. They know that kind of stuff. Whereas the white collar job is just going, I don't care. You have to put a beam there. And that's why they butt heads so much, is because they look at it from 2 different perspectives. One's going to say the house is going to fall down. The blue collar person is going to say the house isn't going to function properly. It may stand up, it may be there, but now your toilet is going to have to go into your bedroom instead of your actual bathroom. That kind of thing. Sports ball. We're back on Hut Ball already, right? Goblin Nick said they watch your videos. They do. Goblin watches my videos. Nick watches my videos. Sean watches and comments on my videos. In fact, Sean watched my video and corrected something that I said incorrectly in my video, which was that deep dwarves. Apparently, I said deep dwarves. I had dwarves on the mind or whatever. And I said they were coming in Module 1. That is not the case. Deep elves and deep gnomes are coming in Module 1. Deep dwarves are not. So I was actually incorrect. I don't know if I just misheard or if it was a Freudian slip on my part. We all make mistakes. It happens. But yeah, he corrected me, and I appreciated him correcting me. No harm, no foul, whatever. No hurt feelings. Nick and the rest of the team often pop in here during these chats. They do. Yeah. So some people on the team pop in and they chat, and I love it. I think it's great. I think it's another avenue that they can get into chat without being the streamer, the content the content deliverer, right? It distracts you when you're that way. So I don't know. I like these streams. I've been enjoying them. I hope you all like them as well. I think people go PvP because they want max competition. It's not for me. I mean, it's a different type of competition for sure, right? So if you think that PvP is max competition, then would you say that running in a race, in a foot race, you should be able to punch your opponent because it's not competitive enough? Or in a bike race, you should be able to fight your opponent just because, hey, it's not competitive enough for me. I got to be able to punch somebody, right? To me, competition isn't, well, can you physically take them down? That's MMA fighting or boxing or whatever, right? But being better at somebody is being better at somebody. I mean, if you want to compete. That's what batons are for? Yes, you grab the baton from the other person and you smack the lane next to you. That's exactly what you're supposed to do in a relay race. 100%. Wow, dude. Wow. Oh, my God. What do you think about the cleric and pally only having res? I don't have a problem with that, Bam Bam. I'm okay with it. It gives the cleric... It gives you a reason to befriend a cleric. I'm going to tell you right now that if you don't friend a cleric, when you get to like level 50 plus, you're going to be mad at yourself. You're going to be like, why did I not friend a cleric in the last 50 levels? Because you're going to want a cleric at level 55 or higher with that 95% res. You're going to want it. You're going to die in this game, especially at the higher levels. It's going to be rough. Let's see. I've actually had a bartender say that to me, comparing hockey to baseball. Yeah, right? Like, baseball, they don't fight each other, but they're competitive. They sometimes fight each other. I've seen in baseball somebody charge the mound or I've seen some fights. But in hockey, it's almost expected every game to see a fight, right? Ever heard of road rash on the PS1? Road rash? No, but I've had road rash when I fell off a car once. That was fun. I was on the back of my friend's car. I was being a dumb teenager, and I was holding on for dear life, and he goes with the steering wheel, and I flew off the side, and I had some bad road rash. Anyway, I didn't ride on the back of a car again. Don't ride on the back of a car, kids. Don't do it. I know it sounds fun, and it looks fun when somebody's doing it and they don't get hurt. The problem is that chance of you getting hurt. Also, wear a helmet. Wear a helmet if you're doing something stupid. Luckily, I didn't hit my head. I almost hit my head on a mailbox. I fell off the back of the car. I slid like 10 feet, and I spun around in a circle, and I came within inches of smacking my head on a mailbox. It was not good. You can make any competitive, I guess. You can make, yeah. Maybe I meant PvP is harder. Again, I can't say that PvP is harder. I understand where you're coming from, though. I'm not trying to dismiss your statement, Chicken Nugget. Chicken Nugget. I agree that adding PvP adds a certain aspect to a game that increases a different type of challenge, right? It does give you a different type of challenge. Yes, totally agree with you, and I understand where you're coming from. I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate just to kind of play devil's advocate for a second. But yeah, I just don't agree that it makes it, just because you're a PvPer doesn't necessarily make you better, right? You could surround yourself with a bunch of other players. Are you a solo PvPer, or do you only play with your friends and you gang up on people? Completely different animals. If you're a solo PvPer, are you like a rogue that comes out of stealth and just stabs somebody in the back and kills them very quickly before they even know what the heck's going on? Do you wait for them to be low on health because they're fighting another mob? Or are you absolutely 100% fair PvPer where you tell the person, hey, I'm going to PvP you at this exact time, at this exact location, and both of you are prepared and you're facing each other, and it's like 3, 2, 1, go. In which case, that's like boxing or MMA fighting. Both players at the same time are at their best, they're at their peak, they're ready to go, and they're fighting each other. That is one style of PvP, right? Which does make you who's the better at PvP. Assuming you're the same class, same level, the same gear, literally everything is the exact same. Because you put different weight classes. There's a reason there's different weight classes in boxing and MMA fighting. There's the reason for different weight classes because certain classes are stronger than other classes, right? We can put that into Monsters and Memories. Certain classes in Monsters and Memories are stronger than another class in PvP, period. It is the way that it is. So if I were to go into MMA fighting and I'm like 6'8", 300-pound muscular dude, and you're a Bruce Lee. Now, of course, Bruce Lee did beat up some pretty big dudes. But the thing is, it's like, yeah, you're really going to be able to beat that guy up? No, you're not. It's a different animal. It's a completely different animal. PvE can be just as bad with groups arguing over camps and all sorts are filled up. Yeah, it becomes like a verbal argument in that case, but yeah. Here's the way that you fight in PvE. Usually it's done with raids. Either time's flying or my music is timing out faster than usual. In PvE, you usually fight with raids, right? You're trying to race to a raid, trying to muster up a certain amount of people, that kind of thing. Like, think about it in like sports ball terminology. What if in baseball it was whoever could get to the field first? You don't know where the field is. It could be any field in the United States, right? Whoever can get to that field first with a team of, let's say, 9 people, because baseball needs 9 people to play, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9 people. I was trying to remember. Whoever can get to that 9 people at that field first, and the first one to hit a home run, right? Just have their pitcher throw a ball to them, and they hit a home run. They win the competition. I mean, that's a competition. It's like Amazing Race kind of thing, right? You're trying to outplay another person once you're solved the AI in PvE. Sometimes that's the only challenge left. Yeah, I would agree with that. And in PvP terms, yeah, you're trying to learn what the other person already knows or doesn't know. You're trying to say, hey, I know that they're this class, they're whatever, this is how they normally do stuff. Yeah, you're trying to outplay them. A helmet wouldn't have helped me trying to grab a traffic cone while in a moving vehicle. What, did you fall out of the car, Setfer? Does Monster Memories have a rule set for camps and such? It does, yes, Bam Bam. Monsters and Memories rule set, they have a play nice policy. I think it's on their website. Let's see if we can find it. I think it's under community. New player guide, I don't know. Policies? Or this petition, that's not petition. I thought that said policies. Policies. I clicked on the wrong one. I read it. Play nice policy. This is Monsters and Memories play nice policy. It is very long. If you are planning on being a super duper toxic player, which I don't encourage you to do, you might want to read through this entire thing as if you're a lawyer and prepare your statements ahead of time. Because if you're going to try to be a toxic player in Monsters and Memories, you're going to need to know all the loopholes of this. Every single one of them. And you're going to need to be a lawyer. Now, if you're playing this game and you consider yourself a nice person and you just want to play and you're going to invite people into your party, you're not going to steal somebody's camp on purpose, you might accidentally and then apologize. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you were camping here. I'll go somewhere else, etc. If you're going to be that type of player, you don't need to read this at all. You don't need to know anything about this. This does not matter to you because you're already going to be playing the game fairly, and it's going to be just fine. The only people that need to read this, in all honesty, are the ones that are planning to be toxic and need to find loopholes. Because this is all common sense. It's all 100% common sense. Core principles: respect. Treat all players with basic human dignity. Like, these are things that you learned in grade school, I hope. I hope you learned these in grade school. You know? If you're the type of person that drives down the street and feels like you need to cut somebody off And I'm not talking about merging. I'm talking about going over a solid line to cut somebody off because you feel entitled to do that for some weird reason. Then read these rules, because you're going to need to know that going over the dotted line is going to get you banned. That's going to get you a ticket. All right? Anyway, that's enough of that. There is a play nice policy, though. Open world PvP, definitely different from something like WoW, Arena Fight, or Hutball. Yeah, it's very different. I agree. Very different. Could be the number one on PS1, was number 3 in the series, Road Rash 3D. Nice. I mean, I've never played it. I played, what was that game that's now a TV show, Twisted Metal? I played that on, was that PS1? That was a PS1 game, wasn't it? May have been a PS2 game. I'm pretty sure it's PS1. It's like believing you're good at Taekwondo means you're amazing at baking. Right? Oh my gosh. Bard is and always be OP at everything, even if it loses, doesn't matter. You think so? I don't know. I think they're making Bards better. They're getting there. I think that Nick's got a ways to go with Bard, but you know, he's getting there. What if MMA was just like Secret Santa? You pull a name out of a hat, then go into the world with your target. That's open world PvP. I mean, kinda. But no, that's the thing. In open world PvP, it's not that random. It almost never is. PvPers might say that it's that random. No, they're making their targets. They're choosing their targets that they're like, okay, this person is obviously in a bad situation already. I'm going to make them in a worse situation. I'm going to PvP them because I'm going to gank them while they're fighting something else. I'm going to gank them while they're meditating with low health. Oh, they look like they're AFK. I'm going to go ahead and kill them now, you know, because they're AFK and they can't do anything about it. I don't know, man. I don't know. PvP is just, it's a bunch of jerks for the most part. I'm not saying all of them, but a bunch of them are. EQ held best of the best PvP events. I like those, but don't like PvP. We were talking about that the other day, Tesla. Some buddies of mine were bringing that up when we were chatting. We were playing, you know, hanging around, doing some awesome memory stuff, and we were chatting in Discord. And yeah, they brought up the best of the best events, and I remember doing that. And I got my butt handed to me in EverQuest as an enchanter by the top enchanter on the server. Dude had like all the best gear. And I was just like a fresh level 50 at the time. Walked into that. He like mezzed me immediately and then prepared his onslaught after that. And basically he just nuke mezzed me the entire time and stunned me. And like he was prepared. He knew what to do. And nothing resisted. Absolutely nothing. I cast a spell on him. Resist, resist, resist. He had like maximum resist and I had nothing. Just launch the game and capture the home screen sound. I could do that, but then it's just the same loop over and over. Back in the day, original KeyQ did best of the best tournaments for the PvP. Yeah, it was fun. What are your opinion on FTE versus DPS racing? I think they're making a mistake there. Did they say that in this under the rules? Somebody was talking about that recently when it comes to rating FTE versus DPS racing. And I don't like either of those, but you kind of need to have something in place, right? Cheating, exploitation, harassment, abuse. Do they have that under here? Name violations, account sharing. I don't know. Camp disputes. Is that probably under here? Multi-group raid targets. For multi-group raid target encounters, the first group to engage. So this is first to engage. The target has priority. Other players should not interfere or attempt with claim. Okay. Examples: level capped encounters, wandering world bosses, and static multi-group encounters. So these are under these specific situations. They're not talking about spawnable mobs, right? If you spawn a mob, then it's yours already. But yeah, let's talk about this for a second, because this is actually very big to me. This is a big point of contention when it comes to anything in these MMOs. First, FTE, you might see that first to engage. The good thing about that is you get your raid party there, you engage a mob, no one else can engage that mob. While you are fighting it, they cannot disrupt you in any way. If they want to throw nukes on it or whatever and help you kill it, that's all on them. But they cannot disrupt you in any other way and try to take the mob from you, right? So that's the good part about it. The bad part about it is it encourages larger guilds who have more players to run to these locations and have a large enough force there to engage the mob without dying. Meaning that you have a tank and you have multiple healers to be able to at least start the fight. You can engage. And then while you're fighting, you teleport in other people and they show up and they start to DPS, right? Then you kill the mob. That's first to engage. It's got its problems. It's got its pluses. It's got its minuses. Then you have the DPS race. DPS race, I think, is far worse. Because if you have a DPS race, I engage the mob, and I engage it with my 12 players, but we have like 6 healers, 2 tanks, 3 or 4 support, and we only have a couple of DPS, let's say. It's just going to take us a long time to kill it. But we're going to be able to kill it. But we can, right? By ourselves without any outside interference. But then you have this group of 6 wizards that's just like, nope, we're going to take it. Nuke, 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 nuke. We did most damage. We win fight. So that's the other problem with that is that they don't. A group of 6 really good DPS automatically wins every single fight. So, that's that problem with it. I don't know what they can do, how they can fix this. I've been trying to suggest things. We actually do have. I've got some open dialogue with the devs. A lot of people have been chiming in on it, on this raid stuff. And I don't know how we're going to fix it. It's going to be tough without instancing, without some sort of raid frames and locking on your target, which would be a first to engage, technically, right? What they would have to do is they would have to do a raid frame. So let's say you have 6 groups, so 36 players. Everyone would have to be in that and then engage the target and lock all 36 of those players into that fight so that you can't add anybody or nobody can leave that particular raid. That would still be a first to engage style. So just making raid frames doesn't even solve the problem. You would have to have some sort of instancing. They have solved that in some ways, and I think the devs have talked about it. I don't know if they've talked about it openly or not, but there are ways that they could do that by adding in additional mobs that spawn in certain areas, kind of creating an arena type of thing where new players can't just they can't just waltz in. Your entire raid needs to be there. Otherwise, the new players that show up are going to have to clear out a lot of mobs to be able to even get to the raid. Things of that nature to kind of in a way close it off. So it's going to be very tough. It's going to be very, very tough. Get ready for lawyer quest, right? Yeah, lawyer time. Also, strong disagree that nice players shouldn't read this. Nice players will need to defend themselves against people trying to steal their camps. No. I don't mean it that way, DJ. I just mean it that if you're planning to be nice, and you don't need to necessarily read it, because if somebody comes in and they're being straight up a jerk and stealing your camp, if you petition, GM Trent or another GM will show up. They've read it. They're your lawyer, right? It's kind of like people that want to be a jerk are lawyers. People that don't want to be a jerk hire lawyers. You as the player that is trying to be nice and play the game respecting other people, you're hiring a lawyer by asking the GM to come in. Saying, hey, GM, you're my lawyer. Can you handle this? It seems like they're doing something outside of the rules. And then the GM will be like, they are or they aren't. Right? And that solves the problem. They kind of solve it for you. But I agree where you're coming from. Read these play nice policy no matter what, just to kind of know what is supposed to be done, how it's supposed to be done. Like, skim through them for sure. I think everybody should read them and just know. This is another big one right here, monopolizing camps. Another big one in my opinion. Players camping for extremely extended periods, many hours continuously, may receive welfare checks from staff to ensure player health and verify the account is not being automated. This right here is a very important statement. This does not mean you cannot do that, right? People are thinking, oh, you can't monopolize a camp, meaning you can't be there for 24 hours straight. You absolutely can be there for 24 hours straight. However, a GM might come in and say, hey, are you okay? Are you getting enough sleep? Are you automating this? Are you actually there? Nothing is saying that you cannot camp something for as long as you intend. So just an FYI for people, right? I've seen people complain about this. I have seen people say, oh, they're monopolizing a camp. They've been there for 20 hours straight. I don't think that's fair. They should have to leave. They should give it up to other players, etc., etc. I disagree. There are items in this game where I have put in over 24 hours. Like I put in over 40 plus hours and never seen the item drop. Like it took certain items days and days, weeks of camping for certain items to drop in this game. It takes a long time. So if you can hold that fort down for 48 hours, by all means do it. I encourage it. It's not, you don't have to give it up. It's like being first in line at a opening of Disney World. I'm first in line. I camped out overnight. I am first in line. I get to walk inside first. Same difference. Personally, hoping to see some fights. Fight where it stands, which lean into DPS racing rather than some FTE pulling. Pulling bosses to the zone line or safety. Dude, I am so against pulling mobs to the zone line. I am so against pulling a raid mob, especially outside of its arena or area or whatever that it spawns in. I'm way against that, and I'm trying to talk to the devs about it quite a bit. I'm trying to reiterate over and over and over again that we do not need that in this game. You need raid mobs that summon. You need mobs that summon. Named mobs should potentially summon players, because what it creates if you don't do that, and people are going to hate me for saying this, and that's fine, you're going to have like rangers that have speed of the wild and ranged abilities, and they're just going to kite a mob. It might take them 4 hours to kill that mob, but give it enough space and enough time, they can kill just about anything in the game because it doesn't summon them. It doesn't do anything. It just sits there and runs. It just runs around in a circle, literally doing nothing. I don't know. I think it's cheesy, personally, but yeah. But other people are going to be like, no, that takes skill. That takes patience. That takes practice to learn how to do that. I played this class so that I can do that. And those are all valid points. But, it comes down to some classes are better than other classes. And I feel like this game, the devs have said this time and time and time again, this game is a group-focused social game. So if you are not putting that group-focused social aspect into it, then people are going to solo the entire game. They're going to solo kite mobs around for hours on end. A mob is going to respawn every 10 minutes. But if it takes you 2 hours to kill it, that's 12 different potential named that could have spawned, right? In those 2 hours that it took you to kill it. So just get a group together and kill it. And roll on it like everybody else. That I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be completely wrong. What does FTE mean to begin with? First to aggro, first with a force that could possibly kill it. That's another issue. Yeah. Can I aggro it and just run around? So that's another thing. That's where the argument has devolved to in the forums on a particular post. That's where it's kind of gotten to. What does first to engage mean? Does it mean that I, as a bard, can aggro the mob and just run it around in circles for an hour while my team gets there, forms up a raid, and then taunts it off of me? Is that first to engage? Or is it you have X party members here, you have 15, 20 people here or whatever, and you can actually defeat it with those people. How can you prove that you can defeat it with those people unless once you engage, you can no longer add any new people to it? That kind of stuff. Like, what does first to engage mean? It has a lot of variation there. And right now, that's what the devs are going with, is first to engage. And they don't define that. They just say for multi-group encounters, targets the first group to engage. What defines a group? One player is a single group, technically. You know, do you just, okay, I put a second player in there. Now we're a group. To engage the target, it has priority. Other players should not interfere or attempt to chain or to claim the mob. They don't say what is the first to engage. They don't define that. The fact they got a "you good bud" policy amuses me. I think it is. Yeah, I'll be there at a camp until I get the rare drop. Yeah, Esar is one of those ones that will be there for 57 hours straight. Like, no questions asked until he gets it. He's the one that I was talking about. We were camping a mob for him, and we were there for like literally a week before it finally dropped. And we've never seen it again, by the way. You remember camping that cave? Oh, you're talking about in the open betas? Yeah, I was camping in that cave forever, dude. I'm not letting people have that. I was in that cave every day, all day. All the time. FTE with in-place fights is fine. Otherwise, DPS race to prevent these weird exploited. Yeah, but a DPS race has its own problems. Not finding ways to exploit the environment is key. Hang on. Yeah, I agree on the exploiting the environment. There's ways that you can do some weird pathing exploits in this game where you can like jump up a hill and the mob like doesn't know that it can go up that hill, so it runs all the way around. Then you jump down the hill and it runs all the way back around. Then you jump up a hill and you just keep going back and forth, right? And the mob just keeps exploit pathing. That's tough. That's tough because, you know, like the only way you would do that is if you know that it's working that way, in which case, should you be doing it? Some people say yes, some people say no. Some people say fix the pathing. They tried to fix the pathing in certain places, and now the pathing is broken because there's that verticality to the game where mobs will literally just jump up vertically. In a lot of places throughout this entire game, mobs just jump up vertically, and it's not good. It's actually very, very bad because they don't path properly. So, yeah, it's a whole thing. Extend the cast range on bosses. That could help, but it would need to be very long because what you're doing, what would you extend the cast range to? Once the mob starts to cast, you have 6 seconds now to go X speed or X distance to get out of that cast range. What, you know, does Speed of the Wild allow you to get how far can you get at least around a corner? You know, like you don't even need to have it. You don't even need to have distance. It could literally just be you're running around a tree constantly. When they start casting, you stand on the other side of the tree. It doesn't have to be distance based. There's so many ways that you can kite things in this game that could potentially make it broken. You could aggro kite to lock down. Well, what I'm saying with that whole thing, with this right here, is yeah, based on how this is worded in lawyer speak, right? This is, I tagged the mob and I kited it around indefinitely until my raid got there. If you wanted to be a lawyer, you could win that case. Because what is first to engage? It's the first one to tag the mob. By definition, the first to engage is the first one to engage, hit the mob, aggro the mob, whatever. That is, they have engaged with the mob as per the definition of engage. So lawyers speak, yeah, you could kite it around indefinitely, which is cheesy. Bard kiting is engaged, should be easy to solve with some kind of DT summon. Yeah, and I agree. I think that summoning should be a thing. I think Death Touch, I don't like Death Touch. I think Death Touch is a lazy dev mechanic, extremely lazy dev mechanic, because they're just like, oh, we just want to be able to kill people in your party just because we can. I think that Death Touch, if it's 100% avoidable for the encounter, is okay. But if Death Touch is used as part of the encounter, then no, that is bad. So like for the Bone Construct, for example, if you engage that mob, if you are on its threat list and you walk outside of the room, it will Death Touch you. if you engage that mob and you are on its threat list and you are over level 20, it will death touch you. Those are 100% avoidable mechanics that I'm okay with. The ones I'm not okay with are you engage on this mob, a timer goes off, and it death touches you just because we want to be able to kill somebody in the raid, to see how you deal with it. I don't like those. Running the gym, you get that gym. Sup, baby? Enjoy. Work hard, pump those pumps and reps, and run those laps and lose the weight, gain the weight, whatever it is that you're trying to do. I encourage you to do it. I just meant with holding down raid mobs as engaged. I don't actually have an issue with bards swarm kiting for solo XP. I do. I have a huge issue with that. I don't like it. 3 days for mana was nuts. Wait, what? 3 days for mana? I don't know what that means. I feel like allowing players to camp an area runs into a situation where you have guilds monopolizing lucrative spawn locations on a rotation basis, so no one outside those exclusive groups or people with money to get spawns. Where does the line get drawn, and do they list the precedents they set in the play nice policy? I feel like allowing players to camp an area runs into a situation. Yes. So, yeah, Vil Izzy, I get where you're coming from. I totally understand it. And from your perspective, it's like I don't know you in particular, but you're like, I may not have the time to sit and dedicate 20 hours straight to a camp. I may log in only at peak hours when those camps are already taken, whereas in the off hours, they may not be taken. I totally get and you have valid points. But as Sean put it, I'm going to paraphrase Sean in this. You may not everyone. I'm trying to think of how he said it. Basically, it is that not everyone will have access to everything in this game. You may not get every single item because you don't have the same play time as another player. You don't have the skills another player. You don't have the classes as the other player. Whatever it may be. You may not get it. You may not see the content. You may not own the content. You may never actually be part of that content because you just don't have the time to do it. That is Sean paraphrasing. Somebody can find the quote if they want to, but basically that's how Sean puts it is, certain players need something to go. They need that carrot to go after. And those high-end raid mobs, those very rare items, certain players will get them and other players will not see them unless they are extremely lucky. I think those are the exact words that he said. You will not see the item unless you're extremely lucky or dedicate the time to it. So it is what it is. I think the problem becoming more of a problem once player base grows. Which problem is that? Obvious Sponge. But yes, there's once the player base grows, a lot of problems will be exacerbated. Yes, absolutely agree. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it, guys. I like how they gave Rangers the ability to eat Death Touch. I think it's funny. I think it's a very fun thing to be able to eat the Death Touch. Fingers crossed the world grows quickly. Yes, I agree 100%. I think that with the death of Ashes of Creation, I think that this game is going to grow a little bit more, Yeah. Great game with potential, yeah. What if some mobs cast Death Touch at the cost of their own life? So the defeat is met by lasting and rezzing long enough for the mob to kill itself in your group. Like a sacrifice mechanic. So the mob just dies after so many Death Touches, and then you just loot it. So it's more of it's not a DPS race. It's like how many healers and tanks can you throw at the boss kind of thing. I mean, they could make a mob like that, I guess. I don't know how it would pan out, but sure, you could make a mob that's not based on the damage done, but based on the healing done. I have a lot of ideas for raids. Like, I could probably make a new raid every single day, like idea-wise. Implementing it might be a little bit more challenging. Clearly, it's more challenging, but yeah, I've got tons of ideas for that. Like if the healer is getting healed so much, then it enrages the boss. forcing it enrages the boss to the point that it death touches. It's just like, oh, they're healing you too much, I'm gonna just death touch you, right? But to prevent that, you spread healing out to multiple different tanks, so you would have a tank rotation. I'm not even a big fan of tank rotations, but that would be a way to implement a tank rotation using death touch. The other tank would, after, let's say, 30 seconds, 60 seconds of fighting the boss, you assume this is the amount of healing that tank has received, and you switch targets every 30 to 60 seconds, and then you can rotate back around to the original tank once that clears aggro, kind of thing. Like, you have, let's say, 3 tanks in the rotation, and you rotate them every 60 seconds. So it takes 2 minutes to clear, that kind of thing. That would be a cool way to do it, strictly based on healing. It'd be hard to implement, but they could do it. I think it'd be a kind of a fun mechanic. I don't know. I don't like where World of Warcraft went with it, though. And the reason I don't like tank swapping is because every single boss in World of Warcraft has gotten to the point of tank swapping and moving the boss. Like, it's just aggro boss. Okay, now that player needs to move this boss around in the room in a big circle while tank swapping with somebody else and maintaining aggro and using their defensive cooldowns. Oh my gosh, dude. It became so tedious to be a tank in World of Warcraft. Super tedious. Play nice policy. Oh, you're talking to that guy. I'm not gonna. If you guys at somebody, I might skim it, but I'm probably not gonna read it. I'm interested to see how Call of the Hero plays out with it being able to get a low level, even though it's a long recast that prevents the higher tier guilds from just creating a bunch of alts and getting them to one spot. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with that. I don't like the changes to the Call of the Hero, Commune with the Honorable. I don't like those changes. I feel like 30 minutes is too long of a cooldown, making the spell. So let me say the whole thing before you jump down my throat of why I don't like it. I think that making it a 30-minute recast means that you have to put it on the bar to have it up when you need it. So that takes away one of your 10 slots as a elementalist. So now it has to be on the bar, meaning you only have 9 slots that you're allowed to rotate. If you die, you now still have to memorize that. Now you can make that your cantrip, which is a good change to that. Or they need to make it to where when you put it in your book, it continues to gain the cooldown on it or something. They need to have something like that, because 30 minutes is just too long for practical use. Now, some people will say 30 minutes is fine because I'm only using it to replace party members. Okay, well, what if you have 2 party members that leave at the same time? Have you thought about that? 2 party members at the same time. It happens all the time. Oh no, I have 2 DPS in my party. They both need to leave at the same time. I can only summon one person down to replace. I have to wait 30 minutes to summon the other one. It's pretty common, right? Or one leaves and then 15 minutes later, another one has to leave because of an emergency. Like, oh crap, I've got to go, guys. I don't have time to wait. I'm gating out. I got to leave. There's an emergency, whatever. They don't even have time to say that. They just gate out and leave. You see what I'm saying? Like, the 30-minute makes sense when you think of it, how often people leave the party, but they leave the party more often. So, yeah, anyway. An unresistible summon, a root effect on a timer, pretty easy way to prevent this outdoor. Yeah. If they do the summon, though, it's got to be a summon, like you said, and a root effect kind of thing. They've got to, once they summon you, that player, if they can instantly run away again, it kind of defeats the purpose a little bit, right? They can summon you, may get 1 melee attack off. You're out of melee range. Now they're running off again. Now they start casting a spell. They run around the corner. They line of sight it, whatever, max range it. They just keep doing that. And that's the issue. So you got to be able to, like, I'm going to summon you and you're rooted in place for 30 seconds. Unremovable root in place for 30 seconds. So it just that person's dead. Next, like summon, kill, etc. Won one of the best event. Did you really win one? That's awesome. Congrats, man. I got my butt handed to me when I tried those. Will there be a class, armor, weapon quest, and stuff like that? Oh, yes. Yes. The short answer to that, Spoonbard, is yes, there's going to be epic-style quest. Will it be a weapon or will it be something else? We don't know yet. They're still on the works for that, but there's going to be very long, drawn-out quests. We need a bind wound rotation on Criddle until the next Death Touch lands. Absolutely. If we can get a boss where you can't cast heals and you need a bind wound rotation, dude, would that not be a really cool boss? Like, anybody that casts a heal on the threat, like that. So let's say I'm a tank, I'm fighting the dragon, and somebody casts a heal on me and it death touches them immediately. So you have to bind wound them, but make the boss do very little damage. But it does damage, but very little, enough to where you can bind. Oh, that'd be a fun boss. That'd be interesting. Boss debuff stack, forcing main tank, off tank aggro is 100% a thing in a lot of WoW raids. Yeah, it's in a lot of WoW raids, and I got tired of it personally. Thanks so much for the follows again. Do appreciate them. Nicodemus, just listening while at work, a day job. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for being here, Nicodemus. I appreciate you, bud. Always love having you here. I love your perspective on things because you are the type of player that's very different than me, right? Nicodemus he's one of the writers, the lore writers and quest builders for Monsters and Memories. So he's actually a dev on the game. But his views on how to play a game like Monsters and Memories are very different than mine. I'm a hardcore, get to max level, do raid bosses, like to get best in slot gear. That's how I like to play these games. But Nicodemus is more of a likes to run around, read the lore, slowly dungeon crawl through things and that kind of stuff. Very different play styles. I'm not saying that his play style, I don't like that. I do like that. I just, into the MMO setting, I like to get to the max level. I go back and do the other stuff later, or I'll do it on a second character or something. But I like to get to that top level. And like you guys are saying, lock down those raid mobs. I'm the guy that a lot of you don't like. But I'm the guy that a lot of you need. Because I'm the person saying, I know what I would do to break this encounter, so let's fix it so that I can't do that. That's the difference in me and some of these other raiders that are hardcore raiders, want to get to max level and lock down the content. They don't want anybody to be able, they want this first to engage because they want to be able to send their bard in and engage it and run it around in circles until their raid gets there. I don't want that. I want you to muster up your raid. I want you to man up, and I want you to tank that boss right where it's standing, and I want you to do it legit. I want you to have healers. I want you to have DPS. I want you to have debuffers, buffers. I want you to have the whole shebang and actually do the content as it's intended. Not figure out a way to cheese the content so that I can lock it down and permanently keep it for myself. There's the difference in me and a lot of other hardcore raiders that you all don't like. So just want to say that out there, that like I am absolutely the person that a lot of you despise, but I have a different look on it. When you tank, how do you feel healing aggro is at the moment? It's fine. I haven't had any issues tanking whatsoever. People have said multiple times in different threads. I think it's down here in the fighter thread specifically that fighters have threat. There's a guy right here, threat. I'm assuming. I played fighter up to level 32, and I really enjoyed it for the most part. My only gripe is that threat, how it currently working. If you have 2 or 3 mobs, near impossible to hold threat off of others. I do not find this hard at all. I've, in fact, recently been doing some fights where I have to fight 3 mobs at once. I'm doing it with a duo, and I'm holding 3 mobs at the same time while the duo person is healing me. And I can keep all of them on me just fine. I haven't had any issues with it. So, I don't know. Maybe it's a skill issue. Maybe, I don't know what the issue is. But I haven't had issues with threat. Now, that being said, of course, threat is not supposed to be trivial. It's not Final Fantasy XIV where you run in and you hit the mobs one time and you have threat. So you do have to work for it. You know, you can't just like, oh, I taunted that, so it's supposed to stay on me forever. No, you got to continue to taunt it. You got to continue to gain threat on it. Like, you can't just hit it once and be done. It's not simple. So yeah. Anyway, they need to be able to taunt player. Yeah, you talking about raid bosses need to be able to taunt something? Yeah, I agree. Using both root, snare, and summon would do it for sure. Yeah, if they summon you and root you in place for 30 seconds, you're dead. Like, if you are not a tank in front of a raid boss, you're dead in 30 seconds. Period. Like, there's nothing you can do. I don't care how much you try to heal that person. They're probably going to die. Like, you're going to run out of mana trying to heal them, and then they're going to die. Boss would have to hit like a wet noodle. Yeah, for the bandaging thing, they'd have to hit like a wet noodle, yeah. I mean, bandaging can actually do well. I had two buddies of mine the other day that were doing that. They were bandaging their pets and trying to kill stuff. It was actually kind of funny to listen to them. I was listening to them on Discord, and I'm just laughing. I'm just like, what are y'all doing right now? What are you doing with your lives where you're sitting there bandaging your pets? Like, while they're fighting stuff. The boss could apply an unremovable debuff that causes healing magic to deal damage to the healer. Oh, that could be fun. Yeah, that's a super fun one, Haas. Yeah, absolutely. That'd be a cool boss, but Bind Wound sucks. It's not great. It's not great. I agree. I think almost every action except for a few break stealth. They do, but they've changed that a little bit recently. So, like, I think Nick changed it on his stream. People were saying that basically everything breaks stealth or invis, but he changed it to where using some abilities didn't break stealth, which is good for certain stealth classes. 150 bards playing brass songs is GG. Is brass what they use for damage? I'd have to look into that. Is that their dot song or their DD song or whatever? Like the Bind Wound fight? Yeah. Cool, a little different. I think it would be hilarious. I don't know how it would work, but it would be funny. Just needs to throw a single taunt at the ads. Yeah. Yeah, it's super easy. Like, what you do is on an ad, you have to, first of all, you make sure that nobody else is touching the ads. So then you only have to worry about healing aggro. If you're talking about tanking multiple mobs at the same time, you taunt this one. Nobody touches anything until you taunt each one of them at least once, right? So you taunt mob A, 10 seconds later, by the way, they changed it apparently. 10 seconds later, you taunt mob B, and then 10 seconds later, you taunt mob C. Now, you're DPSing mob C while everybody else starts to hit mob C. You now, every 10 seconds, taunt mob A, taunt mob B, keep DPSing mob C. And that's how you maintain the threat on all three of those. But if you have people that are just crazy and decide they're going to start AoEing, you're not going to hold threat on them. If you have a healer that can't keep up because you're taking too much damage, you're going to have threat on the healer. That's the way it is. That's the way this game is meant to be. If you are trying to tank 2, 3, 4, any more than one mob at a time, and you are taking too much damage, the healer will pull threat. Period. It will happen. It's because you're not supposed to be doing that. That's what Mez is for. That's what all the crowd control abilities are for. One mob at a time. Unless you're quad kiting, in which case you are holding the threat and you're quad kiting, right? Like that, you don't need a tank to hold that. So don't try to hold 2 or 3 mobs at once. That's not your role. That is an enchanter, a bard, a necromancer that can do it with undead, a rogue using sap, a druid using root. That is what those spells are for in the game, so you're only fighting one at a time. So yeah. Anyway. Where are we at? I lost place of where I was at. I'm EQ. I'd love begging on the elemental pets. Begging? Oh, you mean bandaging? Play Fallen Past, Wormsbane, main theme song, please. The merchant song gets annoying. Yeah. Fallen Pass is, dude, that's a banger song right there. I love it. But I've also heard it a lot, so I'm kind of, just kind of getting used to it. Did this one devolve too? No. Oh, that's why this one's highlighted for me right now. This person said, last was stated by New World's Cult was 6 months, so 6 months until said otherwise. And they're talking about Module 1 being out, because I said Module 1's coming out in 3 months. And they said 6 months until stated otherwise. Well, I went back and checked. Sean on January 28th on his stream stated otherwise. So, yeah. Anyway, not to point that out. I'm just letting people know. Like, I try to get the most up-to-date information. If I am wrong, absolutely correct me. And this guy thought that I was wrong, absolutely correct me. I will double-check my facts. I will triple-check my facts. If you tell me something is wrong, you know. Now, if you keep telling me something is wrong and I've already proven it that it's not wrong, I'm not going to keep doing it. But I'll triple. I'm not perfect. I mean, begging and EQ begging was a skill. Wait, could you actually? Yeah, that's why I thought you said bandaging, because begging on an elemental pet, could you actually get money off of them? Was that a thing? I think begging should be in this game. I agree. These people are going crazy off the deep end, by the way, with this dot thing. Oh my goodness gracious. Have you guys seen this? Y'all been in this thread? Oh. People are like, well, necromancers shouldn't be doing dot damage in groups. Okay. So, you want a necromancer to just join a group and leech? And, like, do a life leech? And pump mana? And that's it? My argument on that is that's not very efficient. You might as well get a different class. Why would you invite a necromancer into your group just to pump mana into a cleric to heal? Get another healer. Get a druid or a shaman as backup in your group to heal when needed. And they can actually damage with their nukes. They can damage. They have pets and nukes and buffs. They're just better. You know? Why pump mana into a wizard when you could just add a rogue for more damage? I'm just kind of spitballing here. I don't think it's hard to understand this, right? Why are we adding necromancers into a group just to pump mana? I don't get it. You only check the wizard thread? What's going on in the wizard thread? Anything fun? Going crazy off the deep end seems to be a common theme when you post something, Criddle. I don't know why, because you make good points. I don't get it either. People like to nitpick. I don't think it's me posting. Like, I could find a post that's not. Let's go to the wizard one. We'll go wizard. I haven't posted at all in the wizard section. And I bet you that there's people that are going crazy off the deep end. This one right here. Wizard DPM issues. That's got 243 comments on it. People are probably going nuts. Yeah, but they DPS faster than the other classes. They have more upfront damage. They have this. They have that. I don't even know what this is about. I'm just assuming that's where people are going with it. Beg a water elemental. Water elemental gives the player a flask of water. I would be okay with that, Nicodemus. Because I can kill enemies in the game, humanoids, any type of living creature I can kill in the game, and I can get meat off of it. And I could then take that meat and cook it on a campfire. So then I can just beg my my water elemental, and I can get some water. Now I can maintain my food and water out in the open without forage, without like having to go to town, buy rations, all that. Seems like a good one to me. I'll take it. Implement, sir. And the water elemental pet is the second best of the 4 pets. So the air elemental pet, in my opinion, is better because I'm mostly in a melee party. But the water elemental pet, if you have a mostly caster party, is the better pet. So have it out, beg off of it, get all the water I never need. Perfect. Love it. You couldn't get money from them, but they wouldn't attack you if you failed to beg. So you could just sit there and raise your skill? Is that what it was? Nothing crazy. I had a disagreement where someone asked about wizard gear. What about the gear, though? I think that wizards need more gearing options. Right now, the only thing that wizards really can gear for is intelligence. Tell me another stat that wizards need, and I will tell you why they don't. Anything else that one other thing they need is mana regen. So any item that gives mana regen. Tell me anything else in the game that you can get on an item that wizards need, other than clicky effects, right? Because clicky effects, like an actual, some sort of items. And you're going to say spell haste. Probably the first one you're going to think of is spell haste. Wizards only need spell haste to get them below 6-second cast time if they have a spell above 6-second cast time. Otherwise, a wizard's determining factor on damage is based off of how much mana they have. That's it. So cast time doesn't really do anything. Maybe if you are quad kiting, cast time can mean something, but most of the time it doesn't. You snare the mobs, you're able to get the cast off before they get to you. Dex does nothing currently. Does nothing for casters right now. We thought Dex did something because we were told that it might help with resists. Dex does not help with resists. Stamina, dead DPS is no DPS. Stamina is good, but as long as they don't take damage, they're good. Right? Don't over aggro. Do the amount of damage that you can do, right? That's why I say, like, is it needed? No. Int is the only thing that's needed currently. Now, if you're fighting in a raid boss that has a big AoE, can you max range or line of sight the AoE? Then a wizard doesn't need stamina. But, I mean, I get your points, right? Like, stamina is definitely a good stat for wizards. Spell speed can be a good stat for wizards. But ultimately, you don't need it as long as you play well and can avoid certain things. But yeah, anyway. Rod of Annihilation. Jeez. People claim Dex helps resist. I think the dev said that it wasn't correct. That is correct, that it is not correct. The Dex was supposed to help with spell resist. And I think somewhere Ali may have said or posted something that the idea is for it to do that. I don't know where the post is, so I don't want to quote Ali or paraphrase him or anything. But from my understanding, people said that Ali said that, right? It's a telephone of misinformation. Ali said, well, John said that Joe said that Ali said that this is what it did, is where we're getting that information. But according to Nick on one of his streams recently, he supposedly checked the formula, and no, it did not. In fact, Dex did not do anything, is the short version of that, which was a very long-winded short version of that. Is spell power a thing? Spell power is not a thing. Intelligence is the only thing that increases your damage right now. So no, spell power is not a thing. Movement speed can replace cast time in quad situation. It can, however, yeah, you could potentially add a clicky effect of that, yes. But there is no item in the game currently that gives you movement speed that I'm aware of. So yeah, there's nothing in the game that does that. A lot of people were speculating Dex effective spell hit. People did speculate again. I mean, it's the same with Elementalist. They have no secondary. It's the same with all the int casters, really. I would say that Necromancer, being an int caster, yes, it could have more stamina. Because it has the Lich line, and then it could use its health as mana, basically, right? So effectively, stamina might be good, but I still say go straight int. Straight int is the best thing you could go on any of the int casters. To the point even where Enchanter and Charisma, I don't even think is working properly. I don't have any facts on that or proof on that or anything, but to my knowledge, it's not working properly. Much like Dex with the resist rates, I don't think that Charisma is doing what it's supposed to be doing right now. But I don't know. Who am I to know these things? Wasn't it recently uncovered that Dex is proc, hit chance, and non-magic RNG range damage? So we do know that Dex is proc and hit chance with melee attacks, yes. Non-magic based RNG damage, we don't know. I don't think we know for a fact that is correct, Mr. Z. I'm not saying that it's not true, and I think that it is intended to be true, where like range damage is supposed to be based on Dex, not strength. But currently, I don't know that it is true. You have to also think that because we only use bows in this game and throwing weapons, then it wouldn't be hard to say that strength factors into the damage of a bow or thrown weapon for ranged attacks. Because they do factor in using those. Now, if we use a crossbow or pistols or something on those lines, then yes, dex would matter. But does dex really increase the damage of a weapon? Or does dex increase the hit chance of the weapon and allow you to hit critical spots, which should mean that you get crit chance with dex, right? Dex doesn't increase the damage. It should increase your chance to crit. Strength is the only thing that should increase physical damage, no matter how you do it. Unless you have a crossbow, in which strength would not affect it. But it would be a crit-based build at that point, I think, because you're able to aim your crossbow with the dex and hit certain spots. Dex will definitely be wizard secondary eventually. I hope so. Yeah, Hoop. I agree. I think eventually dex or some other stat might be a factor for spellcasters. I don't understand how dex is though. Like, how does dex increase the chance to resist or reduce the chance for the mob to resist? Like, thematically, how does that work? I mean, maybe you guys have some idea. Like, are they able to, like, hone in their magical spells to a place where there's not resistance coverage? But when I'm wearing items that give me resistances, is that not just like a full? It's not like armor. I'm not trying to sneak in underneath a piece of armor or around to an armor soft spot. Resistances is more of an aura around you. So can magic really penetrate through resistances because you're dexterous? Like, I don't know. I just don't know how that would actually function. But it is a video game, In real life, we don't have dragons that fly around. So, suspension of disbelief to some extent. Enchanter stamina benefits enchant ally. It does, yeah. Stamina does benefit enchant ally. You are absolutely correct. Enchanter will be int and charisma. I think that an enchanter in a group at higher levels, 50 plus, stamina is more important than charisma to some extent. As long as they are able to mesmerize the mobs and charisma doesn't affect that or doesn't affect it enough, then stamina is more important, because that stamina directly relates to how much stamina your tank has. Stamina is going to be a huge important for the main tank enchanter, right? It's going to be huge. Back to the charm thing for a second. What if a player who has a mob charmed, either one, can't use other spells while it's charmed? You have to use your entire power to hold the charm. That could, yeah. Or at least block out other spell types, alteration, from being used during charm. Maybe, but why wouldn't you? Since you have alteration skills, those are the ones that generally give you buffs. So you could put up a 1 hour long haste and mana regen on your party and then charm something. So you can still get your way around that. So that's your second one, kind of but you could lock out maybe direct damage spells, but those are kind of worthless anyway for an enchanter. You could lock out maybe their ability to mesmerize. Is that under alteration? Or that might be alteration, right? Mesmerize spells. That would definitely be a problem. So yeah, I mean, maybe I don't know. Every can make Sal pots though, so it matters slightly to have J boots. Yeah. So you can, Sal pots are easy. Facts, DJ. Enchant ally scales up. It does. Yeah. You're right. So int now does increase spell damage, but it's such a low rate, it's hard to see. I think like 20 int is 1% increase. Yes, int is a very, very small amount of increase to your damage. What int normally does right now is it increases your mana pool. So for a wizard, mana pool, the amount of mana you have dictates how much damage you can do. It also dictates your downtime. So yeah. Archer should go strength and stamina instead of dex and stamina. Right now, probably, but I think in the future, there's a lot of balancing changes that are coming soon. So I don't know what they're going to do with dex. If they're going to make it damage, like increase the damage with ranged weapons. They have said that they're going to do that if they haven't already. So yeah. Thematically, you're hitting the mob in the right spot. Yeah, with dex you are. But that would be a crit chance, I feel like, right? Hitting a mob in the throat somewhere that's not like
literally on the artery, that's the crit spot. Like the crit spot would be hitting it on the artery. It's going to do a lot more damage. Whereas hitting them like on the back, say right back here, on the back side of their neck, isn't going to do nearly as much damage as hitting them specifically right here. So to me, it's crit chance when you talk about Dex. But yeah, I think DSC linked Dex with cast speed. That's another way they could do it. But again, cast speed doesn't benefit wizards very much. It's got a slight benefit, but not a whole lot. I would argue Dex could be more important to get damage with small blade because where you stick it matters more than how hard you stick them. Yeah, but again, it's crit based, right? Like that all boils down to crit based. You're finding the critical spot in the armor and you're stabbing it, crit based. Whereas you're not trying to take the dagger and forcefully jab it through the center of a breastplate and trying to pierce them and do some damage through their breastplate. You're not trying to do that. You're trying to find the spot of critical weakness, right? That's why I think Dex should be tied to crit. And I think every single player in this game should get crit, not just wizards and fighters. I think fighters shouldn't have it at all. If they're not of any class that should have crit, fighters should not be on that list until way later on. It should go to wizards, elementalists, rogues, rangers, archers, even spellblades should get crit before a fighter, in my opinion. I think tanks should be second to last, and healers should be the last to get damaging crits. I think that healers should get healing crits. I think that'd be an okay thing. But I don't know. I think they should all have crits. Like a crit should be a thing in the game. I don't understand, and I'm not developing the game, and Nick probably has his ideas, and the entire team probably has their ideas of why they don't want crit. But I just don't see a reason to not have crit in the game. I just don't get it. Actually, I'm a fan of main stat plus secondaries, like you do in retail WoW. I like secondaries as well. Caster get as much int as they can to increase the, yeah, and then go crit or haste, a secondary. Yep, I like that. I think like I don't think it's fair in most of these MMOs like EverQuest and in Monsters and Memories that a tank needs to have strength for their damage output, stamina so they have enough health, dexterity so they can hit the mob they're targeting, agility so they can avoid as much damage as possible. So they need 4 stats. And then if you are also playing a paladin or a shadow knight or an inquisitor, you need intelligence or wisdom respectively, because you need mana pool as well. Your mana pool, if you run out of mana, their effectiveness drops drastically, which is an argument that a lot of people make of why the fighter is technically the better tank right now. And it's a very valid argument, and I will agree with you on that. So anyway, those tanks need 4 or 5 stats. Now, when you become a DPS, you only need strength and like a melee DPS, let's say a rogue. You only need strength for your damage and dexterity to hit something. So now you only need 2. So you went from 4 as a tank down to 2 as a melee DPS. Then you get to int casters. They only need intelligence. That's it. That's the only stat they need. They don't need anything else, so they can just maximize that. So like it becomes a balancing nightmare when you're trying to balance all these different classes, and then you're saying, okay, well, how much stat should we put on each of the different items? Because if it's so easy for a wizard to get 300, 400 intelligence, but a fighter has to then split all of their stats up, getting 100 into each, right? It becomes way more difficult to balance those things. So anyway, point is, I don't know how they're going to do that unless they start putting in things like Dex affecting spell hit chance. It's just tough. Mez is Conjuration. Is it Conjuration, really? I would have sworn, I would nearly bet with you that Mez is Alteration. That's weird that it's Conjuration, because you're altering the mind of your target or the physical abilities of your target. What are you conjuring? I don't understand. Anyway, that's crazy. I'm surprised that Mez is Conjuration. Very surprised. Has it always been like even in EverQuest, has Mez been Conjuration? Because conjuration is like creating something out of nothing. Think of it more like hypnotism or will-o-wisp, conjuring pretty lights. I guess you could think of it that way. Yeah, you could conjure some lights that they're just sitting there looking at. Ooh, look at the pretty colors, and they're just kind of standing there, right? And they're just kind of dazed. I guess I always thought of mesmerize though as entering their mind and making them see something that is not there, right? Kind of more of a psychedelic. They are seeing the pretty colors, but those pretty colors are not actually there. That's altering their brain, altering their mind. So I've always see it as an alteration. But anyway, I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe a bit of stamina, but yeah, you shouldn't be tanking. Yeah. I'd like clerics to have crit heals by default. I am right there with you, Setfer. Crit heals all day long. Wizard crit, it was almost negligible. It's like a 5% crit chance. What I want to see, just to kind of explain my crit theories and my crit ideas, and what I want for this game, if you're going to have crit in the game, everybody gets a base 5% crit chance at level 1, right? You have a chance to crit doing 150% or 200% damage when you crit, whatever they want it to be. They can make it 125% crit damage and add in another stat later that increases that amount. So 5% base crit chance, which is a 1 in 20. So like a D20 roll like in D&D. Then you have stats that you get off of items, itemization, or even skills that the player gets that can increase their crit chance additively or multiplicatively, depending on how they want to balance it for this game. They could have an item that gives you an additional 5% chance to crit, giving you 10% chance to crit. So if it's 10% chance to crit and you're doing 200% damage, that is effectively a 10% increase to your damage. But if it's a 10% chance to crit and you're only doing 125% increased damage, it's only a 25% increase to your damage. Or sorry, it's only a 25%, 2.5% increase to your damage, percentage-wise. So then you could have another stat that gives you increased damage output based on your crit chance. So you want to try to get your damage, your crit damage up and your crit chance up. And I think these are all fun things for people to go after and ways to min-max their build. Maybe I want to play a rogue that maximizes my strength so that every hit is impactful, doing a lot of damage. And then every once in a while, I'll get a crit that does insane amounts of damage. Or do I want to be a rogue that has lower strength, high dexterity, so I hit more often and I hit those weak spots a lot, so I'm finding those crits and I get a lot of crits that are worth more than my normal attack, but less than that person that has all strength and only a very small crit chance. Overall, balancing those two classes together, right? So that's how I would like to see it, but I don't know why they won't do that. You're conjuring sleepy time. Yes, it was a conjured EQ too. Yeah, that's weird. Monster Memories doesn't have crit. It has crit on wizards and fighters only. That's it. I want a 5% chance to not crit. So you want a 95% chance to crit. Crit feels redundant to double attack. It's just another way to increase certain classes' damage compared to other classes. Yeah. Maybe, I mean, right now, maybe adding in crit chance to all int casters would be the better way to go. Because I feel like int casters that are not charming are lower on that DPS long term. Short term, though, they're much higher. Wizards right now can pump out some damage so fast. Nobody can keep up with them. But after they run out of mana, they're just dead in the water. And they're pointless classes to have in your party. I can't stand having a wizard in my party. I absolutely loathe it. Because one fight, they kill the mob in 5 seconds. Another fight, we're waiting like a full minute to kill the mob because the wizard's out of mana. What that does is it messes up the entire spawn rotation. Let's say I have 10 mobs in my camp, right, that I'm fighting with my group, and they spawn one every 10 minutes. So I'm killing one mob per minute. Theoretically, let's say I'm doing that, killing one mob every minute. Well, What if we kill one mob in a minute, and then we kill the next two because the wizard has mana in 10 seconds each, and then we kill the next one in a minute and the next one in a minute, and we get all the way back around to that first one that we killed in a minute, and we killed it in 10 seconds. Now those other two are not ready to spawn yet. Right now we have to sit there and wait for them to spawn, and then they finally pop, and they both pop like back to back, and now we got two mobs again. It messes up the whole camp dynamic because of the variation of the wizards nuking one mob down and the next one taking longer, then nuking the next one and the next one taking longer. Now you start getting mobs that you had a perfect rotation. You could pull, you get single pulls, you broke the camp, everything is working fine, and the wizard went and screwed it all up, and now you got mobs that are spawning on top of each other, and you have to break the camp again. It's just so annoying. It's super annoying. I cannot stand having a wizard in my party. People like big flashy numbers. That's why they like crit. I do, yeah, I love big flashy numbers. I think it's fun to see. It increases spell damage, but it's like 1% every 20, and yeah. I don't know if it's true that it's 1% every 20-ish intelligence, but it is a small amount. It takes a lot of intelligence to increase your damage. Weren't you just complaining about how many stats for tanks? No. I'm not complaining about how many stats there were for tanks. You misinterpreted, or you only picked up on one part of that. I'm not complaining there's too many stats for tanks. I'm saying a tank needs 4 or 5 stats, whereas an int caster only needs 1. It's an unfair comparison. So they either make it to where every class only uses 1 or 2 stats, or every class uses 3 or 4 stats. But don't have one class, one job, one role using upwards of 5, whereas another role only has 1. Like, that makes an unfair balance that's very hard to itemize for. So I'm not sure why you think I was complaining about that. I'm not complaining about it. I'm trying to have a comparison between the two. Wizard crits are so rare they're basically non-existent. Yeah, because I think they're 5%. I really think that crits in this game are 5% chance, whether it's a fighter crit or a wizard crit. Wizards are going to see it far less often because I think they're both 5%. But a fighter is attacking, especially a triple attack fighter, that's hitting upwards of 6 times in a single round because they're dual wielding triple attack. So they have way more opportunities to crit, but they do way less damage with their crit. Whereas a wizard is casting one spell every 5 or 6 seconds, depending on spell time and their mana cost. So they're just not casting as often, right? So big difference. I'm attacking on my fighter with 30 delay weapons up to 6 times every 3 seconds. Whereas a wizard at best is casting 1 spell every 5 seconds. If they were a good wizard, they would blow their load on a single pull. Well, yeah, they would. You're correct. But then it comes down to, okay, a wizard is casting 1 or 2 spells every pull. So let's say a wizard is perfectly maintaining their mana, and they're casting 1 spell, meditating to full. 1 spell, meditating to full, or whatever. They're picking a number on their. Say they have 1,500 total mana. When their mana is above 1,200, they nuke. So they're not getting to full, but they're above 1,200 mana, they nuke. They wait till they get above 1,200 mana, they nuke, so that they're never sitting at full mana, but they're always nuking. Those wizards are going to be doing way less damage over a course of time than your melee is going to be doing, because melee is hitting consistently. They're constantly hitting back, So wizards are subpar when it comes to that. When it comes to long XP grinds and things of that nature, they're very good at blowing everything up front, because that's what the class teaches them to do. Use all of your mana, do tons of damage very quickly. So that's what they're good at. And that's why I don't like wizards. Also skew your impressions on what a group can handle because it's so based on the mana of the wizard. Yeah, I'd agree. Sounds like your wizard's over nuking. Well, yeah, a wizard can over nuke because they're given the opportunity, and a lot of wizards are just like, hey, I want to do a ton of damage. Look what I can do. They're like, what's his name from Kids in the Hall. Like, look what I can do. You know, and he does his little thing. Like, look what I can do. I can nuke the crap out of this thing and kill it. Look, did you see how fast that thing died? AFK 20 minutes. Be right back. That's a wizard, right? But if they're not doing that, if they're trying to maintain their mana, they're just lower DPS than melee classes. Straight up lower DPS. I keep myself at 60 to 80% mana on nuker, saving it for bad pulls. Yeah, and that's what I want wizards to be. I want wizards to be saving it for those bad pulls, but they need to bring them up damage-wise, because let's say a wizard, a level 60 wizard can do 1,800 damage or something like that. Maybe 2,000. We'll say it's 2,000 damage. They're doing 2,000 damage on a single nuke, and they could probably nuke one time per fight if they want to maintain their mana. Maybe one time per fight, because fights right now are about 30 seconds. So if we do all of the math, like I'm a math person, at level 60, let's get a calculator. And I'm just going to be using kind of arbitrary numbers here, but let's say it's 500 mana to cast a spell, right? They do that, and it takes 30 seconds. So we need to gain 500 mana in 30 seconds. So divided by, we'll do it 30. They have to gain 16.6 mana per second times 6, which means they have to gain 100 mana every tick to maintain that rate. To be able to cast one spell every 30 seconds with a 30-second kill speed of time to kill in this game. That's currently what it is. TTK is 30 seconds. Okay? Approximately, according to Nick. Now, a DPS class is swinging for at least 100 damage. So we're going to say 100 damage every 3 seconds, because they're a 3-second delay, with double attack and triple attack depending on how you're playing. So let's say they are dual wielding. They're doing 100 damage. They're dual wielding. That's times 2. This is obviously if they're dual wielding every single attack. Times 2 equals 200 damage. And they're getting a double attack on each one of those. So you would double that again. So another times 2. So you're doing 400 damage per round every 3 seconds. Right? So every 3 seconds they're doing that. That means they can do that 10 times in 30 seconds. That's 4,000 damage they're doing in 30 seconds. All things being perfect, right? Now, are things perfect? No. We're not getting dual wield and double attack every single round. But even if you're getting that at half the rate, then you're still doing the 2,000 damage that a wizard's doing. Anything over half that rate, a melee class is better. On top of that, melees have procs that they're doing. They also have haste that they can get, and that haste, I'm assuming a 3-second attack speed before haste. Add in haste, that's a 50% attack speed. Melee classes are getting something like upwards of 100% attack speed at level 60. So now the melee are doing potentially 3 or 4 times the amount of damage in those 30 seconds than a wizard is doing if the wizard is trying to maintain their mana. It's very simple math to me. So I don't know. That's just how I look at it. Wizards are just not in a good place because they can't maintain that 80% mana and maintain the amount of DPS that melees do. Now, give me the actual formulas. We could do the math in the actual formulas. Sure, it might come up a little bit differently, but very quick math tells me that melee are just way better. Similar to FTE being hard-coded instead of scaling. Wait, what happened? I want stamina, agility jewelry for my tanking. I think it's only stat combo we don't get crafted. Yeah, stamina agility is probably pretty good. You can get like strength agility. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways you can go about it. Stamina agility would probably be insanely good for tanking. Absolutely. You would take way less damage. Your chance of getting dazed is less because of higher stamina. You have a lot more health. But as a tank, you're also going to need threat. And a lot of that threat comes from DPS. which I don't think it should. I think it should come from threat abilities and procs and things of that nature. But right now, a lot of it comes from DPS. So you need that strength and you need that dex to maintain that threat. A good wizard is nice when a pool goes bad. Drop a mob real quick. I prefer melee DPS too, though. Yeah, I agree with you. A good wizard is nice to burn something down that's causing a problem. Oh crap, we got 2 mobs here. Burn that one down so we can focus on this other one. Absolutely. I agree with you. But when you're just in an XP party over time and you're just grinding out mobs for 15 hours straight, not that I've ever done anything like that, wizards are awful. When I ask for mana regen options to help mitigate that, people say you'll be sitting and there's nothing else to do. Yeah. Well, I didn't factor in, the wizard's ability to have their 10-minute cooldown that gives them a bunch of mana. You know, you do have to factor those things in, but I also didn't factor in the haste of the enchanter. So that, those things kind of offset each other a little bit. But again, it was very quick, crude math. You'd have to actually sit down and do the full math, but that's why I think we need a parser. I want to see some of these numbers so we can tell the devs, hey, in normal play, this is how these classes are faring. The amount of DPS that this class is doing, the amount of DPS that this class is doing, and I'm not talking about in a single fight. I'm talking about over the course of hours of fighting. Now, that's why I want a parser is for development process so that we can balance these classes as best we can. There will never be perfect balance, but we can balance them fairly well. And then take away the parser because we don't need the toxicity. In a perfect world, your tank would be doing 5% damage. Your 4 DPS will be doing an equal share of the damage, and your cleric would be healing. Yeah, in a perfect world, yes. I hope they can balance it so that wizards are good in groups, but I'd be okay with going back to quadding life. Quad kiting right now is insanely powerful. I think it's too strong. I can't give you numbers because I don't know them, but wizards right now, to my knowledge, it's something like I don't know. From what I've been told, it's something like 400 damage or 400 mana to do 1200 damage to up to 4 mobs. So that's 400 mana for 4,800 damage, which if we go to our calculator is 4,800 divided by 400 mana equals, you're doing 12 damage per mana. Whereas the single target is like 2,000 damage divided by like 500 mana. So you're doing 4 damage. So that means that currently your single target nuke is doing only 4-to-1 ratio, whereas your AoE is doing up to 12-to-1 ratio. Like, such a huge difference. Of course, I don't know if those numbers are perfect or inaccurate, but that's what somebody told me, and I was like, that seems way off if that is the case. Those numbers need to be much, much closer. Like, if the nuke is 4-to-1, if the single target nuke is 4-to-1, then the AoE damage should be something like no more than 8-to-1. That would mean that if you hit 2 targets, your AoE was better. It should be something like 7-to-1. So that means that if it's 7-to-1 and you do 2,000, let me see how we can do this. Math hard right now. 7-to-1 would mean that you're doing for 500 mana, right? Whoops. 500 mana times 7. You're doing 3,500 damage to your target, to 4 targets, rather than 2,000 damage to 1 target. That to me is a much closer, better ratio. So that then you would take this and divide it by 4, which equals 875 damage. So you're doing 875 damage to 1 target times 2, 1,700 to 2 targets. So it's not good to hit 2 targets. But if you hit an additional 1 target, so it'd be 875 times 3. So you hit 3 targets. Now you're becoming more mana efficient because you're hitting 3 targets. using the AoE rather than 2 single target nukes. And then if you hit 4 targets with 875 times 4, you're becoming the most mana efficient. So at best, that should be a 7-to-1. At best. Assuming you're hitting 4 targets. Anyway, hopefully that made sense. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Why do I feel like, remember Wizards and Pantheon being built good? I'm not sure. I honestly think that Wizards and Pantheon had the right idea, but they were doing it backwards. Wizards and Pantheon were cast spell. You have your mana pool, and then you also have your arcane fire and air or whatever it was, arcane fire and cold things. So you had to use fire spells, arcane spells, and cold spells. And you had 6 things that would fill up over time. What it should have been is cast a bunch of small nukes to fill up your fire thing, and then spend all of those to do a big fire damage. Or cast up a bunch of little nukes to build up your cold to do a big cold nuke. I think they did it backwards. Right? But that's just my take on it. I didn't like the wizard pretty much at all. I leveled one to 30 or something, and I just didn't like it. Spend 30s meditating to get mana. 30 seconds meditating to get enough mana to cast a spell. It gets resisted, feels bad. Yeah, that's another thing implicit. We didn't talk about the resist that much, but when you prior to the most recent update, they did change it. Nick talked about it. They've made the resistances not as brutal. But yeah, when you build up all this mana for 30 seconds, one nuke, and it does 0 damage, that sucks. That really sucks. Does Wizard get damage shield they can cast on the tank? No, but the Elementalist gets a damage shield, and the Druid gets a damage shield. Just make sure you include the damage that the enemies do to you in the amount of time, same amount of time. What are we talking about there? I'm not sure what we're referring to there. The cost of ports just went up now that you talked everyone out of rolling a wizard. I mean, yeah. I should be talking everyone out of rolling a wizard because they're a bad class right now. They're bad. I don't... Can a wizard nuke something down in 20 seconds by themselves? Yeah, for all of their mana. If they don't get resisted, yeah. But they're bad in groups. Wizards are still good. Spike damage is way better than consistent damage for most important fights, breaking camps, or when things go wrong. Well, yeah, you're not wrong with that. It's very important for those reasons, but they should still be close. They should still be manageable, long. The majority of the time you're going to be spending in this game is in an XP group, grinding out mobs for hours on end. That's going to be the majority of your time. Do you really think that the majority of your playtime on a wizard should be dictated around the minority of your playtime? I don't think that the wizard should be fun for 5% of your playtime, as opposed to the 95% of where you're actually going to be playing the class. Now, if you're playing a quad kiting wizard, then yeah, maybe that's a different story. But rain spells were the bread and butter of the wizard. They also get mana back on kill shots. That's a huge one. Mana back on the wizard kill shots. That right there makes quad kiting again super powerful, because to my knowledge, there's no delay in that. If I quad kite and I kill 4 mobs with 1 nuke, I get a huge chunk of mana back, 1,000 mana. It's stupid. It's a lot of mana because I killed all 4 of them at the same time. Quad kiting right now on a wizard is the way to go. It's basically barred swarm kiting. It's the same kind of thing. They are so strong right now. Super. It's crazy. Early EQ solved the wizard sustain problem with rain spells. 3-tick AoEs that they're most mana efficient nukes on a single target, dangerous to use if you're pulling 2 or 3 things at a time. But that was a trade-off. I'd be okay with rain spells. They're talking about putting in rain spells for the druid for healing. So AoE druid spells for healing, and they're going to be rain based. If they do that, I mean, that's going to quickly make the druid the best healer in the game, right? It's going to put them up. Although in a normal group, how often are you having to heal your whole group? You really shouldn't have to heal your whole group. That's why I don't feel like the cone spell on the cleric is worth having, because how often do you need to heal everyone in your party? At low level, it's not often at all. At higher level, if they have something like a damage shield, then yes, absolutely, it could be used. Other than that, it's not really used. I'm playing Wizard either way. Yeah, I mean, play Wizard. Yeah, can't compare Pantheon because the mana regen was way faster there. Wizard ended up needing range. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, I'm not trying to compare mana. Yeah, the mana regeneration in Pantheon is way different than the mana regeneration in Monsters of Memory. So that is a hard comparison. I'm talking about the play style of the Wizard in Pantheon versus the play style of the Wizard in Monsters of Memories. In Monsters of Memories, it's stand up, big nuke, sit down, meditate. In Pantheon, you had like the mana was an issue, but you also had it was actually the bigger issue than mana was the whatever they called it, the arcane fire and cold things that you spent, and if you used them, it started taking away your health, so you didn't want to use those. I personally would rather have gone the other way, where you build up and then you use, like, I don't know, for some reason to me it's more fun play style to play the game doing small little things, build up to big damage, and then do a bunch of small little things and build up to big damage. That's a fun way to play, rather than do big damage, sit down, be bored for a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Pantheon Wizard is weird. If you ran out of element balance or whatever it was called, starting burning life, yeah, it was very weird. I didn't like it. I tried to camp a named with Monk Elementalist and Monk Wizard. It was terrible with the Wizard. Of course it was. Wizards are awful. I tend to play after I hit max level, so the majority of my time will not be XPing. Okay. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I intend to hit max level and play as well. I'm talking about the average player's majority time is going to be leveling up and XPing, right? For me, the average of me playing is going to be raiding. I mean, after I hit level 60, I'm going to be focusing on getting the best possible gear I can and then doing as many raids as I possibly can. That's what the majority of my gameplay is going to be. That's what I focus on. It's what I enjoy. So, I could play a wizard too, because in the end, a wizard's going to be needed in raids. But that's not to say what the average normal player, the single dad apparently is the vast majority of players for Monsters and Memories, according to things that I've been reading. Because everybody wants to be like, well, what about the single dad? I don't know. What about the single dad? I'm sorry. I'm a single dad, technically. I mean, I've got a girlfriend, whatever, all that kind of stuff. But, anyway. But I do have split custody and all that. Not to get involved in all the things, but yeah. When you need to heal everyone, it's big though. Yeah, when you need to heal everyone, it's kind of like the wizard. When the wizard needs to nuke, they have the ability to do so. When the cleric needs to heal everyone and has that cone, they can do so. But the opportunities for doing that are few and far between for most players. Wizards weren't great in EQ in the early days. They would draw a ton of aggro for little DPS. Only good use case for them was AoE groups. Yeah, AoE groups, and then burning down raid mobs when they started to enrage. Those were two of the big things, because when they started adding in when did they add in the enrage mobs on EverQuest? When they got to like 20% health and they started doing flurry attacks and all that, and you had to burn them down. Whatever that was. We used to group quad kite in EQ, 5 medding, 1 person just builds aggro on 4 mobs. Sometimes when a ranger SK would be the aggro tank. I have a feeling that's going to be. Am I going to be streaming raids? Yes. Eventually, yes. In the beginning, I don't know. We'll have to see. Let's see how it plays out. I will stream raids when I can. but I also don't want to step on the toes of my guild or whoever I'm guilded with, and be like, hey, we're sharing secrets and all that. It's going to be, we'll see. But yes, I do plan on streaming them at some point. But yeah, what I think, what Sephiroth's saying, something that I'm worried about right now is grouping in this game, as the devs have said, and as a lot of us want, we want grouping to be the main way to play. But right now, the way that they have XP is it's actually better to play 6 classes that can solo in a group together, all soloing separately. So you just go to an area where you have, okay, I have these 5 mobs, you have these 5 mobs, you have these 5 mobs. Everybody gets their 5 mobs for the party of 6. That's 30 total mobs. And each one of them just kills them as they spawn. That's your best XP. If you could do it with a bard, you could even do that more. You could probably do 8 to 10 mobs at a time in 2 different packs. So I could be like, I'm killing these 10, and then while I'm waiting for these to respawn, I'm going to go kill these 10. Even if it's just 5 or whatever, I'm going to kill these 5, then I'm going to kill these 5, then I'm going to go back and kill these 5. So you're killing 10 mobs every rotation. If you can do that with 6 people in your party, bards are killing 60 mobs in a party of 6, gaining tons of XP because there's a bonus for being in a party of 6. That's an insane amount of XP. It's actually the best way to XP in this game. And I fear that that's not going to get changed ever. Like, it's never going to get changed. It's going to end up being whatever class can solo the best, putting 6 of those in a party together wins the XP race. Period. How often do you need to heal the group? I guess it depends on the mob design encounter. There should be many cases where the group would take damage. I agree and disagree with that, Bam Bam. I don't disagree that there should be those cases. I think that there should be those kind of cases. But the way in which healing works in this game and the mana efficiency of healing is it's very hard to heal one player, whoever's tanking, and maintain that mana. If you are a designated primary healer, is the only way that you're going to be able to heal that tank and continually pull mobs. And that's if you're not doing anything else. If you're trying to play a shaman and you're trying to slow every mob and heal the tank, you're not going to have enough mana. You're just not. You're going to run out of mana, and you're going to need to do something else. It won't work. The mana efficiency for healing in this game is just not, it's not there. To the point where if you start making everybody in the party take damage and now they're having to heal more people, not there. Wizards are amazing for raids? They are, yeah. If I played Eminem as such, I wanted, I would become a single dad. Yeah. If you played the way that you wanted to, you'd be single dad. Absolutely. That's how I became a single father. I'm not, that's not even a joke, DJ. Basically, my love for gaming is part of the reason. It's not the whole reason, but it's part of the reason. I don't have a girlfriend, but I know a woman that'd be pissed to hear me say that. Single dad. Yeah. Gotcha, Italica. I totally understand where you're coming from. I'm not a single dad, but you could group me in that category. I understand that I might miss. It's my choice to play or not. I'm playing. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can choose how much time you put into it, right? If you're a single parent, like, I don't like to say the single dad thing. We kind of brought this up on Friday's stream. Single parent thing, because moms play the game too. And they just don't have as much time. They have way less time. They're trying to work. They got to pick up the kids from school, from soccer practice, band practice, whatever it is that their kids do, their different activities. Take them to and from, play dates. Make sure that they're fed, they're clothed, they get their homework done. There's a lot that a single parent has to do. And then they might get a couple hours of free time, depending on the age of the kid too. A kid that is between 0, like a newborn, up to the age of about 3 years old, the parent needs to spend a lot more time with them. Once they get to about 3 years old, they can put them into daycare. They can also put them to bed early at night. Let's say, you put them to bed at 7 o'clock at night. You have a few hours that you could play some games before you go to bed, because then you got to get up in the morning and maintain all the things you got to do. So yeah. And then when they get to be teenagers, they just want to sit in their room and they're yelling at you to leave them alone anyway. So then it's like, oh, I want to be a single parent with a teenager that just wants to sit there and doesn't want me to do anything for them. Sure, I would love to do that. Then I can play games all day. So it depends on where you're at, right? And how involved you are in their lives and that kind of thing. You have to be pretty close to get XP. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, DJ. Like, you can find places with a lot of mobs that are spread out and then just grab those mobs, especially as a bard, right? A bard can say, okay, we're all going to meet up on this island to kill our mobs. You go and grab your mobs from these camps. You go grab your mob from these camps, bring them all over, and everybody just quad kite or whatever, or swarm kite or whatever you're doing in this general area right here. And we're all going to get the XP. Go back out, get your mobs, bring them back to the spot, XP out. You see what I'm saying? Like, I know that you got to be fairly close to get the XP, but you can fix that. Right now, group XP is in a good spot. Solo XP is too good. That's why Charm is so good. They need to incentivize group XP more, make solo XP worse. I agree. Yeah. I think that solo XP is in a pretty good spot. Or sorry, group XP is in a pretty good spot. So like, if you're in a party of 5 or 6, preferably 6 players, you're not doing too bad. It's probably going to take you 400, 500 hours to get to max level in a static group that's focusing on doing a lot of XPing, but you'll get there. Solo right now is probably 300 hours if they're good at what they're doing, and they can play a bunch. But AC feels like it sucks in the game. It does. AC feels terrible right now. Sounds like Consume needs a buff. Consume needs a buff them for Shaman if they run out of mana, slowing and healing. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, set for maybe. So right now you can consume, gain mana back, then heal yourself, but it's the heal ratio that's the problem. You can consume up and then you got to heal yourself, and to heal yourself back up does cost a lot of mana. And then you're trying to slow. If you're playing the Shaman on a no-box server, you're not trying to box it, and you are meditating every 6 seconds, you're hitting that consume all the time, constantly, you could probably get away with slowing and healing. Yes. You could probably do it. But yeah. Dad in 4 months. Congrats, Burl. It's awesome. Love it. Yeah, Rip Gaming. Uh-oh. But yeah. I have a non-gamer wife. She would prefer me to game because she knows where I am and what I'm doing. Some people look at it that way, Captain Caldwell. And that's how I always looked at it, right? I've always looked at that with my family members, with a spouse, with a significant other, whatever your preferences are. I've always looked at it that way. Growing up, I could be sitting in my room playing games all day long, and I say this to a lot of parents now that are like, no, I don't want my kid playing games. And I'm like, well, what would you rather them be doing? Well, outside playing. Okay, so you would rather them be outside playing, which is fine, right? You're assuming that they're going to go outside and just play and have fun and nothing is going to happen. You're not factoring in, well, they could break an arm and they're going to have to go to the emergency room. That's going to be a real pain in the butt. I'm not advocating against playing outside, right? I think that kids playing outside is fantastic. I love seeing it. I love the laughter. I love when I see kids actually outside playing because it's so rare these days. But they also could be getting into trouble. They could be getting into shenanigans because they're not being supervised. You don't know where they are. You don't know what they're doing. They could get kidnapped. They could break an arm. They could beat up another kid. I don't know. There's a lot of factors. I'm just saying, knowing where your kid is a pretty important part of it. Plus, a lot of gaming right now is online, and you could, make sure they're playing with other kids their age and they're having fun. Just because they're playing video games does not make them bad kids. Again, not advocating for kids to play video games over being outside. Absolutely, go outside, get some exercise. I love that too. I think it's great. I think there's a balance. But the point is that your spouse knows where you are, and I think that that's very important. I always told my parents growing up, you know where I am, parents? I'm just sitting in here playing video games. You know, I could be out doing a lot of other things, but I'm not. This single, my discussion is my friends and I have a schedule, our static group, 2 days a week, so we don't end up as single parents. There you go. And I love that, Magic. And I love that you're working with your parent, your other friends to say, hey. And here's the thing, though. If you do that, I know a lot of my friends have tried that in the past, and I'm one of the bad ones. I'll call myself out on it. I like to be able to log in whenever I can. So I want to be able to play a different character, right? So I could log in, I could play a different character, and I can level it up, or I could play my main character that I really want to level up. I've been really enjoying my main character, but I can only play it 2 days a week because it's the only time my static group logs in. I want to just play it, and I get a little bit ahead, a little bit farther ahead, a little bit farther ahead, to which I can't play with my friends anymore. You know, it's rough. I don't like that. Wrist injury from gaming, it can happen. You know, dislocate a thumb. I don't know. Cocaine is cheaper than Warhammer. I don't know. I don't know if that's a true statement. You ever been addicted to Warhammer? The tabletop game where you got to get the minis and you got to paint them, and dude, that can be such an expensive hobby. It's kind of like playing Pokemon or Magic the Gathering. Those hobbies are so expensive, dude. They are so expensive. Let's see, 300 AC at 25. The weapon shield active. Blue con mobs still double hitting me for 50. What? So the thing is with AC, you need to test. You need to take off your gear and let a mob hit you, and then put on your gear and let a mob hit you, and look at the average damage. That's what you have to look at. Not the max damage. The average damage that you're taking over the course of some amount of time. Even in the best possible gear in the game with the highest AC possible, the way that Monsters and Memories combat formula works, at least to my knowledge, is it increases the range in which damage can be done. So you could still take the maximum damage that the mob can do, but you will more than likely take less damage because your AC is allowing that. I got something in my mouth. I don't know what it is. I think I got it. I think it was a hair. Anyway, that's what it does, is it smooths out the damage, and it gives you a much larger range. So you can get low hits, you can get high hits, and anything in between. So it's very hard. It's very hard to do. Are they going to fix AC? I think they need to adjust it, yeah. I found the first year was easier to game than 3. Yeah, it probably is, because you can hold the kid. Like, I used to play all sorts of games with a kid in my lap, playing, with a controller. Super easy. Sleeping in my lap. Shenanigans. Cheeky shenanigans. Ooh. You could hurt yourself gaming. Remember Mario Party minigame? Pedal Power? I don't remember that, no. I didn't play a lot of those. Games can teach you a lot. They can. Parents now are all like, I love Minecraft and I want my kid. Do you guys remember this? About, I don't know, 5 to 10 years ago, somewhere in that time frame, a lot of parents were on the Minecraft bandwagon of, I want my kid to play Minecraft. It teaches them real world skills like economics. And I'm like, yeah, all video games do, technically. But they got it in their mind. Somebody told them that Minecraft specifically was the game for educating their kids on economics. So a lot of parents jumped on board. Now I'm seeing a lot of parents go, oh my gosh, Minecraft is online. Get them kids off of it. They don't need to socialize. That's what I hear when they say it. What they don't want is their kids online talking to predators and all of that, which I totally get. But taking the kids' internet away takes away their ability to socialize. You want them to go outside and play outside and socialize, but they're not allowed to play video games online and socialize. Did you know that predators also are outside? I don't know that parents realize that. Are they online? Yes, they're very prevalent online. but they also go outside. They drive around vans. I don't know if they do that or not. But I'm just saying, like, parents, they got a wacky way of thinking. And I'm a parent, but parents have a very wacky way of thinking. Anything Game Workshop is expensive, these models can rack up oh, they can. They absolutely can, Nicodemus. I agree. I love getting into D&D for 4 decades or however long I've been playing it. I've been playing D&D for a long time, and I always wanted to get the minis. Like, get minis and let's have a mat and let's actually play with the minis. For my first experience with D&D, none of us could afford to have a bunch of little minis and a mat to play on with erasable markers and all that. So we just played it all in our head using the rules. It adds up very quickly. Now we have it where you have somebody takes a TV and flips it up or flips it, facing up, and you have like maps on your TV and people are moving around. It's nuts now. But now you got to buy a dang TV or a projector coming down to be able to do it. And man, all that stuff adds up. I have to wear an elbow brace now. It sucks getting old. I've got elbow pads. I'm not even kidding. I'll show them to you. This right here is an elbow pad. I've got one on both sides of my desk. Like, I've got an L-shaped desk, and I've got elbow pads on both because I like to rest my arms on my desk, and it was starting to hurt my elbows rather than rest them on the actual armrest of the actual chair. Because the armrest, if I were to bring them up to where I want to rest my arms, they would actually hit my desk. So I just lowered them, and I have pads. It's a whole thing. I never bought comic books and recently been picking up Batman, Superman comics. Didn't realize they can get extremely expensive. Oh, yeah. Those comic books, they said like $1 or whatever. Your parents didn't want to buy those for you because $1 would feed you for a day back then. They're like, can I feed my kid for a day or should I buy him a comic book? They're expensive, dude. Now how much are comic books these days? I would imagine close to $10, but I have no idea. I prefer a flat percentage over this formula, AC formula. You want it to be like, if you have 100 AC, it just removes 10% of the damage off the mob. If you have 200 AC, it's 20%. 1,000 AC is 100%. That's where you want? The problem with that formula is it doesn't account for future content, right? Because let's say 5 years from now, how do they make armor better? Well, they add AC to it. So if you keep adding AC, eventually you're going to get to negating all physical damage. So you have to have a formula that doesn't negate all physical damage. It just spreads the damage out. You got to do something with it. And I'm not saying that a percentage basis is bad. I'm just saying that for longevity of a game, they can't do that. It just literally won't work. My whole Facebook reel algorithm is parent watching this 7-year-old play Ocarina of Time. Can't wait for that. I hope that you get to that point, Burl. Like Burl has been an avid watcher of my stream for 8 years or something ridiculous. So he's seen my son grow up. My son is now 12, and he's was 4 years old when he first got in. And Burl, it's funny, like, well, I love Burl, right? And I appreciate him being around, and I appreciate the friends we have become friends over the years, more than him just being a viewer. I went to his wedding, etc., etc. We are friends now. He's not just a viewer in my mind. But I kind of chuckle sometimes when Burl's like, I'm going to be this type of parent. And every single parent in this chat right now is going to be like, you think you're going to be the type of parent you want to be. I am going to tell you right now, you won't. You will never achieve the type of parent that you want to be. It will not happen. I want to be a certain type of parent too, and I was not, and I am not. But shoot for the moon, guys. Shoot for the moon. If you think you can do it, go for it. That's like a 1 in a million chance. Surely moments torn an ACL or Achilles or something, some VR. Oh, geez, yeah. I've hurt myself playing VR. I punched myself playing VR in the leg. I was playing. What's the name of that game? I don't even remember the name of it. Anyway, it's one of those world builder, like you build your house and stuff, and you have to hammer in your stuff. And I was going like this while I was hammering something down below, and I just went boom right into my leg. I just hammered my leg with my controller. Hurt so bad. Kids can also be taken by a bald eagle outside. Apparently they can. I've seen a video of that, and I don't think it was AI. In D&D, I also do theater of mind. Dude, I think D&D is so good for your mind because it makes you think. It makes you calculate things, so you're doing math. It makes you think of what's like you're just imagining things. It's so powerful for your mind. Whereas like watching TV or playing a video game, you know, it does dumb you down a little bit. I think playing a video game at least stimulates your brain cells. Whereas watching TV, you can just be like, "Durr." Like you can just, you know, you can just space out completely and watch TV if you want to. Now, if it's an intellectual show that's teaching you something or you got to pay attention, yeah, well, you get my point. Still prefer maps with dry erase? I do too, yeah. A little bit of tactile components still make it easier for DM. Yeah, what I prefer is the projector projecting down a map on the ground, but then having your actual characters for like moving around, but then also having some 3D, like if you might have a mountain on your projector screen and it shows a mountain over here. Well, if you can actually take a 3D, like, and now I have a 3D printer, or I got one for my son for Christmas, and I kind of want to print some 3D stuff for D&D on there. But like having a mountain on the actual table so you can see, yeah, this is a big item on the, you can't see over that or see around that or see through that or whatever. Like that, I love that. Still has lead miniatures from the 70s. I had a couple of those. I keep them up, and I know I should toss them, but I just can't let them go. I had several of those when I was younger, back in the 80s, early 90s, like late 80s, early 90s. We would go on vacations in different places. My mom liked to buy these little like figurines, like little gnomes and things of that nature, and she always liked to buy knickknacks, is what she called them. I guess that's what they're called. Anyway, she would always buy these little knickknacks in different places that we would go, and she would put them in these little things all on the walls. So she always collected those. And I was like, well, can I start collecting things? And I wanted to collect D&D type figures, like wizards and dwarves and things of that nature. So I started collecting them, and I had little the metal ones, you know, the ones made out of iron, and yeah, those are super cool. Little paperweights. Now that we're paying cell phone plans for our kids, oh gosh, dude, so expensive. You know, that's another thing that I find funny in that realm of parenting, and just people nowadays are saying like, well, back when I was whatever in the 70s and the 80s, and I was only making $30,000 a year, and I was able to maintain a household of 4 and blah 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 blah, and you know, the man worked and the woman was a homemaker and the kids would just go to school, and, you know, we were fine and we were able to afford the things that we needed. And it's like, yeah, but you also didn't have things like cell phones. Like you didn't need a different phone line for every member of your house. Do you need that now? Yeah, kinda do. Once they hit a certain age, they need a phone. Like, I hate to say it, but they do. Anyway, I'm not going to get into all that, but it's just kind of weird. We've changed a lot in 20 to 30 years. First time joining, y'all are talking about getting older and needing elbow pads. I'm clearly the target demographic here. What's going on, Razman? How you doing? Welcome to us old folk. This is the old folks' home for streamers. This is where content creators and old folks go to die on the internet. This is it. This is where we are. I can't wait. Like in about 10 or 15 years from now, think about it. Twitch was and currently is all about the younger generation, the teens and the tweens. Like if you can cater to those people, you can be, you know, a millionaire easily, because that's what's they're going to throw money at you because it's out of their parents' bank account. So they're going to throw all the money at you that they possibly can. The us old folks though, not so much. We're like, I don't think I'm going to do that. I can't wait though. 10 or 15 years from now, Twitch is going to be filled with old people. It's going to be all it is. AC cap of 75% damage mitigation. Yeah, but then then everybody's going to hit that cap, even if you have a cap on it. Everyone will hit it, right? At some point down the road, everybody's going to. Yeah, there's just too many problems. You could probably tell how old folks are in the channel by how much they remember buying comics. For me, it was 60 cents. Yeah, I remember like $1-ish or something, or 99 cents or something being up in the corner. I remember those. I don't remember 60 cents. I do remember gas, though. Gasoline. 60 cents a gallon at the corner gasoline place when I was 16 years old, when I was driving my very first car. My dad will be like, I remember when it was a nickel. And I'm like, okay, Dad, here's your wheelchair. No, he's not in a wheelchair yet. Thank goodness. Maybe they can mix a lower flat percentage and range. Yeah, they would have to do all sorts of stuff, but that's what they've done. They have mixed it by making a scaling system like that. I bet he never going to raise his voice too. Oh, your son? Yeah, your kid? Yeah, your kid never going to raise their voice, ever. Never going to happen. You're never going to allow it. You're never going to allow your child to disrespect you in public. Yeah, that's never going to happen. You're never going to allow your child to write on a wall. And I'm going to make sure that they don't color on the walls and they don't paint their room and they, before they're 18 years old, smoke cigarettes and get a tattoo. I'm going to prove to the world that my kid will never do these things. You just watch. We're going to all watch with our popcorn. We're just going to wait and we are going to laugh. You have 4 kids, you can 100% confirm. I finally caught up to that rant from earlier. Finally caught up to it from earlier. Oh my goodness. I played Population 1 on VR. I injured your back, broke a TV, and punched myself and your wife. Wow, dude. Calm down. My kids have already asked to split my TTRPG gaming collection after I pass. I told them any arguments are handled via rolling a 1d20 ties or re-rolled. Wow. I wish I had some of my collectible stuff from when I was younger. I have some. Like I've got baseball cards from the 90s, but that was when baseball cards were like everybody had them. I've got a few comic books probably from the mid to early 90s. I've got a few collectibles here and there, but yeah. Best way to settle arguments, a fair gamer way? Maybe. They don't count for subscriptions? Oh, dude. Yeah, you gotta have a subscription to everything these days. One kid likes Netflix, the other kid likes Disney, the other kid likes, I don't know, Amazon. Oh, Amazon. That's another one. That's another one where kids like... So you got kids these days, you don't give them $20 and be like, okay, yeah, go out to the store and go shopping. Because you give them back in the 80s or 90s or whatever, you can give a kid $20. That's how much they had to spend. You send them out to the mall, they had $20. There was no way they're going to spend more than $20 because they didn't have it. What are they going to do? Now, you got to give them like a little credit card or you got to give them access to Amazon. And then you're like, oh crap, how did you spend $1,000? Like, dude, it is rough. They didn't have things like Oh, that's another argument. Oh my gosh, dude. I love that argument when they're like, we're having that argument currently in my neighborhood right now on the Facebook page. You have parents so we have kids in the neighborhood that ride dirt bikes around the neighborhood. They're not dirt bikes. They're like those e-bikes, but they're basically dirt bikes because they take them off road and they're jumping through people's yards and all sorts of stuff. So anyway, you have the parents that hate it and you have the parents that are okay with it. And some are like, no, I want them to play and I want them to have fun. And the other ones are like, no, it's unsafe and blah, blah, blah. And I lean on the unsafe side because it's funny to me how parents were like, I never wore a helmet when I was on a motorcycle and I never wore a seatbelt and I used to smoke 15 packs a day and I never busted my head open or got cancer or got flown out of a car or whatever from a car accident. Okay, well, I'm glad that you didn't. You dodged a bullet there. Congratulations. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be safe today, right? We should wear seatbelts, wear helmets, don't smoke. I'm just going to throw those out there as, common sense. Don't do those things. They're dangerous. They're going to, statistically speaking, you're going to get hurt. and just don't. Just be safe. That's my only thing. I don't care if the kids are out riding bikes and stuff. Don't be on my property where you're going to get hurt, because now if you get hurt on my property, my insurance has to pay for it. And B, be safe while you're doing it. Those are my only two concerns. But if you want to be outside playing, have at it. Go for it. Assisted gaming homes? Oh, dude. I'm big on that. Like, I used to go and volunteer at a children's hospital a lot. I've talked about a bunch, whatever. But I love it because I'm playing games with kids and I'm getting them interactive. I'm getting them not necessarily out of bed, but getting them up in bed, right? They're actually not just laying there and just being miserable. They're actually getting up and trying to do something, because some of them can't get out of bed. But what about that in the future, in 10 or 20 or 30 years from now, going to a nursing home for older people that are in their 70s, 80s, 90s, and playing games with them there? You can do that now. Go to a nursing home. I bet you somebody there will want to play some backgammon, some bingo, some checkers, some chess. It's very good for them. If you have the time and the ability to do it, go and do it. If that's something that you enjoy. I don't really like old people. I'm going to be honest. They bother me. But that's why I did it for kids, right? I love kids. Kids are fun. Even the ones that are annoying are fun. But I don't want to be coughed on and sneezed on by an older person. Like, that's just gross. But if you can do it, go do it. So I applaud anyone that goes to those and volunteers and, sits down and plays games with them. But in a few years, it's going to be video games, right? Why can't we make something now in preparation for something then, where we have a stream or we have games that are made with older players in mind, and younger players playing with them and helping them do the things that they can't do? I think it's a great idea. I got a pack of gum for so cheap. Dude, you can buy a pack of gum for like 25 cents and get 5 sticks of gum. Now you go and buy a pack of gum, there's like 100 of them in there, but it's like $20. You could look at people's account age, and that's you get to figure it out. Yeah, you could. I have a binder of Garbage Pail Kids. Oh, dude, I wish I had my Garbage Pail Kids. I loved Garbage Pail Kids. Those things were so fun. My mom didn't like them. I sure did. That was what brings me back. So I started playing Lorcana a couple years ago, and I started collecting the Lorcana cards. It's Magic the Gathering, but Disney based. And each pack that you open had a card in it that was part of a larger image. And there were like 9 cards to create the larger image. And that reminded me so much of Garbage Pail Kids, because you had your card, and then if you flip them over, you could put them together for larger images. Loved it. Spotify going up in price? I don't even use Spotify. I use Amazon Music, but that's because I pay for Amazon Prime already. So I have Amazon Music, but even now, Amazon Music Unlimited, you have to pay extra for. Otherwise, you get commercials and stuff. So might as well listen to the radio. Wonder if people are getting scammed more too. A lot of online type scammers. I think as we get older, yes, I think there's a lot more scams going around. Our parents, especially, I'm 45 years old. My parents are pushing 80 at this point. They're like 75, 80. Every day, I'm afraid that they're going to get scammed, because it's harder and harder and harder to see those. I can barely tell the difference as somebody who's been around technology most of my life, and it's hard for me to tell the difference on some of these AI videos these days. So how easy is it to fool somebody else? A funny thing that a friend of mine's mom put on Facebook the other day was, why are the older generation, why are they getting fooled by AI so much? It's clear as day how old or how bad it is. And they're like, this is me growing up, and it showed Batman, the first Batman movie or whatever, and the shark scene with like Batman fighting off this very clear fake shark on like a rope swing that was very clearly over a pond with a helicopter over it that was very clearly not a helicopter. Like it was so easy to see. Statistically speaking, you won't get hurt, but if you do, you could end up in a nursing home for the rest of your life. Yes, exactly. Fee waiver, you're 100% correct. Are you going to get hurt? Probably not. But if you do get hurt, it's going to be way worse if you don't have a helmet or a seatbelt or something like that. The nursing homes are going to be lit for gamer generation. I can't wait, dude. I can't wait. I want to be in a nursing home when I'm in my 70s. And I want us all to have a LAN party. We're all playing all sorts of old school video games together. Dude, it's going to be so amazing. I could just see it now. Okay, we have an entire raid force in this little gymnasium. And we're all going after Monsters and Memories raid target. When we have our TBC Monsters and Memories servers coming up in 2050, right? I can see it now. Like, okay, everybody, get ready. We're going in. Dude, it's gonna be so much fun. You could trick me into move into one now if they were like 24/7 LAN party. I would absolutely live in one now. Absolutely. I think that that's the direction we're going, and I think that we need to start making it now. If somebody, like, I've been trying to do it for a few years, especially with the kids in the hospital kind of thing. I tried it for 8 years and it didn't pan out the way I wanted it to, and I'm very bummed about it. But I've been trying to get gaming to be more of a mainstream thing, especially with those in hospitals or nursing homes or whatever. And somebody's going to bank on that. Somebody is going to be able to figure out how to do it and monetize it, and it's going to be insane. They're going to make billions. What happened to Lorcana was super hyped and then stopped hearing about it. The hype just kind of went away on Lorcana. They're still making new stuff. The problem is the newer cards that are coming out are not as strong as the original cards, and the original cards are hard to get. So those original founding members or founding players have really good cards and really good decks, and everybody else doesn't. And no matter how many new cards you buy, because they only make so many of them, and then once they run their course, they don't reprint. Or that's the whole thing about Lorcana, is they didn't want to reprint them like all these other companies do and try to make more money that way. They feel like it's just going to saturate the market and they won't make the money, etc. So it became a whole thing. I don't know what they're doing right now. So worried about parents and scams. Me too. Yeah. I played mostly dead card games. Shadowrun. I played Shadowrun for a little bit. Battletech. I never played that one. I played Vitesse. Oh, wait. You have Vitesse on here. Recently started playing Vitesse. It's learning. I played Vitesse with some of the makers of Vitesse. We met them at Dragon Con one year, and we all got into it, and we started playing it a bunch. This was probably 15 years ago. It was a long time ago. Shark repellent. Yes, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The shark repellent scene from, toss me the shark repellent. You guys know what I'm talking about. That's why I like you guys, right? You know what I grew up on. We all love that. But yeah, Vitesse was fun. I didn't like Vitesse because at the time, as most of the time in my life, I didn't have the extra expendable money to buy a bunch of cards. I played with a couple of guys who did have extra expendable money to buy a bunch of cards, and they made nothing but heavy bleed decks. And every single turn, I would get completely annihilated because I just had like this measly, crappy deck that could barely do anything. And they were just like, bleed, 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 you're dead. Bleed, 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 you're dead. Oh, hated it. Wasn't fun to me. He used the bat shark repellent. Yeah. Golly, crazy. VR MMOs. Oh, dude. I don't know that I could play a VR MMO. I don't get motion sickness easily, but I have noticed in some VR games, I do get motion sickness. Crazy. It's super crazy. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Obvious Sponge, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Bill is falling asleep. Someone needs a fresh diaper. Right? Like, oh, Bill, wake up. Wake up, Bill. We need you to DPS. Oh my gosh. Adam West is dope. Dude, I love Adam West. What's wrong with Lorcana? There's a rotation. No one cares about the old stuff anymore. Ravensburger just doesn't promote it at all. It doesn't, yeah. People are critical. There's a doctor in Birmingham, Alabama that has been using VR for physical therapy for kids. He's been doing it for 3 to 4 years now. So, yes, I do know about that, Captain Caldwell. That is something that the hospital that I volunteered at for 8 years, I put in volunteer time to them. And I kept saying, A, you need to unlock the internet so that kids can actually play online with their friends from the hospital. They wouldn't do it. They still, to this day, to my knowledge, they won't do it. They will not allow kids to play online on their Wi-Fi at all. They won't do it. They also, on their systems that are there, lock it down to where there's only PG-rated games, to the point where they started removing Fortnite from these systems because some parents were complaining that they didn't want their kid playing Fortnite. There was like a whole, oh, they're using guns. Well, we don't want guns at the hospital. And I get that. I totally understand that. So have somebody there to remove Fortnite for those players, but put Fortnite on for the other players, right? Like there's difference of people that come into a hospital, and I'm not trying to disrespect any of them, but you can't just you can't make it like all Minecraft that's not online and that's all they get, no matter what your age is, or all Animal Crossing not online, that's all they get. And there's like a 17-year-old kid in there going, I don't want to play Animal Crossing. Like, come on, let me play my games. You know, I'm 17. In some states, that's a legal adult. Let them play. Like, it was ridiculous. It made me so mad. Anyway, going back to your VR thing, they had VR headsets sitting in a room, never used. They had big controller pads that they never used for the people that were physically impaired in some way. They couldn't use a regular controller. They had all sorts of stuff that were just very rarely, if ever, used. And I'm just sitting there going, use this stuff. Like, that's what it's there for. And it made me so flippin' angry. We who knew the poop sockers were just preparing for gaming and living assisted facilities. Dudes are oracles. Yeah, that's 100% what it is, Nicodemus. I'm a poop socker. I'm preparing for the future. 100%. I play with Ben Peel, one of the designers, my local playing group. Nice. Awesome. I don't know the name off the top of my head. My friends might know who that is, but I don't know who that is. But yeah, we played with people that originally were some of the designers and worked for the company as a whole. It was really fun. I only played mostly with my group of friends. Like, I played with those guys at Dragon Con, and that's about it. You're playing a Salubri combat deck in VTS? I don't know what that is. Is that newer? I mean, I literally haven't played in like 15 years. Can't bleed when I set a sword on fire and attack your vampires. Well, there you go. Yeah. VTS related to VTM. I don't know what VTM is, though. VTS is Vampire the Eternal Struggle, is what it stands for. Still have my Jihad cards? Yeah. That's what a lot of people play, the Jihad decks and stuff. Yep. Don't want my kid getting shot and a teabag. I don't either, yeah. Spring to the phone, hotspot, and a laptop. Well, that's what I started doing. So in the hospital, I would bring my phone, set up a hotspot, and let the kids play whatever they wanted. When I was volunteering, I wasn't supposed to do that. I'll admit I broke the rules as a volunteer. But, you know, when I'm playing video games with a 16, 17-year-old kid that broke their leg, that just can't get up and walk around, I mean, dude, they want to play a video game. Like, they want to have fun. They don't want to sit there and watch Disney cartoons all day. It bothered me. It bothered me so much, to the point where I was very vocal, which might have been the reason I didn't get hired. I don't know. But they ended up making a position for what I did for 8 years. I applied for it. They ended up hiring somebody else instead of me, which I guess is the definition of somebody else. Anyway, they ended up hiring somebody else that had more child life experience. The only child life experience I had was being a kid at one point in my life and then having one kid in my life as a parent. That's it. That's literally the entire child life experience that I had. So I didn't teach kids. I wasn't in a school. I wasn't like a daycare person. I did nothing like that. So they wanted somebody that had more of that experience. But I think what they ended up doing is hiring somebody that knew more medical terms than me, and which is fine because you're in a hospital, but they didn't really understand the kids. You know, what the kids wanted, what the kids needed. And that that's ultimately why I stopped volunteering for now. I may go back to it. I may not. I don't know. We'll have to see. Well, it's just like when COVID happened, the people were groaning about having to stay inside. Gamers were like, dude, when COVID happened, that's when I went through my divorce soon after COVID. I attribute COVID to some of that because me as a gamer during COVID, I didn't have to leave my house. I was happy with it. I was like, heck yeah, I don't want to go anywhere. Like I was sitting there playing video games, having a good time. Everyone else in the house, my wife at the time, my mom and my stepdad were actually staying with me when COVID actually hit. They were all getting bored and getting antsy. And well, my stepdad wasn't because he's played a lot of video games as well. But they were getting bored and antsy and just wanted to get out. They wanted to go do. And they couldn't. And I totally get that, you know. But video gamers, man, shoot. I could sit inside. You give me a one room studio apartment with my bed in there, a kitchen in there, my desk in there, you know, my gaming systems. I could live there indefinitely and be happy, be perfectly happy with it. But I'm not most people, you know? So yeah. Vampire the Masquerade. Oh, Vampire the Masquerade. Yeah. I played the video game of that. I never played a card game. I'm streaming on YouTube now too. Yeah. I started doing that. Helter Smelter. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I started streaming on YouTube as well a couple of streams ago. We're going to be doing it on YouTube and Twitch. And then when Monsters and Memories actually comes out in early access, we'll be doing both as well. So yeah. IRL chaotic good. There you go. I love it. I'm a chaotic good person. That's exactly what I am. I'll break the rules if I have to for the betterment of everybody else around me. Absolutely. 100,000%. I like to play chaotic good characters in D&D as well. That's my preferred go-to is chaotic good. Sometimes chaotic neutral. The reason I don't mind going chaotic neutral is because sometimes I do things for selfish reasons. I think we all do. So I can't really play chaotic good because not everything that I do is for the greater good. Sometimes it's just for my own selfish reasons. But yeah. Chaotic good is a super fun way to play. I agree. It gives you purpose and it allows you to do it in whatever way you see fit. Right? That's what I love about chaotic good in Dungeons and Dragons is I know my goal. Does this help this person? Yes, then I can do it. I don't care what it is that you want me to do. I will do it if it helps this person. And that's what I love. I love about chaotic good. It's super black and white to me. There are times you get vocal to stand up for others. Thanks for that. Yeah, absolutely, Nick. Or Nicodemus. Bill. Absolutely. I was super vocal with it. The way that I was vocal with it at the hospital is the hiring manager. She called me into her office and she said, hey, we appreciate, you know, all the volunteer work you do, et cetera, et cetera. You know, she was very nice about it. And then she said, but we're going to hire this other person over you. She didn't tell me who it was. I know who it is now, but that's because it's public information. But she's like, we're going to hire them over you. And here's the reason. She gave me a reason. And I said, hey, you know, if that's what you guys feel, I appreciate the opportunity to volunteer here. I appreciate the opportunity to apply for this job and for you all to hear me out. And I said, but I disagree with what your practices are. I disagree with the reason you're hiring this person. I disagree with how you're going forward with these kids and their abilities to play video games at your hospital. For that reason, I no longer want to volunteer here, and I left. I said, I appreciate all the opportunities you gave me, but I disagree with overall what you all are trying to do, which is honestly, it's stifling their ability to communicate with others, to play with others and have fun and enjoy their experience at the hospital, which otherwise is unenjoyable. If any of you, speak truthfully, have any of you ever actually been in a hospital for multiple days for yourself first? And it's very few people that can say that, right? Then have you been in the hospital for multiple days for someone else you care about, which is almost equal to that first one. And those are the people that I'm trying to fight for, because it is boring, guys. It is so boring. You have the same 5 channels. Even today, we're in 2026. Last time I volunteered was back in 2025 or somewhere. Anyway, it is so boring in those hospitals. There's nothing to do in a lot of them. This one was one of the highest tech children's hospitals out there, and it was boring. They had a playroom for the kids, but that's only for the kids that can physically get up and go into the playroom. What if you can't? What if you're stuck in your room? You got like 5 channels that are awful. You have no internet access other than like the guest access, which is terrible for gaming. Like you can't, the connection speed's awful. You can't even video conference call on them. Like you barely do anything. So anyway, it's just terrible, guys. If you haven't done it, go up to a hospital and just look around. Go in as a visitor and just look around. It's not fun. You might see some fun things happening, but look in the rooms. I mean, don't just open a door, but look around for the ones that have their doors closed or are just stuck inside of the rooms. It's so bad. Makes me cry. COVID time was bad for you. You were in New York. Ew, ouch. All my mates gaming all day, working at the hospital, and part of the crucial staff suck. Yeah. Dude, I was the only gamer at the hospital, believe it or not. Their IT department, and I'm not kidding you, this is absolutely mind-boggling to me. They would call their IT department to fix their gaming consoles. They would come down and be like, I don't know how to fix that. I don't game. Your IT department didn't even play video games. Like, what? Nobody at the hospital played video games. They didn't understand these kids at all. I would go into a hospital room with a parent, and I would be like the parent would be sitting there, the kid would be sitting there, and I would say, hey, I'd introduce myself, and I would say, do you want to play a game? You want to do anything? Whatever. And they'd just be like, no. They'd be all sad. I would look around their room looking for something that I could relate with, like Pokemon or a video game system or football, sports stuff. Like I would look around, and as soon as I saw something, I would point it out. A lot of times I would point out something like Minecraft or Pokemon. I would be like, oh man, I see that you have a Pikachu or you have a Bulbasaur or whatever it was that they had. I would try to name it if I knew it. And I knew a lot, but I didn't know all of them. And I would point it out, and the kid's face would light up. And the parent would be like, oh my God, I'm so glad. Literally, I had parents say this to me. I'm so glad you're here because I'm tired of talking about insert whatever it is there, right? I'm tired of talking about Pokemon. I'm tired of talking about Minecraft. I'm tired of talking about Fortnite. I'm tired of talking about... And I'm like, you said that right in front of your kid? Are you kidding me? Wow. Like that to me hurt as a parent that has their kid in a hospital. And I'm like, I just want this kid to be comfortable. That's it. Just comfortable. Like I want them to feel like they're at home. Jeez. Anyway. Multiple days sucked. Those beds after one night, yeah, your butt hurts. Like you just want to get up. And guess what? Some of those kids can't get up. Some of those people can't get up. Not for myself. Yes, for a family member. Yeah. Side note, don't show up at the hospital. Try to wander around in the units. Yes. Don't do that. If you're going to go to a hospital, check in as a volunteer, if you want to just wander around a hospital, you still have to check in as a guest, and you need to have somebody at the hospital escort you. If you don't have a family member there, you can't just walk around a hospital. Like they don't allow that. But do volunteer at children's hospitals? Yeah, it's awesome. You get a lot of perspective. You absolutely do. It's amazing. I love what I learned from being at a children's hospital. Prior to going to a children's hospital and doing that, I would have not understood any of it. I don't understand, like, yeah, you don't need video games in a hospital really for kids. Sure, they could play it, but is it really necessary? Nah. They're in and out of there. You think they're in and out of there in a few days. In the grand scheme of things, not a big deal. Some of those kids were there for months, and they were constantly there. I knew one kid that was there for 4 months, went home for like 2 weeks, and then went back for another like 4 or 5 months. Like literally, he knows the hospital better than he knew his own house. So sad. So sad. By the way, that kid couldn't leave his room. He was a heart transplant patient, and he couldn't leave his room. So he sat in his room for 4 months at a time. The only time he would leave his room was when the doctors came and wheeled his butt out of the room in the hospital bed to like a surgery or procedure room or something else. That's it. So he saw his room for 4 months. Think about that if you were just locked in a room for 4 months, you didn't have access to good internet. The only people you ever talked to were people that brought you food or pricked you with needles and were doing tests on you. And then every once in a while, a family member could come in and like read you a story, or a volunteer could come in and read you a story. Oh my gosh. We're going down a rabbit hole of things. It's just, I actually understand IT, not gaming. You spend all day in front of a screen, going home and sit in front of a screen. And now I can see that, Magicot. I can see that. It was just strange to me that they didn't know anything about gaming consoles and your IT, right? Like they didn't know how to fix anything. Like they couldn't do anything. I can relate to this. My brother is getting chemo, and he said it's so boring, almost worse than the effects of chemo. He tried to escape a few times and had to reel himself back in. Yeah, my brother-in-law went through chemo recently. Now, chemo, you usually what? You just lay in bed or sit in a chair, and it lasts for only like 15 minutes. But it's still 15 minutes of just like, it's awful. But, when you get sick with chemo, like chemo can make you very sick. It can make you very weak. Those people, they just sit there and it's boring. When my youngest had her heart surgery, she had to be there for like a week in Eggleston, Atlanta. Yeah, I know that one. We played TTRPGs every day to help her mind off recovery. Every time the nurse came in to get vital, she'd be like, wait, it's my turn in combat. See, that's what I love, right? The nurses sometimes get involved. And with certain aspects that works. But a lot of these games these days, especially when you get to teenagers, the nurses don't know what they're doing. They don't understand Pokemon. They don't understand Minecraft. They don't understand Fortnite. Unless they actually play it, they can say stuff and they can get involved a little bit. Like, oh yeah, kill that guy or take out that creep, whatever. But they generally just don't understand it. It is hard to run a game to not excite a kid and trigger the nurse's station. By the way, yeah. Hey, what's going on, Trackham? How you doing? My brother was in the hospital so much his first 5 years due to a number of severe illnesses and asthma that he also knew the children's ward better than our house. Yeah, we have a couple kids that can walk around. They can get around, and I would walk them around in different areas, walk them to the playroom, etc. And they knew like the entire staff. Those kids were like kings and queens. They knew everybody. And I always thought that was great. I'm not saying anything bad about the staff at this hospital. They were fantastic staff and they loved the kids. They just didn't know anything about gaming. And it was rough. Have you seen the Netflix documentary about the kid with muscle wasting disease playing WoW? I have not seen that. But that sounds interesting. Sounds like something that I should watch. But that's what I want to get into. Those are my goals. My goals are blow up stream big enough to where I could turn my stream into a Mr. Beast type setting, specifically for hospitalized kids or nursing homes for the elderly. Either of those things. And maybe even getting into boys and girls clubs. That's another one that I've been looking into is boys and girls clubs and like the Ronald McDonald Foundation, things of that nature. I've been looking into those quite a bit. Such a bittersweet documentary. Yeah, I have to check that one out. Anyway, I have been rambling. I've been rambling. I wanted to check this out. What do you all think about this? This was posted back on the 27th. I've been kind of reading on it. Spellblade remove dual wield. And I don't think this is going to be a very good topic. I think a lot of people are going to be like, no. I thought D&D Spellblades didn't have dual wield, offhand, etc., etc. I would think a Spellblade Was there an actual Spellblade class added to D&D recently though? Or was that like a Lost Arcana kind of thing that was added in? Because I don't remember one. I feel like you can make a Spellblade through like the Warlock, using the Hexblade or whatever it is. Spell Slinger, Wizard subclass. Okay, so the Wizard subclass is a Spell Singer, which is kind of like a Bard. I feel like I do remember that one. Yeah. What's the benefit of removing dual wield to force a different setup or weapons? So the only benefit I saw in this entire thread that made sense to me was somebody saying, well, if you use a two-handed weapon, you have more time between your attacks to be able to cast spells, which is a valid point, and that allows you to weave in spells without losing any DPS. And I was like, that's kind of a valid point. But the Spellblade builds up to instant cast, no mana cost spells through their procs, which they get more of when they dual wield. So it's a different way of playing it. D&D calls it a spell sword. Do they call it a spell sword? Okay. I played a Hexblade a few times in D&D, but I never... Eldritch Knight, Fighter, Spellsinger, Wizard. Yeah, and I felt like, I mean, maybe those are the same, but maybe there's something different. Maybe I'm just looking at the Spellblade as being a little bit different. I might be thinking of Blade Dancer, Wizard subclass, a good point. I saw a mention in that thread, since procs are normalized, two-hander is the way to go. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, Magicot. Is some people were saying that two-hander is a good way to go because then you can cast spells between the nukes or between the melee attacks. But supposedly they are normalized, the procs are. So supposedly procs are PPM, or procs per minute. So that if you swing a weapon, it doesn't matter how fast or slow your weapon is, it adjusts the proc rate based on the speed of the weapon and how often you attack. But there is still some RNG with that. And from what I heard, I think Nick was talking about it. He said that it is PPM, but it has some RNG components. So still dual wield is still going to be better for that RNG component, especially since dual wielding doesn't lower the damage you do with your proc. So you only have a chance to proc once every 5 seconds with a dual wield or with a two-handed weapon, whereas with two weapons, and they're 3 seconds each, you have 2 chances to proc every 3 seconds. And it's the same amount of damage no matter what. If they made the Spellblade do damage based on maybe the ratio of the attack damage delay ratio that they have on the weapon they have equipped, that might change things. Because then a dual wielding Spellblade would have more procs for lower damage, but then a two-handed Spellblade with a good ratio weapon could have really big procs, but fewer of them. So I don't know. It could be a way to fix the Spellblade right now. Spellblade is still a bit overpowered. It's still a bit too strong. Nick made some changes on his stream last week to where the Spellblade may be a little bit better now. We'll have to see how it plays out, but I still think it's a bit too strong. Two-handed weapons for strong people, Spellblade or Wimps. But they don't have to be. Spellblade can focus on strength if they want. If they normalize Dex if they are normalized, Dex is useless because it's supposed to help proc rate. Yeah, that's another thing. If they normalize it, or they could say that Dex increases the rate that PPM goes off. Like maybe they want it to be PPM of 1. So once per minute it procs. Well, Dex could increase that to, 0.95 or 0.8 or whatever to increase that. So Dex could increase the PPM. So they could do that. It still increases procs, increases the normalized rate. Yeah. What's up, Criddle? What's going on, Young? How are you? Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. But yeah, that's where I look at it. I don't know. Do they need dual wield? Maybe, but they can dual wield. They can also just use a two-handed weapon if they want to. I think that dual wield is going to be the better way to go. Now, another thing is if they dual wield, should they get double attack? And that's another argument that people could make very similar to this one. Maybe they get dual wield, but they don't get double attack. With dual wield and double attack, that's 4 chances every round that they can potentially proc, which is pretty strong considering the proc is X amount of damage and it doesn't change no matter how fast or slow your weapon is. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. If there's a damage cap, then obviously two-handed is going to be worse. Two-handed is worse with a damage cap if you have like a really good two-handed weapon. But if you're using weapons of your level, then I don't think that the damage cap should even be considered. There is a damage cap in this game, and it goes up based on your level, which basically all it does is it removes the need. This kind of goes back to that AC discussion we had earlier, because there's also an AC cap based on your level. So it removes twinking a little bit. It just makes it twinking a little bit less strong is the whole idea. So if you were to take the best two-handed weapon in the game that's got like a crazy good ratio and you hand it on a level 1 character, they're not going to be doing max damage with it because of that damage cap. Same thing with AC. You put 300 AC, max out their gear or whatever, and you put like 300 or 400 AC on a level 1 to 5 character, they're still going to take full damage because that mob is only going to be doing upwards of 5 damage anyway. So it's just not going to really help them that much at the lower end, the lower level, which is a good thing because, you don't really want twinks to be completely unkillable. But they do have a pretty big advantage. Because like somebody was saying, who was it earlier that was saying that they had a level 20-ish, 25 character, whatever it was, with 300 armor class? 300 armor class on a level 20 to 30 character is a lot of armor. Either that or they just don't add that much armor as you get higher level. Because level 60 characters, tanks, level 60 tanks wearing full plate, some of the best gear in the game, are just over 400. Just barely over 400. You could probably get, with buffs and everything, like buffs, all the AC you could possibly get, maybe 450. Right? 450, 475 armor class. That's like best in slot everything. So, 300 on a level 20 to 30 is insane amount of AC. That was me at level 25? Yeah. That's an insane amount of AC at that level. If you factor in all the levels. You should be, if 400 is the level 60 benchmark, then level 30 benchmark should be 200. That's how I look at it anyway. Remarkable Life of, is it Abelin? Would really hit the yeah, I'll have to check that out. I'll check it out for sure. Are you on Project Quorum? No. I thought I saw a gnome corpse with your name the other day. That's actually kind of funny because I did play a gnome in EverQuest. In EverQuest 1, my original character's name was Criddle. That's where my name Criddle came from. 1999, when I first created a character in EverQuest, Criddle. So I've had the name Criddle for 27 years. Well, it'll be 27 years in May. I've been using that name. So don't steal it. I'm watching you people. You steal my name, coming after you. I had 140 on a level 12 cleric. Yeah, it's super easy to get AC at low levels. Make like some crafted bronze gear, bronze plate. Like tons of AC. I remember running arbitrage so much that I had 20 gold at level 20. Ended up with steel plate armor and mithril axe. Wow. Yeah. I think bronze, the 20 to 30 plate gear. It's about 150 armor. Yeah, and you can make bronze, though, at like level 1. I love Monsters and Memories. What's going on? Welcome, Tinfoil Hat. Currently enjoying Quorum for the time being. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of emulators. I don't know. Emulators, I think, and this is nothing against people that like emulators or whatever, and I know like Secrets, I think, is working on Monsters and Memories. Maybe a couple of other devs from like P99 emulator devs. I say devs with quotes because technically they are developers in a way because they have to know how a lot of the stuff works. And I'm not trying to be mean to those people. I disagree with them on an ethical level, right? They're taking assets from a different game that another company, another group of people created, and they are taking all of those assets and then using them to create their own thing. So they're manipulating it enough to where it's not illegal, but enough to where there's an ethical line there. And I don't know. I just disagree with it on an ethical standpoint. I'm definitely all in with the Spellblade, even if they aren't number one DPS. It's a good idea of a class. A little more utility would be interesting for sure. So Spellblade are already, in my opinion, great DPS and utility. So they can DPS even if they weren't S tier. They're currently like way S tier above everybody else DPS wise. Take that away, make them a good A tier DPS, make them a good off tank, B tier, A tier, off tank DPS, like a monk. When they use their cooldowns properly, they can temporarily tank really well, A tier tank for 30 seconds, a minute, whatever, but not consistently for long periods. And then they're replacing tanks. And then the utility on top of that they have, right now they have utility with their procs, specifically the slow, the ice procs, which are a secondary or tertiary slow effect that they can put on enemies. So you actually want Spellblades and Rangers to be doing that on a fight until you get the Shaman to slow them. So could they add a few more abilities? I think so. I think the Spellblade could use a few more because the Ranger has snares. They have the range, the ability to range damage or melee damage. They have heals. They have Speed of the Wild. They have tracking. The Ranger has a lot more utility than the Spellblade, so I think the Spellblade needs to come up in utility a little bit, but maybe they don't come all the way up in utility. They just come up a little bit, but they maintain a little bit more DPS than the Ranger. Ranger should be high B tier, low A tier DPS. Spellblade should be high A tier, low S tier DPS if they don't give them a lot more utility. The utility of the Ranger, I think, offsets the Spellblade a little bit. And I would say that about any class. You give me two classes to compare, and I'll do the exact same analysis of those. But yeah, that's kind of where I sit with Spellblades right now. They should be really good DPS. They shouldn't be as good of DPS as they are because they're above archers, rogues, and wizards. But archers, rogues, and wizards have less utility than the Spellblade is supposed to have in the end. I'm a fan of emulators that are endorsed by the parent company with a legally binding contract. Well, yeah, that's fine too, sure. But most emulators, the definition of an emulator is that they're not really endorsed. If they're endorsed by the company, then it's not an emulator. It's the game, right? They could just release a server and that's the game. It's just a different server type. I get what you're saying. I guess I have no issue with it. Yeah. But Daybreak allows the current PQ setup. So that's good enough for me. Yeah, if Daybreak is okay with it, that's fine. However, they disagreed with it, obviously, when THQ came out, right? Because they were making more money than Daybreak was. They had more people playing THQ and enjoying that than Daybreak was, which was taking away from their revenue. And I think that's where, that's the reason. Money talks. It's hard to beat EverQuest. It is hard to beat EverQuest, yeah. P99 and Quorum have Darkpaul's Blessing, not unethical. And that's fine. I still disagree with them, though, because I would rather those people just play on official servers. And I would rather the official people that do own the rights to EverQuest put out fun official servers like those P99 and Quorum things. I would prefer that. I would feel better about that. So the ethical side of it is one thing. That's only one part of why I don't like it. The other side is, What's to say that any of these people that have zero monetary stakes into it, so they say, right? The head of P99, the head of Quorum, they aren't supposed to be receiving any type of pay whatsoever. They do because they get donations and things, and that's the unethical part of it where it gets kind of shady. But let's assume they're working 100% for free. At what point are they like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to quit. I'm going to turn off the servers. I don't want to deal with it. Right? That's the whole thing about what games are doing now, like Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation as a company just imploded and decided we're gonna stop developing this game. We're not going to do it anymore. Same with New World and Amazon. We're not going to make this anymore. We're done. Well, now as a paying customer, you have some sort of, hey, I would like to do this. Somebody else could come in and buy the game, and they own it. They own monetary stake into it, and they could put it back out for player, whatever. Anyway, so there's a lot of little things that add up to these emulators is why I don't generally like them. And I just don't really play them. It's just a bunch of little things that kind of all go in together to make a much bigger issue to me. Now, if you don't want to look at all the little things, or only maybe one or two of those bothers you, then, it's fine. I'm not saying anybody shouldn't be playing on Project Quorum or P99. Go for it. If you want to do it, go for it. Obviously, they have their blessing, whatever. But there's just too many little things where, like, if I was running a server for a game, you all would have to trust that I'm going to continue to run that game. And what if I didn't want to anymore? Then what? I guess you're just out of a game, right? Like, I don't know. It just bothers me. My opinion on emulators, some companies have the IPs for these beloved games and ignore what the players are asking for and think that they know. Yeah. And that's fine. Then there are a couple of fans in the game. They did the same thing. Like, not even talking about MMOs. People that Breath of the Wild, when that came out, they had it on the Nintendo Switch. You could only play it on the Nintendo Switch, which ran the game fine. But then people were like, I'm going to make an emulator for Breath of the Wild that does up to 4K. And it looks so much better. You just like, wow. Now we know how much better because we have Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom on the Nintendo Switch 2, which is up to 4K, right? So we know what it could have been the entire time. And that's what emulators did well for it. So anyway. There's only so much you can spin the D&D approach to these old school games. Someone would really need to think outside the box to make something crazy new. Yeah, they would. Whoever it is taking money, Mona Lisa, and painting a mustache on her, getting praise for how much better you made it than Leonardo da Vinci. Yeah, exactly. That's like the flip side of it, right? Helter Skelter. That's the flip side that I'm talking about. Of course, that's a drastic explanation, but it is the flip side. THJ was so good. They monetized it too much. They did. Yeah, it was really good. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, guys, I'm not here to debate with you, right? I'm not here to debate which one makes money, which one doesn't make money, which one's more ethical, which one's less ethical. I'm giving you the reasons why I don't like emulators, and that's it. That's just my personal opinion. That's the reason I don't play them. That's the long and short of it. I'm not here to debate whether it's good or bad, and you're not going to change my mind. Like, literally, nothing you say is going to change my mind because I feel like it's, I'm taking something that I don't own and I'm turning it into something slightly different, slight variation. I disagree with it. If you want to make a game like EverQuest, you don't want EverQuest, you want something similar, you Monsters and Memories the heck out of it, right? That's what they did. Instead of Sean and Nick and Ali, those guys could have all went and said, we're going to take EverQuest and we're going to make our own P99 version of it and made an emulator, and they could have done that. They didn't. They chose to make their own game, and I respect that. And I feel like that's another reason I don't want to play the emulators is because it takes away from people like Monsters and Memories. well, I would rather just play P99. I have a character over there. You know, I would rather play that and start a whole new game, Monsters and Memories. I don't want to give those guys money. I want to play this game over here. It takes away from people actually doing hard work and creating something new and fresh. And there's just a plethora of reasons that I don't agree with emulators. So, you know, again, not here to debate how much they're making, how much effort they put into it. I know that the P99 guys put in a ton of effort into making those servers run, and I applaud that, and it's great. It's fine. I just disagree with it. Official servers have Chrono, and Chrono is garbage. I agree with that. Like, yeah, Chrono definitely changes things. Like, I totally understand the reasoning for having Chrono, though. Like, and I'm okay with it. If they were to put Chrono or equivalent in Monsters and Memories, I wouldn't immediately go to the pitchforks and torches and hate Monsters and Memories. Same way that if they put cosmetics into Monsters and Memories, I wouldn't immediately just, I hate you, you're terrible. I wouldn't. I would be like, okay, well, how are you doing it? What's the reasoning behind it? You know, how are you going to implement it? Give me the details, and then we can talk about it. But I don't want it. Ashes of Toast, right? Yeah, Ashes of Creation was a doomed project. I mean, I heard about Ashes of Creation for the first time about 2 or 3 years ago, maybe. And I looked into it, and I'm like, yeah, looks good. They got a long way to go. And then 3 years later, I'm feeling the same way. Yeah, looks good. They got a long way to go. At that point, I was like, I don't think I'm going to play this game. I just don't. The people that have been watching it for 10 years are like really crazy, that are like, I bought in for $50 on day one of early access because I've been waiting for this game for 10 years. You've been waiting for a product for 10 years that has still not done anything good? Like, the first couple years, yeah, they were making a cool game. And then after that, they've literally done nothing. I look at Pantheon the same way. If Secrets left Quorum, I'm sure Ollie would take over. Maybe, yeah. And I think that Secrets and I think that Ollie are both fantastic people that are doing great work over here on Monsters and Memories. I just wish that instead of... I mean, you got to think about it this way, too. If P99 never existed, would Monsters and Memories exist? No, there's a chance that it wouldn't. Because of Secrets and Ollie. And Ali. Because of those two, like, maybe it wouldn't have existed. Because Sean would have never met Ali, and Monsters and Memories would have never been what it is. Like, those are freak chances. So, like, I could say that P99 was a good thing in that sense, and it brought Monsters and Memories to life. But yeah, there's just a bazillion ways you can look at it. Turtle WoW is doing the same with WoW, and it ticked off Blizzard because they're lying for years, saying it can't be done to the people asking for it. Yeah, we're just giving you reasons we like them, not trying to change any minds. Yeah, and I think that certain reasons for having those emulated servers, there's good things that come about them for sure. I would agree with you on that. There are absolutely good things that come about them. I just wish that we didn't have to go those routes. I really wish that we didn't have to go to the routes of, well, I'll show you, I'll prove it to you. I wish some of these devs, like Blizzard devs or Daybreak devs or Sony prior to Daybreak, like, I wish that Sony would have listened to its player base a little bit more. And I wish that Blizzard, the thing is though, Blizzard listening to money. They're not saying, and I don't think that anybody at Blizzard has ever said, you can't do what you're wanting to do, like Turtle WoW. You can't do it. It won't be successful. I think what they're saying is it won't be as successful as live WoW and make us the money that live WoW and our official servers are doing. Now, let's just throw it out there, if Blizzard created Turtle WoW, how popular would it have been? If it wasn't an emulator that did it, if it was actually Blizzard that did what the emulator did, it could have been astronomically popular and made them bazillions of dollars. Who knows? So yeah, it's all up in the air. Yeah, Ali's one of the lead devs on Quorum. Yeah. P99 players who don't like Monsters of Memory blow my mind. How can you love EQ so much and then look at Eminem and say meh? Well, I mean, I could say why. No Chrono, Monster of Memory, yeah. I don't want Chrono specifically, but if they said they were going to add it, I wouldn't be against it necessarily. But yeah, there's reason. I totally get why P90, or I get why EQ players don't necessarily like Monsters and Memories, especially the newer EQ players, the ones that are playing EQ live, that have only been playing for, let's say, the last 10 years. Because Monsters and Memories is EverQuest 1999 to 2002. I would say somewhere in that range. That is Monsters and Memories. Whereas EverQuest from 2000, I would say 2 to 4 started to make those changes. And from 2004 to like present, those changes, they just went off the deep end and just kept like huge diverge from what their normal game, their original game was. Such a drastic difference. That's why they don't like the old school EverQuest. They like EverQuest how it became. So I totally understand people that play EverQuest and don't like Monsters and Memories. Totally get it. I've been doing that with Pantheon for 14 years. I'm not waiting anymore. Yeah, Synalytic, I agree. We've known about Pantheon for however long, and we keep saying, oh, it's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. They're going to make it better. How long, how many times before, you're in an abusive relationship at that point. If you have been toting and saying that Pantheon is this amazing game, or Ashes of Creation is an amazing game, or any other game in development for 10 years, I hate to see what your real life is like in a relationship with anybody. Oh, they're not gonna they're gonna treat me right eventually. No, you're in an abusive relationship. Get out of it. They're not gonna treat you right. They're not gonna change anything. It's not gonna happen. That would be like the only way it's gonna happen is somebody else comes in and buys the company and then makes it their own game, right? It's the only way it could possibly happen. That's basically like saying that's a different development team, a different manager, that's a different company. So if they're not willing to sell their game to somebody, it's not going to happen. Period. I hate to say it. I hate buying cosmetics, but buying power or XP pots is lame. Yeah. Oh yeah. You don't mind buying cosmetics. Yeah. I'm okay with cosmetics. But slippery slope, right? And I hate slippery slope. I try not to use that, but the slippery slope is you start selling cosmetics. Now you're going to start selling something that's not cosmetics. Now you're going to start selling something that's game breaking. Oh, now we have to spend it on XP potions or enhancements or whatever. It's rough. Cash shops will always drive me away. Yeah, they generally do. I hope Secret stays far away from Monsters and Memories. Ali is amazing though. No, Secrets is he's part of Monsters and Memories. He's part of the community at least. He may not be a developer or anything for it. Ali is definitely he is one of the owners of Monsters and Memories, but Secrets is definitely associated. Is I guess the best way you can put it. I don't know how much pull he has on anything. Maybe POL will never. Oh, people will never experience the need for Monsters and Memories. Maybe, yeah. I'm an EQ hater, but I'm here for Monsters and Memories. You're an EQ hater, so do you not like what it became? I don't like what EverQuest became. Ultimately, it's just not. I'm not a big fan of it. We're off on a random tangent though of other things. We got to get back on track here. I'm doing what people don't like about Sean and Nick's stream. I am now doing that because they don't want to watch 6-hour long stream for only a little bit of Monsters and Memories information. Which I find kind of funny that it's kind of derailed into that. But anyway, it is what it is. Pantheon feels like some lied about doing something for money and thought it wouldn't need to be yeah. Called out, scrambled. something. Yeah. There's a lot of shadiness going on over there, and I don't know who's doing it. $20 to buy a boosted level 60 tune of Monsters of Memories win. Oh gosh, I hope not. I really, really hope not. If we start seeing boosting of characters, that'll be me not playing the game anymore. I don't want to see it. There's certain things that I don't want Monsters of Memories to do. If the devs end up doing it, I'm not going to be mad at them. I'm just going to take myself out. I'm just going to be like, I'm done. I don't like to play World of Warcraft for that reason, because of boosting, and that's part of the reason I don't like it. You're going to need to do a summary video of your own stream. I know, right? Didn't WoW do that? Yeah. You could level up to like 10 below the max level or something instantly, and then you have people that have no idea how to play their character. Have me become a Monsters of Memories dev. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to doing something with the development team. I'd love to work with them, in all honesty. I would love to work with them, and I would hate to work with them. I would love to work with them on the same platform that most of you would love to work with them. You're a non-game developer that has always wanted to develop a game. You know, like I listen to Nick say this, and I listen to Sean say this. Mostly Nick, though. He's like, man, I've been playing games. I've been playing EverQuest since I was, however age. I think he was probably like 10 years old or something. And he's like, I always wanted to make a game like... He just sounds like me. He sounds like you. He sounds like any one of us. Nick fell into the dream job. Absolutely fell into it. And he is going to milk every minute that he can out of it. And I applaud him for that. He nailed it. He's hit it. He's there. That's the reason that I would work with and on Monsters and Memories, is for that reason, because I've always wanted to do it, but I've never had the time, the money, whatever, to be able to do it. The reason I don't want to work for Monsters and Memories, and I don't want to be part of the dev team in any capacity, is because once the game releases and I want to push for level 60, I want to, I may not be world first or server first or whatever, but I do want to level up quickly, and I want to try to get to max level as fast as possible. I want to take down raid bosses. I want to be able to do all the things there is in Monsters and Memories, and I want to feel those for the first time from a player perspective, not from a developer perspective. If I worked for Monsters and Memories, I would know all the formulas. I would know how every encounter works. I would know where every item drops. I would know where every NPC spawns, how every quest functions. I would know all of that information, or I would have access to all of that information. And then people would be like, oh, Criddle might have been world first to 60, or he might be in the best raiding guild in the game, but that's because he knows all of the content of the game. He has access. He's a dev, all of that stuff. They're probably already going to say that about me for being a content creator. I already have a disadvantage, even though I don't know any of those things, and I'm just a player like the rest of you. They're already going to be like, he's a content creator. He doesn't count. Doesn't count for getting to level 60 first. Doesn't count for doing the hard content. And, I don't want that. I want people to be like, oh, wow. He tried. He pushed. He did what he set out to do. Don't meet your heroes? Yeah, kind of a don't meet your heroes. Absolutely. I mean, meet them, shake their hand, but don't work with them. It's mixing business and pleasure, which is something that you don't do. In the business world, you don't mix business and especially like family life and business. Oh my gosh. But yeah, business and pleasure, you start mixing those things. WoW went downhill after Wrath. Sadly, TBC and Wrath were great. They were, yeah. No boosting, no name changes. I agree with the name changes for sure, and the boosting. But yeah, the name change, that's a whole other one that we could talk about. I hope that they never allow name changes. Like you get a level 60 character, you put hundreds of hours into that character, and you make a bad reputation for yourself, you better start over. Good luck. And you better hope that whenever you start over, somebody doesn't rat you out that knows who you are, because we're in 2026. People know what your IP address is. You're playing a game, they'll find out your IP address if they want it. They will find out who you are, and I don't condone this at all, but they will do it, and they will make you regret it. It's revenge is so mean. Criddle was an alpha, his accomplishments don't count. That's exactly what they're going to say, Magicot. 100%. He was an alpha, his accomplishments don't count. He has some sort of in with the devs, his accomplishments don't count. They're saying that right now. There's certain people that are on the alpha. This is one of the craziest things that I have seen. And people talk about this out in the open on Reddit, on Discord, in chat rooms, and Twitch streams, out in the open. So this isn't something that is in the closed alpha that I'm talking about. But there are people that are in the closed alpha that are complaining about other people in the closed alpha getting preferential treatment from the devs. I'm just like, what? How did you get into a closed alpha? I got super lucky on a random giveaway from Nick. There's a few of you. There's a few. But even still, you're getting preferential treatment by being in the closed alpha. And you want to call somebody else for getting more than you? Like, come on, guys. Like, how many people do you think are saying the same thing about you? And you're going to be like, no, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. But they are. Anyway, it's a whole thing. It'd be better to only know one aspect of the game thoroughly from being a dev. The guys making the world don't know. Yeah, and so here's the thing, Helter Smelter. That's how a typical game company like Blizzard or Activision or EA or any other game company, that's how they work, is you know what you know. And if you want to change something in the game, you need to ask your higher up, and your manager needs to make sure that it's okay with the manager of the other team. So like you have this team and this team, they both have managers. Those managers talk to each other, go back to their teams, tell their team, and that's all you know. Monsters and Memories is doing it differently. To my knowledge, how I understand it from Sean and Nick, is they've kind of opened it up. Everybody on the team communicates openly in an open space, and they all discuss things with each other, and it's not hard to find out information from one team to another team to another team. They all have the information, which is good and bad. It helps the development process because it allows everyone on the team to know which direction the team is going as a whole. But at the same time, it also means that anybody can get into anything and kind of manipulate it. So it's a little bit scary. I know people like to hate on Retail WoW, but I don't know anything about it. I'm so far removed. I feel a lot of people that hate on Retail WoW wouldn't have any achievements or 1 hour game time in it since 6-7 expansions ago. It's actually bad for the reason we believe it sucks. I think that people hate on Retail WoW because they don't like the direction that it went. So the people that loved, same thing with EverQuest, the people that loved the first 2 or 3 expansions of WoW enjoyed the raiding scene, they enjoyed the hardcore, they enjoyed how challenging the game was back then. And then now a lot of people's perception of WoW is it's super easy because you have like these mods and everything. Like a WoW screen now isn't the game screen. It's just a bunch of add-ons and mods and things of that nature that people have put into the game, and it dumbs down the basics of the game. It does make certain aspects of the game super easy, whereas the original, it was challenging and it was fun and you could explore things. Now it's just like it tells you literally everything you can do, where to go, what your rotation is on your character. And I think that's the direction that they went was just wrong for certain players, but it's right for other players. I think if Monsters and Memories were to do the same thing, it would attract certain other audience to it, and it would push out the current audience. But that's not to say that World of Warcraft right now, live World of Warcraft is not hard. Retail WoW is very challenging in the raid scene, in the Mythic Pluses. You need all of those tools to be able to even function in WoW in those high-end, challenging content. So people that are saying that WoW is too easy now, and that's the reason why it sucks and they don't want to play it, they're wrong. WoW top end is very challenging. The middle range, yeah, it's pretty easy. It's a pretty easy game. So I just think that people have just different takes on it, different approaches. I would say that yeah, accomplishments on the alpha server, depending on when you joined the alpha server, are huge accomplishments because they have tweaked the XP so many times. Guys, it was bad. They also have changed it like way back before a lot of people were in alpha. This was a year plus ago, probably. More like 6-8 months ago or more. The pets in alpha were way too strong. They were like the best tank, the best DPS, the best everything. They were just insanely good. So like it depends on when you were in alpha. You know? Depends. Am I going to main a bard? No. I'm going to be maining a fighter, most likely. A tank. One of the 4 tanks is what I'll be playing. Right now, it's most likely going to be a fighter. Because most likely I will have the playtime and the knowledge and the ability to be able to main tank for a guild or a raid. And that's what I want to do. And my group of friends, they need a tank because they all want to play DPS or healers or bards and enchanters and stuff. That nobody really wants to play a tank. So I generally play a tank. Not to mention, the reason I play a tank is because 9 times out of 10, I've had this happen. I guarantee you all have seen it too. You join a guild, you're doing well, everybody's winning. Main tank decides, whatever reason, they're done with the game. Somebody ticks them off, somebody ninja loots an item that they feel like they should get. They get their ego blown out of proportion. They think, I'm just going to screw over the entire guild and I'm going to quit the game and I'm going to leave. And it does end up screwing over the entire guild most of the time when your main tank leaves, especially in a game like Monsters and Memories or EverQuest, because you gear them and prepare, like that's the focal point of your raid a lot of times. And when they leave, it's just like, okay, now what? Now we're kind of screwed. I don't like that. I feel like tanks burn out quickly, more quickly than anybody else. And I got tired of replacing them in previous games. So that's why I main tank. Do you know how to get out of Fail and Draw? Yes. Run that way and you'll get out of Fail and Draw. No, I do know how to get out of it if I'm in Fail and Draw. Like if I see the world, I don't know how to tell you how to get out of it depending on where you are. It's very hard to explain to somebody which direction to go. I could tell you a cardinal direction, cardinal direction, north, south, east, west, or whatever, but I don't even know those. I just know by seeing what's on my screen. If I can see it on my screen, I can look around for a minute. I'll find a landmark that I recognize, and I'll be like, I need to go this way or that way or whatever. Envy is a thief of joy. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I'm in alpha and honestly look forward to breezing past all the first timers with my alpha knowledge. People that are in alpha right now, I am not even going to sugarcoat it. People that are in alpha right now have a very big advantage against those that do not have alpha access. It is a huge advantage. Now, the people within alpha versus other people within alpha, do certain people in alpha have a greater advantage than others? No, absolutely not. They do not. There is no GM handholding that I'm aware of. There is no preferential treatment across the board that I'm aware of. I have not gotten any of it. In fact, I feel like I've gotten pushed away from that. Specifically for being a content creator. I think I've gotten some advantages for being one, but then I've gotten other disadvantages for not being one. So I think I feel like it balances out. Of course, I could be completely blind to it, but I think that people in the alpha have a distinct advantage over everybody else. Absolutely do. There's no sugarcoating it. But if you want to do something in the alpha, you can do it. If you put in the time and effort, you can do it. All you have to do is ask. Be vocal. Be like, hey, mind if I join your raid? Mind if I join this group? Can I watch you guys kill this mob so I can learn it too? Can you tell me where something is? Most of the people seem to be very open about things. There are a few that have their gatekeepers. They don't want to tell anybody about anything. For the most part, though, everybody kind of talks kind of freely, I feel like. Retail WoW still unmatched for the Raid Mythic Plus difficulty. It's super hard, dude. Raid and Mythic Plus difficulty in WoW is so challenging, and I laugh. There's somebody on this forums, I'm not going to name them, but there's somebody on the Monsters and Memories forums that will sit there and tell you that the challenge of Monsters and Memories is so far above Retail WoW, and that's the reason they want to play the game, and they don't want to dumb themselves down to going to Retail WoW. You could probably figure out who it is based on what I just said. But there's one person, well, there's probably multiple, but there's one in particular that I'm thinking of. And I just look at that every time this person speaks. I'm like, you're crazy. You absolutely have no idea what Retail WoW is. Clearly. Because Monsters and Memories is by far an easier game to play at the high end than World of Warcraft Retail. If you take World of Warcraft Retail Raids and Mythic Plus, none of that compares. It is so much more difficult to do physically. Like as a player, you have to understand a lot more and you have to be constantly doing different actions. It is more difficult to do. Way more difficult. Unlimited add-ons is a bad idea for game design. I agree. I don't like the add-ons at all. I wish that World of Warcraft would take the add-ons out of the game and make people play it the way it's intended to be played, and then they would have to nerf all of their high-end content because it wouldn't be possible. It would literally be impossible to do if you don't have the voice going, "Run away, little girl, run away." If you don't have that, I don't know how these people could do it. It'd be impossible. You're not interested in Shadow Knight? Are they kind of too easy for you? No. Shadow Knight's fine. I'm okay with Shadow Knight. Right now, I'm leaning towards I'm going to go Fighter at start of early access, then Paladin. I'm going to play Paladin in the beta. Hopefully, that's my goal, is to play Paladin in the beta and really get a feel for the class. If I like it, that would be my secondary class, and then I would lean towards Shadow Knight as my third, with Inquisitor being my fourth. And people are going to be like, yeah, Inquisitor sucks. No, Inquisitor's amazing. Inquisitor's very, very strong. But the Inquisitor is the worst overall tank. Okay, so like if I'm going to be tanking as a main tank for a raid guild, I would not want to be an Inquisitor. They're going to be amazing at specific fights, and I won't even main tank those fights if I have a good solid geared Inquisitor in my group or my guild. I would want them to tank those fights, and I will be an off tank or DPS or whatever else you want me to do, because they're just better at tanking those fights. So certain things the Inquisitor does better, but overall, if I lost an Inquisitor in my raid, like if they were the main tank and they just quit out of nowhere, it wouldn't really affect me, right? I would just be like, okay, well, we can fill in with a different tank. It'll work. But the Inquisitor is amazing. They're very good for what they do, and I hope to find some really good Inquisitors to put in whatever guild that I'm in for that reason. So, yeah, but I would play one of the other three. Main tanks are the worst for turnover because raids usually prioritize them on loot, and they get done before the rest of your raid. Yeah, absolutely, Italica. Yeah, they're done. They prioritize their loot. They get all the items that they want. They get best in slot and everything. They also burn out because they have to show up to every raid, whereas the DPS don't necessarily have to. They put in more time and effort into the game than everybody else does, and they burn out and they quit. And they're like, I don't need to go to that raid anymore. I don't need the gear, and they quit. That happens more often than not. You're gonna conquer the Kungan as tank. Does Kungan play tank? Does he like to tank? I don't know much about Kungan, to be honest. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe he'll be in my guild. Maybe I'll be in his guild. Maybe we'll play together. Maybe this game will need 2 main tanks. But yeah, I've been playing main tank for my group of friends, my guild, for over 20 years. Since I joined up with these people in EverQuest 2. So whenever EverQuest 2 released, I joined up with them, and yeah, I've been playing with them ever since. Man, I'm getting this weird sensation. My right arm is numb, and my lips are numb and tingly. I hope I'm not having a heart attack or something. Very strange sensation right now. Maybe it's just I need to move. Go on the path until you see the cart. Take the path away from the city. Main path. There you go. Yeah. Hoss is trying to tell you how to get out of Phelan Draw. I could not be able to explain that to you. There wasn't any GM favoritism in Pantheon either until it broke. There was. Well, I'm telling you, Mal, that there's not. As somebody that would be probably getting that favoritism, right? There's not. Knowing what I know, I don't want to go into too much detail because I don't want the devs to get mad at me for talking too much about what's happening on the alpha servers. Okay, I try to not talk about them directly. I try to talk about them in more of an indirect way, things I would like to see, things I would like to do, etc. But I can see where favoritism. I can see where they're coming from, saying that there's favoritism, but there's not. The difference in Pantheon and Monsters and Memories is we're talking right now on a closed alpha server. So how can there be favoritism on a closed alpha server? They're there to test. And if the GM is spawning a mob for a group, or if they're socializing with a group on a closed alpha server, that's not favoritism. That's testing. The problem with Pantheon is it was in one of the open servers that anybody could be part of. That's the problem. And they were spawning mobs for their guild on an open server, which was Black Moon or whatever it was called. And that was where the issue came. So I can promise you that there's no favoritism currently going on. Their GM messing with players. Trent turned the skeletons or fighting into giant skeletons. It was fun. Yeah, that happened. Trent's amazing, guys. Trent is absolutely amazing. He jokes around with people. You see him all the time joking around in the open test. He does the same thing in the closed test. It's the same stuff. I watched some of your guildies do a 12-man fight in Glass Flats the other day and got to talk with Last about Inquisitor gameplay at 60. Was great learning for me. Yeah. Last is a fantastic dude. Like, he knows the game well. And I don't know. The fact you need add-on to play Mythic Plus negates homeboys arguing that it's too easy. Yeah, exactly. It was intended to play with add-ons. They're part of the game since the closed beta. Well, yeah, I just think that they should take them away. The add-ons have become too powerful from WoW. We've done a pass to add-ons for the new expansion pack. Yeah. Just all the tank classes. Yeah, I'll play all the tank classes. I'll probably level 1 of each to level 60, and just whichever one is the best at any given time, I'll just throw all my gear on them and I'll play that class. That'll probably be what I do for Monsters and Memories. So then I'm always the tank for my guild, and I don't have to worry about having another person tank. That's literally what it is to me. It doesn't boil down to me wanting to be the center of attention. It doesn't boil down to me having the bigger ego. It doesn't boil down to anything other than I don't want my main tank to quit and then now me not be able to do content because I don't have a main tank. It literally boils down to that for me. So I will be the main tank of my guild, or I will always be at least able to take on the role of main tank of my guild. Always. Because I don't want us to be completely screwed out of things because somebody quit the game. I've seen it too many times. SK and Pally are my favorite tanks as a healer. Paladin right now is probably the best group tank at higher level. because it gets rid of damage shields. Do you know how bad damage shields are at higher level, guys? They're awful. They're awful. But it just gets rid of it. 5-hour stream today. Good deal. I missed a bit working. I may need a Criddle recap video to catch up. Hey, I'll try, Nicodemus. Now, I don't do recap videos of my own content because there would be too much to talk about, in all honesty. This is not a diss against Nick or Sean, but when it comes to actual Monsters and Memories content, watching their streams, I can boil those down into 10, 15-minute overviews because there's not a lot of discussion that pertains to Monsters and Memories. It actually pertains to their lives and their development process and things, which are things that I like and I find interesting, which is why I watch them. But not a lot of just Monsters and Memories content. I hope that we have more Monsters and Memories content. This stream in particular has not. I've kind of gone off on a few tangents. In a closed alpha context, people need to calm down about favoritism. In that environment, as a developer, you find people that are most reliable to your dev process and you use them. You don't waste time to be inclusive. Yeah, I agree, Italica. I agree. And there's people on the alpha that I think are fantastic at giving feedback, at testing different aspects of the game, at being objective when it comes to looking at things as a whole and not just being, oh, well, my class. There are those. Of course there are those, right? There's those everywhere. But I feel like there's some pretty open-minded individuals that are just trying to make the game better. Like they don't want the game to fail when it ultimately does launch. They do want the game to be better. And I think those people are great. Recap of the recap. Oh man, somebody actually did recap one of my. So I used to do recap videos. The reason I started doing them was Joppa, actually, way back in Pantheon, over a year plus ago. And I was doing recap videos of his. Somebody started doing recaps of my recap in text-based form, and I was like, okay. And they would put it on Reddit. It was kind of funny actually to read. Joppa said, yeah, Joppa said. That's true. I probably was part of the reason there was a whole Joppa said movement, because I would say, well, in Joppa's video, Joppa said blah, 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 blah. Joppa said blah, 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 blah. But the problem is I knew, and I tried to do this for Nick and Sean as well. I try to take the sarcasm out of it, right? When they're joking about something, I try to remove those and I don't recap those. Because there's times when, like Sean said the other day, and I did put this in my recap, his favorite class or his favorite race right now is Gnome, specifically Gnome on a Minotaur. Somebody would take that out of context and be like, oh my God, Sean's adding Gnomes on Minotaurs into the game. It's going to be a thing. It's coming in the next patch. We're going to see Minotaurs and we're going to see Gnomes riding them. And then that's going to blow up into something else. Well, Sean said. Did he though? No, he was he was joking, guys. Like I try to pick up on those things and I take those out of the recap on purpose. I try to get solid information out of what's happening in the development process of the game so that we don't have these, well, Nick said this, Joppa said that. I can show you a prime example of that. Where was that? Was that, it was the one that I showed earlier. Inquisitor. There was this one right here. Right here. And I'm not picking on this guy, but he said last was stated by New World's Cult was 6 months, so it's 6 months until said otherwise. And I agree with that, right? And this is in regards to, I asked him this question, I made this statement. From my understanding, Module 1 is 3 months after early access, so we're looking at September, because here he was saying that the Deep Elf isn't until Module 1, which last we heard was 6 months after the start of EA. Right? I try to get correct information out there, and the correct information is 3 months after EA. And then he even tried to correct me a second time, to which I literally double-checked on January 28th. So that's the reason I do these recap videos, is so that I'm informed and you all are informed of the development process. Some people may not like those, but it is what it is. Criddle starts doing recaps of his own stream. Yeah, it could happen. You're going by what was stated versus what the expectation is. I'm going by both. By both. Specifically in that situation, in this particular situation, I went back and I double checked Sean's stream at an hour and 56 minutes in. You can go listen to it on January 28th, hour and 56 minutes in. Sean specifically said Module 1 is planned to release 3 months after early access, as a lot of it is already done and continue to be working on right now. Quote unquote. That is what Sean said. So I'm basing it off of Sean's words and his expectations going forward. So I base what I say on my recaps based on what they said and they expect. Because there's things like Nick has said something, and I've recapped it in this way as well. Nick says something like, Spellblades are OP. Right? They probably need nerfed. That's what Nick said. Those are his literal words. I've heard them myself. Does that mean that Spellblades are getting a nerf in the next patch? No. That does not. Does that mean that Spellblades are getting a nerf at all? No, it does not. It means that Nick feels like the Spellblade is OP, more information is needed, or other classes may need to be boosted up. We'll have to see where they stand in the next month or two. That's what that means. It doesn't mean they're guaranteed to get a nerf tomorrow. It doesn't mean that they're ungodly overpowerful and all that. It doesn't mean any of those things. People try to interpret things and they try to listen to what they say and then just verbatim spit that back out somewhere else, which causes a lot of the misinformation we get about the game and when it's going to be released and all these other things that are happening and what's going to happen with different classes. There's a lot of misinformation out there. Way too much. Like I could very well expect Module 1 to take longer than 3 months. It could. Yeah. So according to Sean, he said their plan is 3 months after. But he never states it will guaranteed be 3 months after. So I try to make sure that I word my recaps that same way. The plan is for Module 1 to be out approximately 3 months after early access. Of course, anything could change that. Right now, the plan is for beta to be out March 1st and early access to start June 1st. Nobody in this entire development team has come out and said guaranteed June 1st. Not one person. They have said multiple times, we will do everything in our power to make it June 1st for early access. And if we have to even dial back scope, we will do that to make sure we hit that June 1st mark. However, June 1st is not a guarantee. No one is guaranteed that. So that's where I think the misinformation comes from. Communication is hard. People convey things they don't intend and others hear what it said. Yeah, that's why communication should be done as little as possible. I think it should be done as much as possible, but I like to overemphasize. I have that problem in my day-to-day life as well with communication. With friends and family and things of that nature, I have a huge problem with communication. And I feel like a lot of it is because most people communicate based on interpretation. You know, like you start to say something, they fill in the last part. Somebody told me this about reading as well. I'm not a very good reader. I don't read well. I read very, very slowly. And it's because I read every single word and then I try to process it in my brain to make sure that what I read is accurate. Whereas a lot of people read like the first 2 words of a sentence, the last 2 words of a sentence, and then fill in the middle. And that's how they speed read. So their reading comprehension is probably not as high as mine, but they can read something way faster. So I will read something or listen to something 3 times if I have to understand it. They will listen to it once, assume they understand it, and move on. So just a different way of looking at it. I'm glad my streams are not so serious. Hopefully it's just entertaining to folks, can learn stuff about development. I try to drive folks to Nick and Sean's stream for the official stuff. Yeah, and that's something I love about your stream, Nicodemus, is I love going in there to hear your stories, to hear your banter with your daughter when you stream with her, to hear your take on your memories of EverQuest and similar games and D&D, how you approach things. I love hearing your take on the lore Like, things of that nature are fun to me in your streams, but it's a different animal. Not everybody wants that information. I learned this a long time ago with my streaming and my content creation, and I've never been able to actually leverage it properly. But what people want out of me, at least right now, is Monsters and Memories information. They don't care about my stories for the most part. They don't care about my background, my history, any of that. They want to know, well, Criddle seems to know a lot about Monsters and Memories, so I can ask him questions and hopefully get an answer. You know, some that they may not be able to get from the devs. They may not get a correct answer on the Discord because misinformation. So I feel like that's where a lot of my viewer base is coming from, at least these days. Same thing when I streamed Fortnite Save the World way back in the day, that's where I actually used to stream and all that. They came in to see a high level player play Fortnite Save the World. Somebody that had maxed out weapons, maxed out characters, and doing the very hard content. They wanted to see how it was done, what they could do differently, how to build structures, how to build, tunnels. I don't know what you guys played of Fortnite Save the World, but it was very different than Fortnite Battle Royale. But I used to build, these tunnels to kill monsters and stuff. People wanted to know how to do that, so they came in for information. And then when I stopped playing Fortnite and I started playing a variety of other games, my viewer base went down. It just went to nothing, basically. Like I went down to like 20 people for about a year or two. And at one point I went down to like 5 people in my stream at any given time. And that's because a lot of them aren't there for the content creator. They're there for the information on the game that they want to talk about. In this case, Monsters and Memories. So yeah, I will say Nick certainly tries to make everyone happy and seems to give a small hope for everyone asked, which will be problematic for misinformation spreading. Yeah, I'm not hating on Nick for saying this, but yes, Nick doesn't want to give you the bad news, so he tries to sugarcoat the bad news. Or he tries to say, yeah, I think we can implement that. That's something that we can do. And he does try to be as nice to people as he possibly can. I am different, and I think Sean is different. That's why I like Sean so much. Like Sean and I we're on the same page. I don't know that we could be friends because we probably would end up butting heads too much. But Sean and I could definitely be friends because he says it like it is, and he doesn't care what anybody else thinks. Like he said, you may never see a certain item in the game. Doesn't matter. You're a casual player. You don't play enough. You don't deserve to see it. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. That's Sean's philosophy on it. You may never see a raid boss because you do not put enough time into the game. If you want to see the best item drop, you need to camp that for 20 hours straight and hope that you get that item. If you're only willing to camp it 2 hours here, 2 hours there, when it's available to camp, you better be really lucky to get that item. So I personally like that. I think he's more realistic. Where I think Nick is just more trying to be nice to everybody kind of thing, like, oh yeah, I could definitely see, oh yeah, we might be able to make that happen kind of thing, So what's up with this you said this mentality? I feel like players need to chill with that. I said this? People are saying that about me? I don't know about that. If people are saying I specifically said something, it's information that I'm getting from somebody else. Are you saying that Nick said this or Sean said that or whatever? Yeah. You got to know the nuances, right? I like stories. Thanks for sharing them. Yeah, I love your stories, Nicodemus. I love your stories. You're super fun and entertaining to me to watch. I do listen to your Nick recap videos to make sure I don't miss anything Nick and Sean said yeah, exactly, about the game. And that's another thing. Even developers of Monsters and Memories have been watching my recap videos to make sure that they have the most up-to-date information based on what Nick and Sean want in the game, right? That's the reason that some of them listen to it. I've had Nicodemus say that. I've had Zukin and I think ZBrush also Zukin, there's Zukin right there. I'm watching it live. Exactly. Like, I think that, a lot of the developers, they want to know the information. Well, I wasn't in Nick's stream. I don't know what he said about, something that I may or may not need to fix in the game. So they might watch my recap stream. It happens. And I hope that I'm doing a service to everyone and not a disservice to anyone. I hope. Can't believe I didn't follow you on here. I feel like I joined mid-rant or something. What's going on, Incredible? How you doing? No, I'm not in a rant. We're just kind of talking about the things that I do. ZBrush is quite active also. Yeah, ZBrush is very active. Zukin, ZBrush, Goblin, they're all very active. I prefer how Sean gives people info of the game. I do too, yeah. I prefer Sean over Nick as far as streams are concerned. But Nick does give a lot of really good information. Not to mention, Nick has all of the information on balance, class skills, encounters, all of the things that I love, right? All the things that I want to be really good in the game. I have to watch Nick for those because Sean's like, I don't know. Like, you ask Sean, he has no clue on a lot of things. It was funny the other day, Sean was talking about PvP and somebody asked him, they're like, in PvP, what are the rules of the PvP server? And Sean's like, I don't know, Wild West? And they're like, no, it's +- 4 levels. And Sean's like, what? We actually put that in? +- 4 levels? I didn't know that was a thing. He had no idea. None whatsoever. And he's like the owner of the game, right? He's like the top person in my eyes. Without Sean, there wouldn't be a game. So he doesn't even know everything that's going on in his own game. That's where I feel like I fill a role of some sort in the game development process of Monsters and Memories. Is I try to know what's going on in as many possible avenues as I can, because you might hear Sean say one thing and then Nick say something different that contradict each other. That's happened also, and I've seen it in the Discord a lot. Specifically, small group solo all the way up to single group play versus raids. This has come up in the Discord where Nick is more of the raid type, Sean is more of the single group type, and people have called them out saying that they're saying different things. They don't, though. Sean actually loves raiding. He actually got into EverQuest in the raid capacity, building raids, believe it or not. But for Monsters and Memories, he does focus in more on that single group aspect, and he's not really dipping his toe into the raiding, into the game mechanics, the combat mechanics. He's not dipping his toe into a lot of that stuff right now, but he does say he would love to do that. So there's just a difference. And you need to, if you don't know the nuances, if you only watch Nick, or you only watch Sean, or you only watch ZBrush, or you only watch certain people, Zukin, whatever, and you only get one side of the story and you never get the other side, then you're going to be shifted to that side. Get all sides of it and it changes everything. It really changes everything. They work on as much as everyone else in the team, so I can see why people on the team can fall behind on 11-hour streams. Oh yeah, they absolutely can. Yeah, sure. And everybody's working 100%. 100%. Sean's the mascot? In a sense. I think that Nick's become the mascot. In the sense that a mascot is like the goofy comic relief of the team, right? And he's just, and I'm not saying he's goofy or comic relief. I'm just saying he's become like more of the mascot of just like, I can do this and I can do this. And people love to watch him manipulate what they can do in like spawning different types of enemies and talking about things that most people like in this type of game, which the most people that are on Twitch, at least, that are on Twitch, watch YouTube videos, they want to know about the mechanics of the game, the raids, the bosses, the classes, how they all work together. That's what people on Twitch generally want to know. People that are not on Twitch, which do make up for the vast majority of the player base, those people don't care about any of that stuff. So, like, that's a whole other thing that you have to look at, is Nicodemus, I feel like, fits the majority of the player base of Monsters and Memories. Unfortunately, those people don't watch Twitch or even YouTube for that matter. They don't want to be spoiled on anything, so they don't watch any content Monsters and Memories related because they want to play the game through fresh eyes without being spoiled at all. But I think that Nicodemus fills that role, and I think more people need to go watch Nicodemus that play Monsters and Memories. I think that they would actually love to watch him and enjoy his commentary and what his thoughts are on the game, because that's the majority of the players. I've enjoyed art streams. I'm going crazy, walk past stuff and say, hey, I watched that being created. Yeah, that's super fun, isn't it, Caldwell? Super fun. Super duper fun. The passion begins with, Azlil. How do you pronounce his name? Sean's character's name? I don't even know. I'm pretty sure, by the way, that Sean appeared next to me when I was soloing one day, and I didn't even know it was him because I didn't know his character's name was Azalil. I had no idea, and we were just talking. We were just kind of chatting about stuff, just having a buddy talk. No clue who it was at the time, none whatsoever. Otherwise, I may have said things differently, but yeah, I was just chatting with him. Criddle wants a listen to board meetings without sitting in on the board meetings. Did I get that right? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I don't want to sit in. I don't want board meetings, but I want to be the fly on the wall listening to the board meetings. I get they have very decentralized management structure with all the volunteers, remote work, but if the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, that causes a problem. Well, so no, that's the thing, Magic Cut. I'm not trying to say that, right? I may have come across that's what what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. They actually have very, very, very open dialogue in a thing called what is it called? It starts with an S. It's like Teams, but it's not Teams. Anyway, Slack. Yes, Slack. I don't know why I forgot about that. Slack is a very big program that that developers use, and not just developers, that all teams use in business across all different aspects of life. As a business professional, like, this is something that they just use. And they use it just to communicate with each other constantly, right? Rather than, okay, I'm going to tell my boss this, they're going to tell this person this, they're going to tell this other person this, and have a telephone and a chain of emails that don't get answered for a week long. Slack is basically like a Discord channel that is just open all the time, where you can just talk. You're just constantly talking with each other. And that, I think, is great. I think it's an amazing way to work. It's kind of like working in a bullpen, right? Or working like what they call a bullpen from like financial standpoint. You have, back in the days where we didn't all work from home, we all worked in offices and we had our cubicles, but it was one giant room. If you needed somebody, you stand up and you look over your cubicle and you say, hey, Joe, I need you to help me with this. And Joe could walk around and get on your computer and help you with it, right? It's like that, but it's just in a computer form. And I think it's great. If we're a band, Sean is the front man, Ollie's drums, Nick is the lead guitar, Goblin is bass, Zukin is ZBrush on rhythm, Robert is keyboards. I love that. I love that, Nicodemus. That's 100%. I would be on. I could see that, because Sean is kind of the front man, you know. Ali is the drums. He keeps the beat. He keeps everything running smoothly. That's what the drums do, right? Nick is a lead guitar. You know, he's up front. He's up front in your face. You can see him. He needs to be there. I totally see all that. Yeah. Just being the shaker, sticks, and the drum. Yeah. Did you actually type the word crescendo? Are you okay? Crescendo. Did he type crescendo and I missed it? With the music crescendos, I can't hear him at all. You can't hear me? I can turn down the music. Oh, is it too loud? There, I'll turn the music down a little bit. I apologize. People didn't tell me it was too loud. No more P99 Earth Staff shenanigans. I'm down to put in time for the items. People permacamping stuff for months to years on end to gatekeeping items is not chill. It's not chill, but yeah. If we get an epic class weapon, I hope we avoid that. What happened in EverQuest? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to be. That's somebody you might need to talk to Nicodemus about. If you want to talk about Epic Quest, Nicodemus isn't the only one, but he's more of your lore quest writer type of person on the team. And he would know way more about it than probably anybody else on the team, and myself, who's not on the team. Definitely more than I do. But yeah, like, are we going to get super rare items? Are you going to have to camp, a glowing black stone to turn in that item to be able to just progress your quest? Those kind of things in EverQuest were definitely rough. Should we have rare items? Sure, there should be rare items that drop, but they should not necessarily be really good coveted items that other people want to use on their character. They should just be rare drops that happen to drop, and then people can sell those off or whatever. They can trade them. But if they're really good coveted items, that becomes a problem. But yeah, that'd be something you have to talk to those guys about. Not going to lie, I've never watched Nicodemus. I didn't realize I wasn't even following him, to be honest, but I'll keep an eye on him. Yeah. Yeah, Nicodemus is he's a lore writer, quest writer for Monsters and Memories, as well as some other things. I think he's done some itemization in the past. He's done a few things. So absolutely, yeah. Check him out. If you like more just dialogue with the content creator, about life in general, about gaming in general, those kind of things. That's what Nicodemus is going to give you. If you want information about Monsters and Memories, he'll give you some, a little bit, little tidbits here and there. Tidbits. I said tidbits, didn't I? Tidbits here and there. But yeah. Can't learn the big words. I train myself up to 900 words a minute reading. Jeez. I can't. I'm at like 60 words a minute. One word a second. That's me, right? Maybe a little bit faster. But I don't read quickly. I just don't. It's just not my thing. Nick is like power metal kiss singer or something. I can see that, yeah. Do you do the /look in the Tombs Last Wormsbane? Nicodemus is all about mud commands, guys. /look is right up his alley. If you like mud commands, Nicodemus is your guy. If you don't like the mud commands, Nicodemus may not be your guy. May not be. The Enraged Golem 72 hours spawn inside a raid dungeon isn't too tough. Epic Weapon Quest would be cool, but my god, I hope they aren't gated by single spawn. Have 72 hours straight camp. Yeah. That's going to be rough, Italica. I agree. I want the epic weapons or epic quests to be good, and I want them to be items that people go after, and I want them to even incorporate raids and other types of in-game content at the higher end. I want all of those things, but I don't want them to be items that people would use every day. Not the epic quest item, the item that they need for their quest. It should be like the quest giver could be like, I need a scale of a dragon, and only 3 dragons exist in the game, and any one of them could drop the scale, and it literally is a scale is the name of it, and it's just a no drop item. That's it. And it drops off of 3 very challenging mobs. That would be how I would want to incorporate it into Monsters and Memories. Not I need this very rare, one-of-a-kind item that drops on this mob very infrequently and only spawns once every 72 hours or whatever. I wouldn't want that. Like, that just gets to be too much. Use /look in Wormsbane if you see something interesting and you want more info on the area. Yeah, absolutely. Everyone should be using /look. Did the stream freeze to anyone else or just me? Uh-oh. Just you, Magicot. Just you. Apparently. If it's frozen, it doesn't matter because he won't see that. Anything that involved Quillmane was terrible? Yeah. Absolutely. I agree with you guys. How cooked is Phalandraw versus Night Harbor as far as starting areas? I don't know much about Phalandraw. Oh, excuse me. Phalandraw is actually, if I were to go into early access today, I would rather start in Phalandraw than Night Harbor, because you're going to have a better chance of finding things to kill, way less lag. It would just be a better all-around experience. Not to mention, Sean has been working on a dungeon for the Phalandraw side of the world that's going to start around level 12. And it's going to have named in it. It's going to have items in it. It's going to be amazing and fun and awesome. So I would say right now, Phalandraw is a good place to start. If you're playing a Wood Elf or a Halfling, and you can start over in the Phalandraw side, I would say do it. Plus no sandstorms and no sandstorms. That is true as well. I'm a fan of long and challenging class quests. It's an opportunity to explore class lore, group up, and promote player interactions. For example, the WoW Paladin Epic Mount Quest. Super awesome. Yeah, I am too. Reckless. I think that lore, long, drawn-out epic quests are fun. You learn about the world that you're playing in. You learn to play with other people. I absolutely love it. I think it's great. 3 days to wait for Undertow to spawn. Suck too. Yeah, any of those. I mean, I don't mind having 3 days to wait. Like if you put an item drop on a raid boss, that's fine. And if it has 3 days, that's fine as well. But it should be 100% drop chance if you kill it. And it should be a no drop item, meaning that if you're there, hopefully you'll get it. If you're not part of the raid group, but they all have it, maybe they'll still give it to you. Make it an item that literally does nothing else other than allow you to do that quest. So then at least, hopefully it'll go to a player that needs it rather than just going to somebody's alt because they want it for an item. I know a lot of people back in 2000, whatever it was, 2000, maybe 2001, when Velius came out, and they were getting Sleeper's Tomb keys. And they wouldn't give the Sleeper's Tomb keys to anyone else. After they would get the Sleeper's Tomb key themselves, their entire guild had it, everyone had it. They were killing all the dragons inside of Sleeper's Tomb except for one, so they didn't spawn the Sleeper. But they were doing all of those things, but then they were still killing the mobs that had the Sleeper's Tomb keys because the gear, the actual items themselves that you turn in for the key, was worth using. One, in fact, the one that I actually got for my Sleeper's Tomb key had like 30% haste on it and like +8 to all stats or something. It was a really good neck item. It was a claw that you could hang and use as a neck piece. Amazingly good neck item. But I had to turn it in for my Sleeper's Tomb key. I never saw another one of those items ever. And I would have definitely used it. So, yeah, I don't think that you should make the items super duper good and then make them quest turn-in items. I don't know how many raids of Finn I completed only to get that mage. Yeah. Hey guys, is Undertow up? Yeah. That was rough. Very limited on classes to start there. I don't want to say much about the alpha, so I'll leave it there. Well, yeah, I mean, it's Wood Elves and Halflings that can start in Phalandraw. I recommend starting there if you can, but you're very limited on Wood Elves and Halflings and what they can be. I mean, we can open up and you can look and see what Wood Elves and Halflings can be. They're definitely limited on. They don't have every possible class between those two. One of my favorite things about Classic EQ was the rare name drops. If I think they work best for those items, they're meant to have utility, fun. Things would have a necessary need. Sal boots, Circlet of Shadows, Goblin Earring, clickies in general are a good example of these. And they're all going to be part of this game as well. There's going to be items that are in this game, like your J boots, probably. I don't know if J boots specifically or not. Like a run speed buff, maybe too strong. You can get potions for it. So is it too strong? I don't know. Anyway, they're going to have things similar. To use EverQuest, J boots, Fishbone Earring for the mana or for the Enduring Breath. They had like Levitate clickies. They had Illusion clickies. All of those things are probably going to be in Monsters of Memories in some way. Some of them already are in the game. There already are Illusion clickies. There already are like a Fishbone Earring type of clicky that you can get that in the bins, and it drops randomly off of random enemies. It's an earring that you can actually get Enduring Breath off of. So those things are already in the game. I was on vacation, so I couldn't play it. I wouldn't know. Oh, yeah. I was on vacation, too, for the last playtest. That was a bummer. Gatekeep from people from Sleeper's Tomb? Yeah. Well, there's a reason to gatekeep from Sleeper's Tomb. Like, people say that they hated it, like gatekeeping people from Sleeper's Tomb, but would you have been upset? Well, I mean, you probably are. You're already upset. But the thing is, if anybody was able to get access to Sleeper's Tomb, Sleeper himself would have been awoken much earlier. And then people wouldn't have been able to farm all of the items off of the dragons and off of the other mobs within Sleeper's Tomb. So, the primal weapons that dropped inside of Sleeper's Tomb off of the trash mobs, those were really, really ridiculously good weapons. You wouldn't be able to farm all that if somebody woke the Sleeper early enough. The key came in 11 different items, some of which were too good to sack as a key. Yeah, some of them, they were very good to sack as a key. I sacked one of the really good ones to get my key, because the key was what was more important. They also removed the ability to disenchant magical quest items. Are you talking about in Monsters and Memories or in EverQuest? Yeah, I think that if it's a quest item, you shouldn't be able to disenchant it. I think quest items should just not be magical in that sense. Just make them like a dragon scale. It doesn't have to be magical. It's just a dragon scale, you know. That was the best key option you speak of, the one with the high stats. Yeah, that's what I had. It was a necklace with all sorts of crazy stats on it. I think I used it for like a week as my actual item, because we weren't going to go into Sleeper's Tomb anytime like that for the rest of that week. So I waited till like the day of before going into Sleeper and turning in that item to then be able to finishing it up to get the actual key. I hope no game ever repeats it. Sleeper's Tomb was a great experience. Yeah. I don't know that we're going to see a Sleeper's Tomb in Monsters and Memories. What I kind of think might be Sleeper's Tomb-esque. Have you guys seen the tower over in Vale of Zintar? The one that's floating with like the black smoke and everywhere, and underneath it's all corrupted. And then there's like a pyramid underneath it. And on top of the pyramid, it's got like these Stargate-looking circle things that are spinning around. That is what I'm hoping we're getting as like a Sleeper's Tomb kind of thing. You have to get access, go to the top of that pyramid, and then click on something or say something or whatever, and it's going to like beam you up into the castle, and that's where you're going to fight. Like a plane of hate, plane of fear. That I hope that's what we get out of that. I think it'd be really great. Boots of Speed are in the game. Boots of Speed are in the game. What I'm saying, like, we all know that they are a thing in the game because they've been shown on Sean's stream and Nick's stream. They were actually in the game a couple years ago. They made them an item. Are they an item that you can actually earn as a player in the game, though, is a different story, right? Completely different story. They can literally put anything they want in the game as developers, but I'm talking about items you can actually earn in the game as a player. J-boots are fine, just slower than Sal potions, but fast enough. I always use my J-boots. I love my J-boots in EverQuest. Sorry, my message got butchered. Autocorrect on phone, lagging. Yeah, you're all good, my friend. You're all good. I did see Chinny say GM fly, so flying soon, right? Like, oh my goodness, that's a whole thing. No levitate though. I believe levitate is banned from the game. No, levitate's not banned. To answer levitate, because a lot of people get this confused. There's a lot of misinformation again out there on levitate because they only hear one person talk about it or whatever, or the telephone game, etc. So levitate, they want to put it into the game, but they don't want you to be able to abuse it like you could in EverQuest. In EverQuest, you get levitate, you run along a wall, and you could just go higher and higher and higher on the wall. Then you could run across the entire zone with levitate, right? Nothing would aggro you because it's all a million miles below you. They don't want that to be the case in this game. Levitate is going to be more of a float ability. So like you're going to be able to get a few inches off of the ground, and that's what it's going to be. It's going to be more of a cosmetic than it is going to be an actual functional ability in the game. Also, you might be able to levitate across water. So you cast levitate on yourself, and then you can run across the top of the water. But if you were to aim down into the water, you could actually still go down into the water and swim. and then you come back out and you can walk across the top of the water. They don't want you to be able to floating way above the clouds and causing exploits and stuff that way. So that's where levitate is. But they want to put it in the game. Will they put it in the game? Who knows? Monster, remember they removed it. Some of the rewards, equipment, you need equipment later on. Soft lock yourself in class quests. Yeah. They definitely did put it in the game and they removed it for that reason. Nick and Sean have said several times there is no levitate yet. Currently, there is no levitate, but they do want to put it back. Yes. Anyway, I'm done with the levitate. We're going to move on from that. I'm thinking enchanting for my spellblade or leatherworking. Not sure if we get to pick 2 trade skills. You can have as many as you want, Christopher. You can have all trade skills. You can have 0 trade skills. Whatever you want to do. Is there slow fall? Not to my knowledge, but there is like a safe fall type of ability. It's not slow fall, but like, you know, a monk jumping off of a cliff may not take damage, whereas everybody else will. So they're putting that in. A keyed zone is fine as long as the keys aren't griefable. Just the whole waking of the sleeper is one-time event that changes loot tables for the worst. Yeah, exactly, Italika. I agree. There are keys in this game that you can get, and that's another thing of that we're kind of a lot of people are talking about with raids. How are we going to key things and make people locked out of raids and all that kind of stuff? How are you going to do that? Because right now, yes, there are things in the game that are absolutely griefable. It is what it is. How they change that, I have no idea. How they're going to change that, I have no idea. I have an item I use for speed when testing. So if me doing the flash in stream, it's a dev tool I'm using. Yeah, exactly. It's probably the boots of speed that gives them dev speed, but it's not something we the players have access to. I can understand not wanting to be running across zones floating up on top of the sky, but some type of levitation, even just above the ground, would be cool. I like having it in EQ. Yeah, it is something that they want to put in this game. They just have to make sure that they do it properly. And if you jump off a cliff with levitate in this game, you're going to fall, and you're probably still going to take fall damage, even though you have levitate. You may not hit the ground, but you're going to hit the invisible air. It's like your levitate is causing you to float like, a few inches or a foot or something off the ground. Well, if you fall down, as soon as that, whatever is causing you to float, you're going to hit that, and that's going to give you fall damage too. So you're still going to die. The levitate is more cosmetic in this game than it is anything else. Or running across water. It's disabled at the moment, yeah. A couple things are disabled at the moment. I will say enchanting is one of the most needed skills in the game at later tiers of crafting. That dust is a big gate. Yeah, you're talking about the high-level dust. And enchanting is very good. You can get a lot of stats out of enchanting. Because, why is enchanting good? And it's because you can put enchants on every piece of gear in the game. And you can add several stats to every piece of gear in the game. So think about this for some of you that are lower level, that are only level like 1 to 20. How many items do you have on it that actually have stats? Right? Most of the items you have under level 20 don't have stats on it. Think about if you were a level 20 player with those items that don't have stats on it, and now you can add +1 to strength, to various different pieces. You might be able to add it to 5 different pieces to strength. That's 10 more strength for your character. That is huge. Huge. Is there a play test right now? No. Justin, maybe a play test this month, according to Sean, maybe. Hopefully, they would like to do a stress test. Yeah, we're just kind of chatting about the game and having fun. Alpha is not something you can pay for, no. Running and lumberjacking also gives a 12-slot bag and harvest tool. Yeah, you can do that. Not going back to shallow shoals until levitate's in the game. No, just play a tall class, DJ. Play a tall race, and you can just run in the water. Solves the problem. The best, the best one is the enchanting tome for an item. If you want to have best bags in the game, you can have 3 slots enchanting tome. 10 slot holds basically everything, almost everything. I offered Nick 10K. He said I'd have to offer him 7 figures. Yeah, there's no, you can't buy your way in. Of course, if you theoretically offer the devs, millions of dollars, they're not going to take it. If you actually offer a dev, millions of dollars, they probably would. But who actually has millions of dollars they're willing to give just to get into alpha? Nobody. So we all know it's a joke, right? We all know it's not true. They're not taking bribes to get into alpha. And you don't want to do that. Trust me. You don't. They changed enchanting recently. It's not even close to every slot now. It is. It's every slot. Now you slot is limited to certain stats. Yes. You can't main stat everything, correct. But you still can gain stats in every slot. Like, I'm not saying that you can get strength in every single slot. I never said that. Anyway, this kind of goes back to my point that we were talking about a little bit ago, which was what some of these devs say and why I like to go and listen to them and make overview videos, because somebody might take something out of context. They might hear what they want to hear rather than what you actually said, etc. That kind of thing happens all the time. There are mostly trash stats if you do +1 stat, +5 HP. They are not mostly trash stats. Guys, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here because it's an alpha thing, okay? If you guys want to talk about it, you can. I'm telling you that enchanting is very powerful. Very, very strong. Very, very good. I'm actively enchanting every slot. I can do, yeah. Again, I'm not getting involved in this. Enchanting's good. My goodness gracious. You guys are arguing about something that's absolutely a moot point, right? It's a complete moot point because you're arguing about something in alpha, first and foremost, and we're not supposed to be talking about alpha. So, stop. We're discussing, no, you're arguing, and you're also wrong, IGT. You're absolutely incorrect in what you're saying, but you're also arguing it. And you're arguing about something in alpha, and just don't. Anyway. It's been in the talks with some top level 300 level crafters. They've all suggested enchanting to start. Yeah. My enchanting is 210. Just FYI. 210. I know what I'm talking about. Just another thing. It's power enchant. Well, so enchanters themselves are not any better, and I'll explain, are not any better than another class at enchanting, to my knowledge, right? Nick recently did make a change that enchanters are better, but I think what it is enchanters now can level up enchanting slightly faster, but they're not innately better at enchanting. The only thing that enchanters can do is they can cast a spell to enchant a metal. But that's not what enchanting is at all. Like, that's literally not what enchanting is. That's jewel crafting. So, it's not what enchanting is. It's like a cow's opinion. It's a moo point. Thanks, Joey. I appreciate that. What's up, Skirmish? How you doing? Is that girl from Brooklyn 99 so random? That was from Joey on Friends. I'm pretty sure. It's like a cow's opinion. Like, what? Yeah, it's a moo point. He didn't understand it was moot. It's a moot point. Anyway. So, catching up with Mimi then? Yeah, Mimi knows a lot. Yeah, Mimi, I talk to Mimi all the time. Mimi is fantastic. Yeah, Mimi, I get a lot of my information from Mimi, especially crafting information. Jewel crafting is a great skill, but I'm a blacksmith at heart. I really like crafting on my own armor. Yeah. Mimi's the goat. Yeah, absolutely. Jewel crafting is also good because it's, at least to what I know of the game, the amount of jewelry that you get is limited, especially statted jewelry. Getting statted jewelry from jewel crafting is far better than some of the other jewelry in the game. So jewel crafting is huge, huge. Mimi is exactly the kind of player an alpha test needs. Yep, I agree. 100%. That Ashira illusion, though, the smell of envy is real. I have learned through Mimi and through doing it myself how to do that Ashira illusion. I did not know. I was a dumb and thought the Ashira illusion was an actual clicky until I did the quest. It's not. It's not. You have to be an enchanter to even use it. I was like, what? Really? That's dumb. I really was bummed because I got my faction up. I did everything that I was supposed to do. I did the quest. And then I was like, wait, what? I can't even do it? I want to be in Nashira. Another way that fighters get the shaft in some ways. That's why I feel like they should be really good tanks. People keep saying, no, they should be equal tanks to all the other tanks. Yeah, but they don't get any of the fun tools. They don't get anything cool. They get to stand there and take a beating. They don't get the cool stuff. Is the Cole responding? What a great dev from our favorite EQ modded game, Shards of Dahlia. Is Cole? What? Oh, is Cole down here? I don't know. I don't know what's going on right here. I'm not really reading a lot of this. On the wiki, the Necro 16 life tap is 100 damage for 60 mana, and the level 16 nuke is 120 for 75 mana, almost identical efficiency values. I have no idea if what's on the wiki is accurate or not. No idea. He's a down-to-earth dev. We love him. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, if this is accurate statement, then yeah, those are pretty close ratio-wise. But I don't know that they are. I'd have to actually go look. What else can we talk about today? Anything going on in the general discussion? I like to go to this one. This one's always fun. These are always fun to read. Good or bad? Good for us, bad for them. AOC shutting down. Yeah. Wait. This is that guy, Morning Fable. He's gonna post a video or a link or whatever. He always does. I find it so funny. Every time he posts, I have never seen a post where he doesn't link something. I mean, he's if anything consistent, right? And he's like, I've got proof of what I'm about to say. It's funny. It's funny. Hey, there's Mimi right there. Hello, Mimi. How are you? We were just talking about you. Check out the Druid Tree post. Uh-oh, Druid Tree post. What's going on with Druids? Which one? Wait, was it my post about Druid Trees? This one? No, it's got to be a different one because this one died 5 days ago. Is there another Druid Tree post? I heard a rumor that illusions might give you things like the racial vision of the race. Do you know anything about that? I do know a lot about that. And the answer to that is currently they do not. But in the future, they probably will. So the idea is that if you race change into a certain illusion, you might get the traits of that class or of that race. Now, when we say the word trait, we are thinking major combat, minor combat traits. Those are the traits of that class, right? That's the first thing that comes to my mind. That does not mean that you're automatically going to be getting in those traits, okay? What they're saying is, though, they might do this in the future where you might get certain abilities that those classes have innately. Maybe. But as of right now, they do not. So don't worry about it right now, but in the future, maybe. He's a sweetheart, but I wish he would take my guild name out of his name. Oh, is that your guild? Yeah. I mean, he's a nice guy, right? Like, I have nothing against the guy, but yeah, he just posts. Every time he posts, it's like, here's my proof. Here's where this comes from. And I find it awesome. Like, I mean, he says stuff like Nick said, blah, 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 blah. And then he gets a little excerpt of what Nick said. The problem with that is anything taken out of context can mean something different. And he clips it and takes that. Sometimes what he's saying is accurate. Sometimes what he's saying is a little bit taken out of context. So I like reading what he says. I try not to engage, though, because I'm not trying to argue with people on Discord. But yeah, make sure you're taking what a dev says in the context. Like, and people do this even in my streams or whatever. If you jump in the middle of a conversation, you might hear something and you don't know what the conversation was about. And then you might say something incorrectly. Yeah. That was my idea of the druid tree giving shelter. You're so proud. There you go, Helter Smelter. Yeah. It was a good idea, and that's what sparked this whole conversation. And then what ended up happening is Nick added in the ability to where it doesn't give, you don't require food and water while you're a tree, which I thought was cool. Yeah, because he heard it right here on this stream, not today, but previously, and I love that. Mimi's been summoned, right? Yeah, we have summoned Mimi. Game Theory dictates Monsters and Memories should announce open beta testing soon, even if the testing is a ways out, to get AOC refugees on board. I mean, maybe, but I don't know. I laid out some honey and trench coat, and here comes Mimi. But yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know if Monsters and Memories would be the type of people that would do that. Oh, Ashes of Creation went under. This is funny that we're talking about Ashes of Creation. I'm going to talk about that in a second. Anyway, Ashes of Creation went under. Let's capitalize on that. I don't think that the devs of Monsters and Memories are like that. To the point where if you go into any of the dev streams, at least the ones that I've been into, they're always talking positively about every other game developer out there. Somebody asked about Ashes of Creation in Nick's stream. Hey, have you had a chance to play Ashes of Creation? And Nick's response was a very political response. Yeah, I played it. I had fun a little bit, but it really wasn't my jam. I think if I played in a PvP guild, I would have enjoyed it a lot more. And then he moved on from the topic. Let me tell you what I think that means from Nick. Yeah, game sucked. This is my thoughts, not Nick's, right? Yeah, game sucked. It's terrible. I wasted $50. Don't play it. That's what I would say. Absolutely what I would have said back then. But he's trying, come on, guys. These are developers of another MMO. They're not going to bash on a different MMO. You're not going to hear that. If I was working for Monsters and Memories, I would be very, very nice. I think the devs over at Pantheon are doing an amazing job, and I wish them the best of luck. I do wish them the best of luck. I don't think they're doing an amazing job. I think they're doing a terrible job. But I can say that because I'm just more of a news reporter, right? I have no stake in it whatsoever either way. I seen he added that. Wonder why he didn't do the shelter thing, though. I don't know why he didn't go with shelter. I don't know. He also made fire resist bad and tree. Yeah, he made it like 20% or 20, not percent, like negative 20 fire resist in a tree or something. He made it like -2 at one point, and then he goes, I could just make it 20. And I'm pretty sure he put in 20 and hit save. And it was just like, yeah, we're leaving it at -20. He's like, does it really matter? And I'm like, no, it really doesn't matter. But I just thought it was funny. AOC is a completely different game. I don't think there's going to be much overlap with Monsters and Memories. There's going to be a lot. Here's why. The reason is because AOC was being developed as an old school MMO with the old school feelings, but with updated graphics and combat. I know a lot of people that did not even realize AOC was a PvP focused game, to the point where people were even asking the players of the game and content creators were trying to come out and say that that Ashes of Creation was not a PvP focused game and you don't have to participate if you don't want to, which was complete and utter crap. That was content creators trying to make that game sound better than it was. I disagree with a lot of those content creators. They were basically paid shills, in my opinion. They were just, oh, I get extra benefits for boasting your game, and you're going to raid me and throw people at my game, so I'm going to talk good about it because my stream needs more viewers, so I'm going to talk really good about this game that you are helping me with my stream. I don't do that. I will not do that. AOC was a terrible PvP-focused game with the guise of an old-school MMO feel. And I think they duped a lot of people into thinking it was an old school MMO feel that would have preferred Monsters and Memories or even Pantheon and didn't want the PvP. But too many people said it did not require PvP. It was complete and utter crap. And I think that the content creators out there that were covering for AOC did their entire communities a disservice by trying to say that PvP was not a focus. Anyway, moving on. Pantheon, more like fart noises? I mean, yes. I would agree with you there, IGT. I would agree with you there. It's a big to me as well. I don't like Pantheon. I like the devs. I like Joppa as a person, right? I like some of the other devs that work there, and I think that they're great people, and I think they have an amazing vision for the game, that they want something to be amazing and be brilliant, and I think they want a lot of people to play it, all that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, they being the company as a whole, squandered that opportunity and ruined it, much like Ashes of Creation. There are some very talented people over at Ashes Creation and that, whatever the name, Intrepid Studios or whatever it is, very talented people that deserve a job on a good team with good people, not some corporate greed clown trying to make a bunch of money and trying to do what they did. Anyway, moving back to Monsters and Memories. Let's get back into that. I think that makes up for the, I'm not going to say it, in gifts from being able to negate rain effects from the tree. Yeah. Shelter sounded hard to program. It's a check from the skybox straight down. I think it's a static thing instead of a constant check. Maybe, yeah. Shade, though, is a constant check from the sun. Yeah, I think they could do it maybe like shaded versus, I don't know. I'm curious. You could be right, Mimi. You could absolutely be right that it could be more of a programming side of things that's hard to do. Classic MMO and action tabbed hybrid combat do not go together, in my opinion. They don't necessarily, but you know. The rest of the group, sorry, didn't clarify. If the tree form gives shelter, can protect the fire beneath the druid from the rain. Out in the wide open environment, just speculation. Yeah, there's lots of ways they could do shelter. I just don't know. Yeah, they may not be able to implement it. A lot of Ashes streamers were kind of holding up a turd and disguising it up as a cheesecake. Absolutely, they were, and I disrespect all of them for that reason. I have zero respect for the ones that were trying. They were trying to make that game sound good. It would be like if I was playing Pantheon and just constantly going, "No, guys, it's amazing. Pantheon is a perfect game, and they're fixing everything, and it's coming. Just wait it out. Just trust me. I promise." No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to lie to you all. I may not get as many viewers, and people may hate me for it. That's fine as well. A lot of people hated me on Pantheon, by the way. A lot of people. I had so many hate viewers come in from places that were like, you just hate Pantheon. You think it's not going anywhere. I don't. And it isn't. As it is shown. AOC did have really cool spell animations. Oh, they had some amazing graphics. I love the animation and the combat animations, the visuals of the game, the all that absolutely were great. Yeah. I don't remember any big content creators Ashes claiming it wasn't PvP. Well, no, the big content creators walked away, right? The big content creators, much like me or other people that were intelligent, basically were like, no, this game is complete garbage and we don't need to continue playing it. I'm talking about people like, what's the big MMO guy that talked about Monsters and Memories recently? Holy moly, why am I drawing a blank? Forced, right? Forced Gaming. I'm talking about people like him. You know, he's a big content creator. He plays a lot of games, and he went into to Ashes of Creation. He paid for it. He said he played for 25 hours, and he's like, this game needs a long time to cook. I don't know how long it's going to be, a couple of years. I'm done with it until they actually make a good game. Because he knows that it's good, and he already has an audience. The content creators I'm talking about were little people like myself or other small content creators that were starting to get hyped up on the, hey, I'm getting viewers because I'm playing Ashes of Creation. They didn't get viewers in any other game that they played. Now they're getting them for Ashes of Creation. They're getting seen for Ashes of Creation. They want that to continue, so they'll say anything positive about it because that's what their viewers want. And they will just flat out lie to anyone saying that the game is an amazing game. Same thing happened to me in Pantheon. I was starting to get more and more and more viewers with Pantheon, and I was talking positively about it. I started talking negatively about the game and the things that I didn't like about it. The numbers started to go down. The hate numbers started to go up. It kind of balanced. But ultimately, people just hated me for hating on Pantheon. But I wasn't wrong. Absolutely wasn't wrong. You're leaning hard on Unity? Wait, who what? I want to see Criddle versus Crushneck Warrior Duel. Dude, he's one of the people that like Crushneck. He's going hard into Pantheon. Does he still stream Pantheon, by the way? I know that he did for a while. And he was one of the people that hated me for talking poorly about Pantheon on my streams. I hate to say it, but dude, are you still playing Pantheon? He may be. Hate viewer, love your passion for games. We enjoy. Yeah. I am super passionate, by the way. Soulfire, I'm glad that you came in as a hate viewer and I won you over. I appreciate that. I am extremely passionate about MMORPGs. So passionate, and I want them to be successful. But when you start doing something that just ruins the game, in my opinion, I'm going to tell you. Games are definitely hard to make, especially MMOs. I have a lot of respect for anyone trying to reach for the sun, to fly higher than ever before. My heart goes out for all the devs working on that project. A lot of projects don't make it, like Icarus. They struggle to fly. I hope the devs are able to at least land their feet and hit the ground running. Absolutely, Nicodemus. I'm there with you. I think the devs do not deserve the treatment that they get a lot of times because it's not the devs' fault. These hate emails and these hate tweets and stuff and these all of that stuff that happens with these devs whenever a game falls apart, that's not the devs' fault. Oh my God, I loathe that. It is so bad. I wish the devs the best of luck. I think that they all are working hard on a project that they believe in, and it just sucks that management, somebody with money, somebody pulling the strings. Usually it's only like 1 or 2 or 3 people at the top that are just like yanking it out from under them, and it ruins it for everybody else. That's the thing. A Pantheon family clearly suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Sad to see. Hope they come to Monsters Memories and get treated better. We'll see. Same. I hate Criddle. He stinks of poopy. I do. Kungan. I don't think that Kungan is one that's gonna. Yeah, you're not gonna see Kungan going and playing Ashes of Creation every day, do you? Like he's not saying that Ashes of Creation is a great game and toting it. He actually has He has a good following. He's already a popular streamer. He doesn't need to lie about things to get more people to watch him. I enjoyed all the Pantheon content. Didn't understand the frustration until it appeared over time. Yeah, Soulfire. It appears slowly, and then once it hits you, you're like, right in your face, and you're like, how did I not see this ahead of time? Right? And that's the thing. A lot of content creators, the bigger content creators especially, that can put in 20-hour days into it, they're going to see this stuff before the rest of us. You know, and that's why they are like, game's not good. Game's not good. Don't play it. You got it. Sometimes you have to believe him. He's much bigger. Not sure I would call him AOC streamer though. Which one are you talking about? The only AOC streamers that I saw were the smaller streamers that continued to play it because they were getting an audience with Ashes of Creation. They didn't have an audience and bring it to Ashes of Creation and then continue to play and stream Ashes of Creation. That wasn't what happened. They created their entire community around one game, and then when that game started to fall apart, they didn't want that to happen because they don't want their streams to fall apart. I've seen it happen. I've had it happen to me. Fortnite Save the World was the only game that I played, and I praised it, and I praised it, and I praised it, and I wanted it to be a really good game, and I continued to do it to the point where I could no longer do it because I was basically lying to my community to try to say that, hey, they're going to fix it. It's going to get better. This is coming. This is coming. I was lying to people because I didn't want to lose my community. And instead, what I did, I quit playing the game and I lost my community, and it sucked. I had to start over fresh, basically in streaming and content creation. Absolutely start over fresh. For years, I streamed to nobody other than like maybe 5 friends and family kind of thing after I already made partner, because, and I realized at that time, I'm lying to people and telling them something that I don't believe. Or even if I did believe it, it was still kind of lying to them because it's not going to happen. And I told myself at that point, I'm never going to do it again. I'm just never going to do it again. I won't play a game that I'm not enjoying. I won't talk about a game that I'm not enjoying. I will play it for a little bit and say that I hope they fix it. Here's what's wrong with it. And if they continue to not fix it, I just quit. I'm done. Anyway, games are hard and people being cut left and right. Yeah, I agree. It happens. Should act on it. I think that right now would be a great time for M&M devs to reach out to some of those people. Hopefully a few of them may say, hey, I'm free right now. I don't have a job. Maybe they have some sort of severance package, whatever. Right now is the time to reach out to some of those AOC devs and be like, we have a place for you here at Monsters and Memories. We can't pay you right now, but you can at least work on a game that is coming out in June. And hopefully in June, when we make this game amazing, and I believe that they will, we can start paying people. And I think right now is a great time to jump on that. Check your left hand on stream. Check my left hand. This one? Or this one? This is my right hand. It looks like my left hand. I'm using a mouse though. Over here. That's what I'm doing. I don't know what it is that you guys are seeing. It's not the dev's fault at all. Yeah, it's not the dev's fault. It's Steven's. I mean, I'm not going to point blame at anybody in particular, but Pantheon lost me when the Wildlings and Silent Plains with their stupid knock-up. Yeah, right? Like, dude, when they added those mobs into Pantheon in the Silent Plains that were like, they knock up, they knock down, they knock back, I looked at that and I was like, Joppa, what are you doing? Joppa made all of those, by the way. I was like, what are you doing? There is zero reward for any of this nonsense. You didn't even increase the amount of coin that those mobs had over other mobs of the same type that were lower level. They literally had no reason being in the game. I lost it at that point. Absolutely lost it. Devs don't deserve the hate. Yeah, I agree. Devs do not deserve the hate at all. 100% agree. 100%. High Guard? Oh, dude, I don't even know what's going on with High Guard. Have you guys played it? I didn't play it, but I thought it was funny What I thought was funny about High Guard is all the big content creators, people like Carnage, and other big names coming out, and they were like, that's kind of weird that they didn't advertise the game. They didn't give out any type of beta, early access, nothing like that. They literally had one spot on the Video Game Awards at the very end as like the prime time spot to show off that game, and had Jeff Keighley talk about it. And I was like, I don't know about this. It seems like they just bought, it was marketing. It was just, they bought one slot that they could afford, and they gave Jeff Keighley a bunch of money to say a bunch of crap about a game, and then here we are. Like, I think a lot of content creators knew about that. Force Gaming is not an AOC streamer, in my opinion. No, he's not. He's not an AOC streamer. He never was. What I'm saying is, he played the game when it came out in early access. He put about 25 hours into it. And instead of continuing to play Ashes of Creation, since it was the big game at the time, he's a big MMO streamer, content creator, right? He walked away from AOC, even though it probably could have gotten him a ton of views. He still didn't want anything to do with it because he knew, he saw that it wasn't good. I've been following Pantheon since the OG Kickstarter, I think back 2013 or 2014, 15. Bought the game early access, was great for a few days, but couldn't maintain the magic. Yeah. It was great for me it was really fun for me for about a month. And then after that, I just was banging my head against the wall for a couple of months. Yeah. And then ultimately I quit. The reason I stopped playing it was because they continued to not develop the game in any type of pace. Like it was just like, come on, we got to get stuff out. Something's got to happen. And when they did release stuff, it was broken. And it was like, you need to have a better quality control team. You don't have that. At least get a free one from... Anyway, there's a lot of things that they could have done, and they just never did it. So, lots of small streamers are trying to become the next Asmongold. They are, yeah. Every small streamer thinks that they can be Asmongold because Asmongold kind of got lucky, right? He got super duper crazy lucky. He was already a known small streamer of World of Warcraft when World of Warcraft had its second resurgence with all of the TLP servers and all those kind of weird things that they decided to do. And he happened to hit the wave at the right time with the right game, and he just rode that to millionairedom, or whatever you want to call it. Still stream to nobody now. We aren't real. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would rather stream to nobody and tell you the truth than stream to a million people and lie to your face. Oh, you're just figuring this on my imagination? You might be. I might be going insane. I'm too old for that BS. Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. I'm past it. I'm past it. I started watching for Pantheon, still watch, and now I'm fine with Pantheon. Yeah. That's fine too. Hate watch me for whatever reason. You'll eventually come around to my side. You'll see where I'm coming from. I've had friends actually tell me that. When they first meet me, they did not like me. In fact, a few of them were like, I hated you. I did not want anything to do with you. I don't want to be your friend. I didn't want my friends to be your friend. I just did not like you. 20 years later, the same guy was like, dude, you're one of my best friends. And I was at their wedding, and I was a groomsman in the wedding and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, dude, in the beginning, you may hate somebody in the beginning. Give them a chance. Give them a chance. They might surprise you. High Guard is a mix between CS2, Rust, and Valorant. Really? Okay. Is it fun though? I've heard it's just not fun. Reminds me of the Vandal from Destiny. The random one enemy that accidentally was coded with an extra 0 on his health, and he was super tanky for no reason. That happens in games all too often. It's happened in Monsters and Memories. They added a 0 or didn't put a decimal point in the right place. Yeah. It's because it was Jeff's favorite game. Wait, High Guard was Jeff's favorite game? Was it really? It's been 6 hours. I'm going to get a very late lunch. Take care, Magicot. Have a good one. Yeah, I kind of want to go get lunch myself. But you guys have got me on this other tangent, and we're chatting, and I'm enjoying it. It was theorized that they cut the marketing after the teaser slot at the Game Awards. Really? I don't know what happened, but yeah. But that's something to talk about, though. Monsters and Memories, to kind of tie in Monsters and Memories to High Guard. Monsters and Memories, Sean had a stream with some devs. Drawing a blank right now. You probably know who I'm talking about. Anyway, they were talking about marketing and how much money they put into marketing. And in general, games in general, about half of the funds that they make go into marketing. Like it's a lot more money into marketing than they put into actual development. And that means a lot, especially now looking back at some of these other games. Well, what causes some of these games to be up at the top and then they flop? And then other games that have zero marketing being really good. You know, I didn't remember hearing anything about Among Us. Never even knew that game existed until like it was like, whoa, everybody's playing Among Us. Like what? Where did this come from? Like marketing can put your game out in front of a lot of people. And I think these big money companies, they have the ability to put the marketing out there and get eyes on the game and have it absolutely blow up like their Call of Duties and stuff. Everybody's always going to buy those games because it's thrown in their face. But ultimately, a good game will build from that. They will start small and they'll build. That's what Monsters and Memories is doing. And that's what Sean is hoping to do, is he doesn't want to do a lot of marketing. He's like, word of mouth is the marketing. That is the best form of marketing. Talk about this game, get people to play it. They will tell somebody else. If it's a good game, they will tell somebody else, and they'll get more and more and more. And the game will just grow exponentially. And I think that's the best way to do it. Ko has made a brief mention in recent stream. Said he tried and liked it. Yeah, I can tell you what Ko said. I'm surprised Ko hasn't mentioned Monster Memories after being entrenched in Pantheon. So, I can't speak for Ko, but Ko is invested in Pantheon. Like, he put a bunch of money into it. And he is part owner, I think, in Pantheon. And now that Monsters and Memories is coming out, and he actually, I think there might be some sort of legal battle going on in the background between Ko and Pantheon. I don't know, but I think there might be. So that's, I think, what's going on with Pantheon. And I don't think he really wants to talk about Monsters and Memories because he doesn't want to bring up the whole Pantheon thing. They're too closely tied together. However, what Ko said about Monsters and Memories was that he's played it, that he saw others playing it and having fun, and he thinks it looks like a really good game, and he hopes that they're successful. That is basically all that Ko has said about it, and I think he's doing that for a couple of reasons. One, because if he says anything wrong, it could cost him lots of money. And Ko, ultimately, he streams to make money. That's his job. That's his career. He can't lose his job. You know, what's he gonna do? He could go back to being a DJ. That's what he did before he was a streamer. He was a DJ. So yeah, no one can be Asmongold, dude. Asmongold just he right place, right time. He nailed it. He nailed it. Now he does political commentary. Yeah, he found the niche in Twitch. Right? He found, okay, the games put me on the map, and then now everybody wants to talk about politics. You got Asmongold and Hassan and a bunch of other people talking politics all day, and they get thousands upon thousands of viewers. Like, yeah, Twitch and gaming they're going down the drain. I don't think that Twitch will be around. I mean, I think it'll still be there and gaming will still be a thing, but I don't think it's going to be the mainstay of Twitch in the next 10 years. It's not. It's going to be like just people talking and interviews and politics and a bunch of garbage like that I don't want to be part of. My hope with Monster Memories lies in the fact that they never asked for money during production. Yeah. When they showed something off, it was basically playable to max level, albeit not fully fleshed out. Yep, I agree. And I'm hoping by the time early access comes out that we have every class in the game at least fleshed out and fairly balanced. Something that Pantheon never did. They put in half-baked classes, half-finished classes. They talked about a class that they actually took out before early access started they took out of the game and then they reintroduced it. Not much had changed and it was still broken. Like, that's the issue. Last remaining hope, slow burn, old school MMOs. Yeah, M&M is my last hope as well. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope, but M&M style. Help me, Monsters and Memories, you're my only hope. Help me, Sean Lord, you're my only hope. Oh, I didn't like Pantheon? Not dislike for you? Ah, okay. You didn't like Pantheon at all? Gotcha. It only takes 20 years. For what? Most friends don't like me when they first met because I'm honest and blunt. I am too. That's why a lot of people don't like me. I'm very honest. I'm very blunt. I'm very crude at times. I'm very long-winded. I get triggered very easily, especially when, and this is why I don't like to argue in online forums and things. I get triggered when somebody says something and then I try to explain something and then they completely disregard what it is that I just said. And I get so irritated and annoyed. And it's like, I said that. I literally said that. Like, I know what I'm talking about. We've had that discussion already. You're just bringing it back up again. And it bothers me. Embers Adrift devs. Yes, that was them. When Sean talked to the Embers Adrift devs, they were talking about marketing quite a bit. And, yeah, the Embers Adrift devs, though, I feel for those guys. They put in a lot of work into that game, and they're trying to keep it adrift. It might be a sinking ship. I don't know. I haven't played it personally. I probably won't play it, to be honest with you. I wish those guys the best, and I hope that they make a game that they want to make, but I just feel like they got the rug pulled underneath them, and now what? You know? Yeah, it's rough. Yeah. Burrell's probably more plugged in. I don't know. Jeff played the demo with the company and he just enjoyed it so much he gave them the spot. Jeff does that often, and Jeff, just like Coke Carnage, he's a business person. He's doing it for the money, and I totally respect that, right? We all want to be there one day. I would probably say and do a lot of things for the money too if the money was big enough. I'll be honest. But yeah, Jeff likes to be friends with devs, and it makes him feel good. Is the best way that I could put that. At least it seems to be. And I don't think he wants to burn any bridges. 90% of annual cost of Kellogg's in marketing. Is it really? I haven't looked in a long time. Back when I was in college, we were doing, I was in economics and I had, marketing classes and whatnot. And, yeah, we always had to look at that. Why would you buy a certain stock over another stock with certain companies? And we had these debates probably weekly, in different classes. And it's like, where are they putting the money? One of my biggest things was Apple. And I told a guy back in 2010, maybe, I was like, Apple stock is going to continue to go up because it's Apple, but other stocks are going to be way faster. And he was like, no. And the reason he said was because he's like, they have all this extra money. Yeah, what are they doing with that money? They're just sitting on money. So why do you think that is going to make them make more money? No, they need to spend the money to make the money. Put it in advertising, put it in restructuring, put it in, wherever you're going to put it, but spend it. You can't just sit on it. Sitting on money is the worst thing you can do. Spending it is the best thing you can do. Spending it intelligently is where, you make money. And that's basically what Monsters and Memories devs did, right? They have a couple of them have a little bit of a nest egg. They're okay. And they decided we're going to make a game and we're going to do it without paying anybody, all volunteer basis. And we're not going to actually pay anybody until we start making money. I think it's great. Hot tubs? Yes, hot tubs. Asmund Silver, though. Co is a businessman? Yeah. Co is a business, man. Absolutely. Your comma did not go unnoticed there, DJ. Co is a business, man. Not Co is a businessman. Co himself is a business. He could sell his name and his channel and everything to someone else, and that would probably still be profitable. He no longer needs to be there. He could most likely just sell it off. Do you guys hear about the guy that did the thing where, he like, that guy? Apparently he like made $1 billion. He sold his business for $1 million, and he basically sold himself. They can make AI. He's not going to do it anymore. They're going to make an AI version of him to do those videos. Dude just made a ton of money, and he's just like, peace. I don't care. I'm out. Let's turn people into NPCs, into trees, and lasso them across the map. Yeah, let's do that. That was fun. I was not happy with Brad after Vanguard. Yeah, Brad. Vanguard was kind of it was very telling. I don't think that Brad necessarily was the factor there, but he was part of it. And that just kind of gone. I actually bought a new PC for Embers Adrift, but never downloaded it on the new PC. Guess I just need magic and less niche. Maybe. Vanguard slowly became a pretty good game. Did it? Basically right before it got shut down. Yeah, and that's what's sad, man. Like, some of these games could be amazing, and they're just not. Random question. No political, okay? At one point do you see people doing it for the money as gross and greedy and no longer respectable? That's tough to say, Helter Smelter. That's tough to say. I think it actually is when they take low money to do something that they know is not right. Like, if you take buku's amounts of money to do something not right, the amount of money in relation to what it is that you're being asked to do, I think is where you need to look. Because you can't say, well, this amount of money, I'm willing to do this. Yeah, but I'm not willing to do this. Right? Or I'd be willing to do this thing way down here for even less money. So I think it depends on the amount of money and what it is that you're being asked to do. I think it all is greedy, but where it becomes gross, it depends on the amount of money versus what it is that you're asking. I really do. And I hate to say that, because I want to feel like I'm the type of person that wouldn't take any amount of money to do certain things, right? You could name something absolutely despicable and disgusting, and I would be like, there's absolutely no amount of money that I would accept to do that. I would hope that I am that type of person, but in all honesty, there probably is a number. I don't know what that number is, but there probably is a number. Would you consider yourself to be a crude dude? Like, if I try to share stream with a few friends so they know what you're getting into? A crude dude. I don't know if I'm a crude dude. I'm always safe for work. Yeah. If you're talking about that, I'm 100% safe for work. I try to make my stream as family friendly as possible. Now, the games that I play are not necessarily family friendly, but I will always be family friendly. I don't cuss. I don't focus on, sexual things that whatever. I ignore them and I move on with my day. I don't focus on any of that. I'm extremely family PG. I'm probably G. We say doo-doo here. We do, Burl. We say doo-doo. I don't even like to say crap. I will say it sometimes, but I don't like to because I don't think it's nice. Criddle's chest blurs in real life when he takes off his shirt. It might. No. I don't know. Ko could afford to pay Peter Dinklage to stream in his place and just not say anything. I mean, here's how I look at that, Helter Smelter. Ko would absolutely love for Peter Dinklage to stream in his place because that would just make Ko more money. I think that the amount of viewers from one stream of Peter Dinklage coming on, streaming for, let's say, 2 hours of anything, that would be 100,000 people stream easily, which is more than Ko pulls. Ko pulls anywhere from 5,000 to 20,000, right? Depending on the game, depending on a lot of different factors. 100,000 people in Ko's stream is nearly unheard of. I think it's happened, but it's nearly unheard of. I think Peter Dinklage could pull that on any stream. All he has to do is tweet, I'm streaming, here's the link, and I think that stream would blow up into 100,000 people. Imagine Dinklage just acts like he is Co the whole time. It'd be amazing. I would love it. If Peter Dinklage offered me for free, I'll stream on your stream. And I just, okay, can I send out one tweet? One. I just need one tweet. And if he agreed to that, I'd be like, absolutely. Actually, I wouldn't even ask for the tweet. I'd be like, you want to stream on my stream? Go for it. Do whatever you want to do. He'd pull in an audience automatically. As soon as one person told somebody else, it would blow up and it would go everywhere. Like, it wouldn't take long for somebody to see it. It's pretty safe for work. I've sworn a lot in his chat. Just hasn't read those words out. I don't. Yeah, I don't read them out. Would you kill me for 10 figures? No. I wouldn't murder anybody for any amount of money. I would murder somebody for free, depending on certain situations, right? And that's the weird thing. If you told me to murder somebody and offered me any amount of money, I wouldn't do it. If you told me to, like, find somebody that had done something very gruesome and terrible and absolutely awful, yeah, I'll stab them for you. If like, you can prove to me that they did it. You'd have to actually, like, prove. I need to know for a fact that they did something. Like, if I watched them, if I saw them doing something terrible to someone else, I would absolutely kill them for free in a heartbeat. You allegedly would? I mean, I can never say never, right? But yeah, I appreciate the Save the World streams and YouTubers. If I recall, Co leaned into this niche so parents could listen around, which would initially... Oh, the Safe for Work? Yeah, I thought you said... did I say Save the World? Safe for Work stream? So, yeah, something about Co, and this is not against Co. Co has leaned into the Safe for Work streams, but over the years, that's changed considerably because he knows his audience. And Co is now much more what he likes to call PG-16. So 16-year-old or older are what his stream. He says, you know, poo, but the other word for it, you know, he cusses, he gets mad, and he says some things that I personally wouldn't say on a stream. But this is nothing against Co. He knows his audience, and he knows what his audience is okay with, and he makes plenty of money doing it. So I don't think he has any intentions of changing that. Look at that LeBron stream. Yeah, LeBron did stream, didn't he? He pulled in a ton of people. Absolutely. 2:30. Where's the Roach King? Twitch is shutting down. Wait, is 2:30? Is that when Asmongold streams? Co-AI'd into Tyrion Lannister in Game of Thrones would be more interesting, though. That would be crazy. I can see Co's face on Peter Dinklage's body, right? And shooting, what's his name? His dad, shooting him while on the John, like with the crossbow. Dude, golly, I could see that. Man, Hassan returns from a 72-hour ban. Oh, is that coming back today? Oh, geez. I would agree to it on Twitch for sure. Yeah. Would you do Epstein for free? Would I kill Epstein for free? I don't know how much of that's true, how much of that's false. I don't want anything to do with the Epstein files. Nothing to do with it. That's why I'm saying I would actually have to, like, know for a fact. No speculation whatsoever. How does Criddle deal with the trolley problem? I don't know what that is. He means in a video game? His lawyer? Wait. Yes, totally. In a video game. That's what you're talking about. Would I murder somebody in a video game? Yeah, absolutely. Gotta chill, Criddle. That's how you get premeditated charge. It's true. Let's be real. We kill a predator. I mean, I would. Yeah. LeBron stream got 3.2 billion views. God bless. That's insane. You should qualify with allegedly to protect yourself, even though we all know what you mean. Yeah, there's people who might take words out of context. Absolutely. And that's what I was saying before, right? That's what the whole conversation was earlier in the stream, is taking things out of context. And there's so many times that people take things out of context. in the context of what we were talking about, I would do that. But, you know, it would have to be so many circumstances, so many things would have to fall perfectly into place. But no, I wouldn't kill somebody. Like it would make me throw up trying to kill somebody. Like, I don't know that I could even hurt somebody in that way. I'm not even like, if I get angry, I'm more the person that punches a wall, slams a door, yells into a pillow, gets very loud. Yes, I would get very loud and yell at somebody. Physically, though, I just don't get into altercations physically. I just don't do it. It's just not a nature to me. I couldn't stab someone, shoot somebody, none of that stuff. I just couldn't do it. It would be literally impossible, I think, for me to do. He doesn't know the trolley problem? No, I don't know what the trolley problem is. That doesn't sound right. That sounds not something that I have kept up with. Oh, here we go. Oh, he didn't post. Oh, what? He didn't post a picture or a link or anything. I've been saying in my head for a while now, in EQ, clerics have 3 types of buffs always wanted by the group. AC HP buffs, AC buffs, and HP buffs. Here in Monster Memories, it's just HP. While you're at it, maybe add some more resist buffs. Aren't we trying to outdo EQ? No. This question, I can answer you. No, they're not trying to outdo our EQ. They're trying to take inspiration and create their own game with inspiration from a lot of other games, EQ being one of those games. They're not trying to outdo the game at all. Just in the same way they're not trying to outdo World of Warcraft or any other game. They're just trying to make their own thing and hope that it's successful. That said, I agree with this. I think that we do need more buffs for the cleric. And I think that they should be stackable with other buffs. Absolutely. 90% of the people are good people who can't take a life without being severely traumatized by it, and the other 10% know that and uses it to their advantage. Yeah, I couldn't do it. Helter Smelter. Like, all jokes aside, all theoretical money aside, I don't think that I could harm somebody, especially to the point of killing them. No, not on purpose. Not on purpose. Absolutely not. I just don't think I could do that. Could an accident happen? Sure. Could I be driving and something happens and I lose control of the steering wheel and anything like that could happen, of course. And I don't want it to. I would be devastated if it did. But no, I don't believe that I could ever actually do that to somebody. I couldn't do it. If I could derail the conversation topic, have you delved deep into Monsters Memories high levels? Yes. I'm divided between Necro and Bard for choosing a mostly solo playstyle. Mostly solo playstyle between Necro and Bard. I would say go Necromancer at early access, and there's a reason for that. Bard right now is the best soloer in the game because of their swarm kiting capabilities. However, that is a very, very discussed topic. A lot of people want it to change, and if it doesn't change between now and early access, I would be very, very shocked, surprised. I would be like, Macaulay Culkin on, after putting some aftershave on. I would be flabbergasted if it doesn't change between now and early access. Necromancers, on the other hand, I know that they can solo with charmed pets, which I also think should change. However, they can solo without charmed pets, doing fear kiting, having their tank pet. Anyway, they can solo in different ways. So I would say Necromancer is going to be your better soloer, early access and beyond, personally. The trolley problem is you control the lever of a train track. If you don't move the lever, oh, that's what you're talking about. I have heard of that. If you don't move the lever, one person dies. If you move the lever, 5 people die. Either way, someone dies. People often say, like Adolf Hitler, or like Adolf, you're talking about Adolf Hitler is the singular guy, and they sort of try to balance the argument between multiple bad people. So that's where we talked about this with the chaotic good conversation earlier in D&D. The greater good outweighs the lesser. I would probably make it if I had to, right? If I was forced to do it, pull it to kill the one person rather than the 5. Probably. I would feel terrible about it, but I would probably do that. His lack of eloquence makes me dismiss his post out of hand. Oh, yeah. A lot of people do that. Like this guy right here, that's who he's talking about. Like his posts are very kind of, and this is something that I try to say to other people. There's another post, another person that posted up here somewhere. Specifically longer duration roots. I know the guy. He's actually in the guild that I play in on, whatever. I know the guy's a great guy, nothing wrong with him. But his post literally just said, longer duration roots. That's it. That was literally, and that's the title of the post. The actual post said, see the title of the post, which is longer duration roots. He literally said nothing other than longer duration roots. And I'm like, what do you mean? What specifically, why do you want them longer duration? For what uses? Like, under what classes? Do you want them to be higher? Give me something. I hate posts like that. It's supposed to be the opposite way. You would kill 5 people, but you can actively kill 1 to save 4. It's supposed to be the opposite way. It would kill 5 people, but you can actively kill 1 to save 4. Oh, so the train is going to kill 5 people, but I can choose to pull the lever and it only kills 1 that wasn't going to be killed. That is very, very hard. Yes, that's a very, very, very challenging question. Because now, previous to that, you didn't kill anyone, right? I didn't touch the trolley. I didn't put those people on the track. I had nothing to do with this entire situation. So would I just allow it to happen and blame other people? Or would I pull the lever, saving those 5 people to kill the 1? Which does both, like it puts up the question, would you be able to do it? I don't know that I'd be able to pull the lever looking at it that way, right? Just looking at it from that perspective, I could at least have a clear conscience that I had nothing to do with it. If I didn't pull the lever. But at the same time, if I know then that if I did pull the lever, it would save 5 people's life and only kill 1, then I would think to myself, well, I could have saved 5 people's lives. So yeah, it's a very tough question. You're absolutely right. I don't know how I would deal with it. It would probably be one of those situations where I would handle it in the moment as it was happening, and I would consider everything that I possibly consider. Are one of those people my family member? Do I know any of those people at all? Is it a terrible person versus 5 good people? There's a lot of other factors that I would probably try to consider in my head at that moment. And it would be, it'd be tough. It'd be tough. Bard's going to 100% get nerfed. Yeah, I agree. My answer to the trolley question is violently attack whoever is trying to make me decide which lever. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing. But like, do you have the ability to attack that person and stop them? Do you have the ability to stop the train at all do you have, what are your other options? And how quickly do you have to choose those options? Do I have an hour to think about it? Do I have 5 seconds to think about it? There's a big difference in those. Huge difference in those. Which I think that doesn't get talked about enough when like, not to get political, but when certain things are happening in the world that are currently happening right now, I'm not going to go any farther with that. I'm sure you can put pieces together. In those situations, before somebody gets killed, did those people have a split second to deal with it? Like, could they have processed all of that in their brain before anything bad happened? And fact is, no, none of us could. Very hard to do. So, any death, in my opinion, is a bad death. I don't like it. Crits or GTFO? Uh-oh. For wizards, what about instead of crit damage chance, they turned it into a chance for giving a spell to cast for free? I mean, that's a way that they could do something. Yeah, they could have like a 10% chance that you reduce the cost of the spell or something. That could be an okay. Is it the OG EQ style of swarm kiting that bards can do? Yeah. Swarm kiting is crazy good. Crazy good. I think part of the trolley problem is that the idea that you walked upon the instance happening, not that you're in control of both. You have choice enough. Yeah. And there's so many ways to think about it, right? You're not in control of the situation. You didn't put yourself into that situation. You just happened upon it. Do you know anybody? How long do you have to make the decision? There's just so much. I mean, can I get to the train tracks and untie the people before they get, like, there's, what are my options? What are my options? Melee stack marking, maybe low-level spells stack also. Yeah, I mean, maybe. That would be a kind of cool thing to do, is you use a bunch of low-level spells on the wizard to then give you an opportunity to do a high-level nuke. That could be kind of fun. Could be a way to do it. So philosophy is such a crazy thing to discuss. It is, yeah. You could just rationalize the whole thing as forced by someone else. You could, yeah, depending on how you think about things. You could think about it in different ways, right? I play a shaman. Did you have with your? Wait. What did you say about druids? Did you say that they should get the druid should get more root or something? Talking about the root thing. Living with a decision would be rough, yeah. Root spells idea. Thorny Prison. Root your targets in the ground for 60 seconds with thorned roots that cause damage over time as the target struggles to get free. Could be, yeah. Could be. I'll trade you for Torpor. What do you want shamans to have then? Uh-oh. Yeah, somebody was saying shaman should get the root. I think that's what that whole conversation was about, was that he's playing shaman as a solo class and that root wasn't lasting long enough, I think was the problem. And he wanted roots to be longer. And I don't disagree. I mean, yeah. The reality is most people decide to do nothing, even though in the thought experiment, most claim they would pull the lever to minimize the number of victims, but most people choose to do nothing in real life when confronted with the choice to intervene in situations where they could minimize. Yes, I agree with that. Reality, yeah. Most people choose inaction despite claiming in a thought experiment. I can tell you 2 situations in my life where that happened. Where I probably should have done something and I didn't do something. Two situations, and they have stuck with me my entire life since they happened. Obviously, not prior to them happening. One was I was leaving a hospital in a parking deck, and I saw a car with the trunk open, and somebody appeared to be laying underneath the car on like the back side of it. I couldn't tell if they had fallen because we're at a hospital. Maybe they fell. I couldn't tell if they were moving because I was just kind of like driving past or whatever. I was going around or whatever, around a corner, trying not to hit the other cars that are in a parking deck. I just saw somebody on the ground, and I thought to myself, they're fine. They're just probably heard something under their car. They're, pulling something out. What I don't know. I had the thought of that. I'm sure they're fine. They were in a hospital parking deck. But should I have stopped and gotten out to make sure that they were okay? Probably. And that stuck with me for a long time. Another one was I saw what appeared to be an altercation between an adult and a younger person or a smaller person. I don't know if it was a child or if it was just a smaller person, but it was definitely a full-grown male adult and somebody about half their size, and they had them kind of cornered up against a corner. And I didn't stop, and I didn't help, and I didn't say anything. There were other people around, and I was thinking to myself, other people will deal with that. I was in my car. Other people were kind of walking around in the general area, but not necessarily where that was happening. And I was like, people that are already not in their car, they'll probably say something. I don't know if they did or if they didn't. I have no clue. Those are 2 instances where I feel like I wish that I would have done something and I didn't. Yeah, so it's tough. It's tough. Because those choices in life, like, you never know. I try now because of those two choices, and they constantly are in my brain. And apparently the first choice didn't dictate the second one, but third time's the charm, hopefully. I try now to say something, you know? Any death is a bad death, unless it's a feigned death. Yes. It's what makes shamans more able to solo. What the root does, or torpor does. Torpor basically roots the shaman and provides a high-value hot. Torpor was worse? Yeah. I haven't played shaman enough to really know the shaman that well. I know the basics of it. Monsters and memories and morality. There you go. I'm confused. Are you saying shaman doesn't get a slow? They do get a slow, yeah. They don't have a good hot? I don't know what you guys are referring to. Apparently I missed that part of it. As an experienced player, how does the group feel about getting a necro into a group? Is it more like, nope. Here it is, right here. I made a post about it, specifically the necromancer. So go here and read this. What the heck just happened? Go here on, like, this is an open discussion. Anybody can read it. This is not on a closed forum or anything like that. The damage over time problem in Monsters and Memories, and I specifically put it in the Necromancer. I posted it, and this is an issue that I see because time to kill is too short, so dots are kind of pointless. That leaves Necromancers needing to use Leech or their Life Leech as a direct damage spell, which I don't think is fair because it's not as mana efficient usually, because it's got a healing portion to it. And then it leaves them as being mana pumpers to other people in the party. I feel like if you're going to use either of those two spells in a party and not use any other spells or abilities, you're using those two, then you might as well put a different class in the party that does those two things better. Put a second healer in the party instead of pumping your healer. Put another DPS class in your party instead of pumping the DPS to be able to do more damage. Just do anything that's better than a Necromancer. So that's, yeah, I would recommend reading some of those things. Have a great single target hot, 5-minute cooldown. Oh, you're talking about the shaman? Yeah. The whole point of the philosophical question is whether you would take action to kill less people or take no action to let people die. Yeah. And that's a tough question. It's a very tough question. Very tough. I'm gonna try to catch up on chat here, but we're probably gonna end the stream shortly. It's been 7 hours. I've been streaming for 7 hours. I did not intend to do that today. I was actually going to stream just until like 1 or 2 o'clock, and then get some lunch, and then see what I'm gonna do with the rest of my day. But I kind of let the day get away from me, and I've got some things that I need to do. We should get a 1-minute root as a shaman. Okay, so if you get a 1-minute root as a shaman, should that be breakable with root rot or direct damage nukes, or can end early for no reason? That's the thing about root. We need to have more information. Shaman have powerful slows. If your root is breaking too often, you can just phase tank it while it rots. You could. Had a similar situation. I was standing there. A criminal ran by with a bag of money, and I could have easily stopped. Hours later, I found out my uncle died, or your Uncle Ben died. Oh my gosh, did you become Spider-Man? Yeah, we've all been in situations like that. I guarantee you've all been in a situation like that where you could have intervened, but you didn't intervene. And it's like, should I have? There's a true trade-off for trying to solo an MMO, and that's utility. The whole for the Shaman spell kit, yeah. Shaman get a lot of group utility. I don't think that they should be the best soloers. They are good soloers, but they get a lot of group utility and a lot of reasons to put them in a group. Unlike the fighter, who has 0 solo ability and no reason to put them in a group other than to tank. And if you have 3 other tanks that have utility, Why would you not put one of those 3 other tanks in your group over a fighter? Assuming all things else are equal. That's why I'm advocating for more stuff on the fighter. They do have some benefit though. Fighter's good. It's not a bad place at all. My was to flesh out their healing abilities since their dots aren't efficient in groups. Let them use their taps to heal others. That could be a thing that they do, like putting in or tapping and then having the heal go to the actual tank or something of the group. Yeah, we've talked about a couple of those things. Yeah. They're good ideas. I recommend if you have some of these feedbacks and things, get on these forums. Ignore the haters. There's going to be lots of people that are going to be coming on here. They're going to hate what you say. They're going to disagree with you. They may even flame you. And they're going to maybe even tell you you're dumb. Ignore those people. Post what you believe and let other people, discuss it. What you say may be good. It may be bad. It may not be right for Monsters and Memories. It may be good for a different game. Whatever, like there could be a lot of different things. I'm not saying that everything that I say is perfect for Monsters and Memories. It may not work. But put your thoughts out there. Let people know. Let the devs know specifically, because ultimately they're making the game based on hopefully what we want. So all routes should be able to break early. I agree. Yeah. Discord is banned where I live. Oh no, but I'll boot up VPM to check out your posts. Thank you for the Oh, I'm sorry that Discord's banned. Do you have Reddit? If you have Reddit, a lot of these discussions happen over on the Reddit as well. So yeah. Twink Warrior in full plate equals less talk? Maybe, yeah. If you want to talk about Necros needing better in groups, then that just opens up discussion about the rest of the classes being good at solo. Necros are fine in groups, though, as they provide a lot of support. I think I disagree with that statement, Worn Out Plays, because Necros are fine in groups. However, almost every other class is better in a group. So that kind of forces Necros to have to solo. So I am the type of person, I believe that certain classes should be able to solo better than other classes in the game. Sure, I'm fine with that. It's not going to break my heart because necromancers, any charm class, basically everyone except for rogues and clerics, even clerics, everyone in the game except for rogues can solo better than a fighter. Fighter is probably the worst soloer in the game, other than rogues. But I don't think that we should take that away. However, I do think that every class should have something that they bring to a party that makes them shine in a party that other classes cannot do. And a necromancer doesn't have anything that it can bring to a party that another class can bring and do better. I just don't see it. And that's where I want that to change, because then it encourages necromancers, or it almost forces necromancers to solo, and it never encourages them to be in a group. And I want to encourage as much grouping as possible. You mean my only reason to have fighter is to be a DPS while the SK tanks? I mean, right now, warrior DPS, ooh. I agree, warrior DPS, ooh, but in this game, warrior DPS is actually not bad. Neckers can bring their good looks. Yeah, oftentimes they are not attractive. I think if Necros get Screaming Terror, Mez, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that they could do to them, for sure. For sure. Anyway. I'm going to go ahead and go. I'm going to go get some almost early dinner, as it is now, because it's 4 o'clock for me. I've been sitting here for 7 hours. If you don't consider this a job, I don't know what a job is, because how many people literally sit at their job for 7 hours without moving, without getting up once, going to the bathroom, doing anything? I mean, I consider it a job. Anyway, thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate it. It is Monday, which means our next stream is going to be on Friday. It's going to be more Monsters and Memories chat. We're going to start at 9 a.m. Eastern. Feel free to discuss as much as you guys want here in chat. I don't mind. Go ahead. Have at it. You can come over to my Discord if you want to discuss things. I do have a Discord that I use right here. I don't use it often. It's called Criddle Games. Join in on that. Maybe I'll see you in the forums for Monsters and Memories, and we'll have discussions there. So yeah, appreciate you all being here. Love you all, and don't go killing anyone. Okay, I know we talked about murder a few times. No killing of people, right? No doing that. See you guys next time. Take care.